Worthy of a grand final, Jackie said. I would agree.
Yeah, I think that's a sound stance to have. Yeah, on one
Pause
side,
at the bottom. No pause. No, not gonna lie to you. Full ass to grass though. I mean, I fucking pause because I have to. I don't know. It's not an intentional pause. There is a pause, but it ain't intentional. Oh, fuck. Oh, my glasses are all fogged up because I just got out of the shower. Fuck. 05 ass to grass is some shit, dude.
Grand finals. This would be their third. They're gunning for it on home soil for Mezzi. We're going to have to see if they're ready. We haven't even talked about the head-to-head. ZywOo versus Donk. This one is absolutely bound to be a banger.
Yeah, so both these teams have a lot to prove. Both these teams are looking for that gold in their trophy cabinet. And it's got to start here. I mean, this is the toughest competition yet. And it only gets tougher with the grand finals lying in wait.
Absolutely. Players getting situated now on the server. Pressure for both rosters. Two teams that have struggled on the stage.
I think the worst part about it, though, I woke up at 1 in the morning again. And then I fucking... Butters woke me up at 4. And then I had to wake up again at 6 to get ready for my lift.
It's a busy Saturday for a semi-final in Wembley.
Yo, Baked, thanks for the 4-month resub. Trent, thanks for the 14-month resub. Thank you. And Bonamont, nobody's surprised about how your Saturday started. Thanks for 1 gifted. All right, let's go. Lucky late. I didn't miss a single round. I am not late. I'm perfectly on time.
It was dominant last time around. Vitality swept them aside.
Full arena? Yeah, yeah.
But we're expecting more from Spirit to finish off their season.
Mirage dust to Anubis.
Mirrored map pool. Results be different this time for Spirit.
I mean, at least it's not Inferno, I guess.
On this T side, he's going to be the first man in. Look who they're destined to meet. This terrible trifecta. ZywOo first point of contact, but it's actually Apex to open up. Now ZywOo gets his chance to be involved. Flames is clean with it. Don't underestimate this guy on Mirage.
And Flames is still alive. Oh yeah. There's something so nice about the very first pistol of a match, because it looks just a little scuffed. Let me turn up the sound.
Crouch key as well keeps his hitbox mobile.
You're late. Haven't missed a round.
Pistol in the pocket of Vitality.
You guys should be having my stream open before I even go live. Okay, that's not on me.
Some of the best players in the world, not just those top 2 you mentioned, Harry, but star-studded rosters on either side.
Flames opening up the pistol, looking so good, is right what Vitality need and want in this game. This one just a little anti-eco, right? Yeah, ZywOo has been tagged up, but he's got support. Oh god, Apex takes one of the dome as well. He doesn't have a helmet, so 2 low players.
Those are a little more invested, you get worried, but for the most part, just Glocks. Should just be fine for Flamesy to finish the job on this A site. They full reset.
Flames is very much one of these guys who can take charge of Mirage on his own. I mean, we've seen that already.
James, the audio is good now. Me too. Gabondo, thanks for 35-month primer. Thank you.
And there's a spot. All the info the Vitality need. They can start.
How long I gotta wait till Cafe Nori opens?
Perhaps.
You mean till Nori gets up?
No hurry, but this will be easily done by the captain of Vitality.
Oh, they did get ZywOo. They're throwing guns. I think they got them both.
Spirit looking to pull in the rifles.
Bagel coffee? Nothing. I had oats with caffeine in them so far, but that was to get me through my lift.
We'll see what Chopper, one of the, well, previously most underrated in-game leaders, many major runs for this guy with multiple different rosters over the years, finally breaking out to the top echelons of Counter-Strike in 2024. What's he got cooking?
How are we doing today?
Kerfu, thanks for the 18-month primer. I'm doing good, man. Chat, I'm looking for hot growth rollers and match all gifted. And Jake, so thanks for the 35-month primer. Thank you.
They might have heard that. Flash hit the teammate, so Donk's now stopped to hold the flank. Flames commits here. This is a dangerous move. Is Donk sure? He certainly seems so confident on this flank hold. He gets his kill. Apex comes out from under and even escapes.
Yeah, living to
Caffeine and carbs. No, my oats have like 30 grams of protein in them, so not too bad. It's like 320 calories, 300
and Apex has been in Titan form throughout this event. A double kill to open up from the captain of Vitality. Spirit slow right down. They've lost so much of the map here. It's all kind of shrunk down
100 milligrams of caffeine
area
and
over in the apartments.
Yeah. Oh shit!
So they're gonna go look for solutions out in middle.
Yeah.
This smoke will fade. Apex got to be very careful when it does. So he's covering his top side. He's got to replenish.
Bonamont, grow up. Thanks to the one gifted. Shout out who one gifted. Write it down.
Back to that A side. What a perfect mid-round move for Apex as well. He knows Magic sees him leave middle by going connector, so he re-aggresses, calls the bluff, nades out. Vitality
what I missed,
full
Wonka?
mid-control as well. Zontic's a third smoke in lower. He can't even play. He basically has to go through. With 30 seconds on the clock, they contact out ramp.
Yeah, they've locked Zontix out of the round. They've just got to deal with Donk and Shiro. It's Spinks.
Oh, Lucid, that's just the power of the home gym, dude.
For Donk. This first rifle round is looking to come up.
That was clean. That was clean. Very clean.
The captain. Apex with 3 and a commanding lead taken.
There's always questions when you see, you know, captains and game leaders play towards that connector position, right? It's a star role. You want your best rifler there, but the argument is, well, you need all that information. You need your captain be able to put together the pieces where those T's are going.
We should be grateful we don't have Inferno this time. True, praise. Fuck. Yo, thanks for 200 biddies, facts.
Spirit don't even get to play. It's a reassuring look for Vitality to start this series off on Spirit's map pick. And even though we know Spirit will bring just as much aggression to the CT side of this map, they've got to get there first.
I mean, we all know Apex is a very emotional guy, Ray, but he holds his team to a super high standard, as he should. This was a roster put together to win championships, and they've been in finals. They've had chances. I've heard some of the stern words he's exchanged with the squad, so a good start from him. Maybe
Spirit get figured out. They used to be so dominant. Hold on. Let's watch this. Oh,
and it's just the dink onto Shiro. ZywOo moves in. Can he be the savior? He's got Flames in alongside him, but ZywOo is operating alone right now, and that leaves him in the prying eyes of Chopper. This one slows for a moment.
The fact that Chopper gets that kill and is so active towards Cat is
they need to make sure no one's out
really good individual sign, I feel like, for him. Maybe I'm overlooking it, but
position taken, plants allowed, and Apex
doesn't seem like he's got any sort of tunnel vision right now.
So far.
If Apex had chose to speed up Cat right there, I think Chopper would have just straight up won the round for them.
It's imperative that Vitality find it, and Flames is aware. He was
oh my Flames though. Dude, Flames is picking up right where he left off with Mirage yesterday. Oh, hell yeah. The crowd's looking nice today, dude.
Apex, more than safe pair of hands for Vitality right now as they storm the board.
Don't get iced out in this game so far, right? He's 3 and
so sort of the comment about Spirit getting figured out a little bit.
Vitality have been absolutely fine to swing him with confidence, with aggression. They're bringing pace into this CT side.
Like when it happened, it's why everybody was so hyped, but like people mistake like hype for assuming that's just how it's going to always be for some reason. That's why you get hype, is because you understand that it won't be like that. Right?
Worst map on LAN in CS2.
You should understand that Donk is not going to drop a 1.7 whatever the fuck every single event that he's at LAN.
Is, of course, our second map of the series.
No one thinks that? No, people definitely do. And then people call people overhyped because they don't do that shit again.
A team that we haven't seen.
No, they absolutely do.
Every time they attend an event, they grace that stage. But
people think that like once you hit a certain level, that's just like where your level should be at all times. Especially with like great players.
With that lack of official practice come back to.
So where I'm going with this anyway is I think 1, that level can't always be maintained. 2, people are playing against you more and getting more reps against you. So yeah, they're going to figure out a little bit more. You don't have that.
We have a chance to see these AWPers clash.
Everything you're doing to them now is something they've probably seen before. It's not something new, but they're still in the semifinal and they've been playing pretty well overall. They're just not on the Katowice run. Oh, nice shot from Chopper.
Captains clash and Chopper comes out ahead.
Apex almost took the AWP with him though. Shiro got full blinded and pushed off that top mid angle. Vitality have chipped away at one of those star pieces of Spirit.
I know chat 2 gifted, so hold on. Let me pick some people here.
Octavian all the way into window. Spinks has a crossfire with Flames.
I have this one on me.
But even ZywOo conceding that A site with the AWP. Vitality putting so much pressure on lower in this CT side already. Knowing these lurks are going to come through for Spirit.
Okay, maybe. Hold on, wait.
Bomb's still top.
I got to refresh chat.
It's looking like this is building into the A split through connector, right?
Octavian, type again for me.
Vitality is still so interested in fighting for middle. Spirit won't necessarily have that room to launch the A play. Flames and Spinks have got to hold the line.
Dude, Flames is cooking.
Zontic's going to try to get involved now. He spots a player over at jungle, but with 30 seconds left, Spirit are on borrowed time here.
It's up to ZywOo back in the spawn. Flames can afford to give it up. ZywOo knows there's a Palace lurker to worry about. It's the bomb he wants to cut down with the time so low. Peeking over the smoke, he falls off, and Spirit might have the room to get in the sight.
Yeah, Flames smoked out. Spam connects, slowing that bomb cross even longer. Chopper just barely making it
Thank you, Mango, for the assist.
With 10 seconds left. But
and there he is. Dude!
It's the big smoke where Flames ignites.
Dude, Flames is just literally picking up right where he fucking left off the other day. This is crazy.
And the confidence to go for
Bro,
a
he's
play like
feeling
that,
himself, dude.
Pushes the smoke.
What up, Sandy?
Flames in great
He's
form.
feeling himself, bro.
Making Spirit look timid right now with the clock biting them back yet again. Flames is hitting all the transfers right now. This is a ferocious looking Vitality in this semi-final. We're only 5 rounds in.
Man.
It's feeling like Spirit haven't had a chance. Despite a 2v2.
This is the Flames we've been looking for, chat. This is him. This is literally the guy. Like, we thought they signed. Nah, every game, you know, maybe you can't do this every game, but man.
Vitality's biggest problems in
yesterday's Mirage and then today's Mirage, we're seeing it again. Feels good.
Having a bit of a drop off, right? If you remember back at Pro League, he was close to setting records with the performance he was putting up till he got to the finals. Over in Dallas, it was Mezzi trying to haul them over the line, but no one else was really there. No one else was able to match up against Monacy on the other side. But here, Flames is having one of these vintage Mirage performances that he sometimes gives you at such a critical juncture.
Yeah, this is his standout, right? Remember in OG, he had some unbelievable Mirage games, some unbelievable moments. Almost seemed like a no-brainer putting him alongside Spinks in this roster. And sure, like you said, there's always been questions on the form, the consistency of some of these stars of Vitality, but when they are on, my God, we're going to need Donk today, no doubt about it. Hero AK in this round.
Dude.
Full mid control conceded for a change.
Hope things get better,
stay ahead of the game. Double bench.
This one's going to fall to Spinks and Mezzi then, isn't it? And with Spinks dead, Mezzi's got to do it. Mezzi's has to do this, and he's run down. Magic's going to get the better of him, and that's opened up the B site. Even though ZywOo arrives on the scene, you're a man down. You're left lacking. Chopper could give up an equalizer, but instead...
What?
Beautiful dig work from the captain of Spirit.
All right.
And this round,
wow.
this one, it's over.
What the fuck was that?
Double D.
Donku, Chopper's my goat.
Captain. And even trying to take the AWP out of the end, Donk will do it instead. Entry and the closer for Donk, that's more like it. And despite that hefty B setup for Vitality, it gets snuffed out with ease. Spirit arrived to the server on round 6.
And an immediate timeout for Vitality.
Fair enough.
They know that they were in the driver's seat, right? They were in full control of this game. You fall down to the Hero AK and a collection of pistols. The AK never even had to really do anything there for Team Spirit. And so they want to right these wrongs. They don't want to let this be Spirit breaking back into Mirage.
I'm just liking the look we're getting out of Vitality. Sure, that's the one round they concede. It's the one round they don't opt for mid control. So don't be surprised to see them go back and put a lot of pressure.
We came in halfway.
I mean, they've been continually fighting mid, even in man-down situations, so they know the value of this real estate. Pog.
That's a pog. That is indeed a pog. Pog.
This time they don't really have the resources to fight over here in middle. Apex is going to try and give it a go, but he doesn't want to go down first like you've seen over here at the connector.
Look how fast.
They're going to group, and this is a nice move for Vitality, right? Knowing the Spirit are trying to take mid, they were light on this control early, but now flashing through the smoke. Chopper's blindsided by it. They're teeing up Flames.
Flames, dude. He wants them all, bro. He just wants it all.
2 kills on the
Rev his ass up like a Beyblade and just let it rip, dude. This guy's flying around the map right now.
ZywOo, that's just the tag on a Magic's not quite the killing blow. Shiro had a chance there. Goes for the leg, but can't take him out of the round. A desperate play for Zontix feeds him to Apex, and so Vitality, 2 players between them, and putting a stop to a streak of Spirit.
Well,
no consecutive rounds.
That round is...
This is just
kind of whatever
right
now.
Right? This is so one-sided.
Kind of whatever now.
Sprays are looking immaculate with that A4 as well. Done it with the AK twice. And I love it again, Vitality. They bait Spirit in. They allow them to take that quick mid control. It's a flash through the connector smoke, and no one's even covering. No one's even ready. Just Chopper hung out to dry. A hyper-aggressive CT side. No
what happened to Shiro Flum?
To stop this, and Spirit know they're in trouble. They've called 2 timeouts
hard one to
in
answer.
7 rounds of this game. Doing everything they can to stem
I think the way that Shiro plays, combined with the way Donk plays, is it's really hard for them both to be super successful at the same time. I think. Without just like being as simple as like Shiro's missing shots. Because like with an Opera that isn't playing well, I just feel like you could... Right, if you're hitting your shots, great, you're the greatest player in the world. You're not hitting your shots, wow, noob. I think a big part of Shiro's a very just like passive Opera, right? Like he wants to maintain angles, maintain map control, be patient. Donk is a can opener, right? Like if Donk is being successful in rounds, Shiro isn't going to have much opportunity unless it goes to a post plan. So you kind of need like a...
Chopper alone out in middle. And he had Shiro throwing a little bit of extra util for him to take that space. Mezzi even moves through lower.
Mezzi has the best position. He has the round winning position.
Yeah, no problem, Monk.
ZywOo just takes 1 kill. There's almost no shot. The Spirit will check this corner, and Mezzi will be able to feast. There's the kill. Does ZywOo even want to stop? Might he go back for more in this angle? Mezzi awaits more aggression. Good flash. And ZywOo not timid, not tamed, not stopping. 2 kills off this AWP. They're out short. And ZywOo, can he hit the flick? Does he even know? They're walking up close. Almost dropped. ZywOo should fall.
Oh no, Chopper.
Every single kill in this round.
Oh my god.
And it's done like that.
Oh, Spirit's cooked, bro. Spirit is cooked. They're cooked. They're cooked.
That's the ZywOo you paid to see.
The repeats. Flash does not matter for ZywOo.
This is, bro, why don't you just get a wired one, bro? Just get one of the pros. That's what I got. The pros are sick.
Flying into that AWP and he uses it against them. That's beautifully done for ZywOo. Even this readjustment for the third.
That's an ugly whip.
I think you can even go wireless with these ones.
In their head at this point of the game.
This is a real feel-good moment for Apex. I think one of the biggest.
You have a pro just wireless? Oh, so you're just an idiot.
In these important moments, in these important
literal
games.
skill issue.
Right now, he's got ZywOo giving up multi-kills.
Got it.
He's got Flames leading the charge, and now ZywOo's getting warmed up. Spirit needs something soon.
That's just awkward because that
bro,
angle
what
should
talking
be
about?
Open to window. Shiro's going
Xbox
for the
controllers.
boost for connector. He should be just open to the bottom of middle.
Talking about
so even
these
basic things like that, Spirit. Another
these
crucial
ones?
mistake. Their passive AWP going
this
for
guy
an aggressive pick.
literally,
he's punished.
it's wireless and wired, and this
Donk's
guy just
taking it
isn't
for
playing
now.
with it wired
Going
ever,
back to
chat, and it's just
connector and back
the
into
battery's
ZywOo.
dying because he never charges it.
He's gonna have to flick down for this. Oh, that makes it look so easy. That
Oh, I missed that, but that sounded sick. I heard the crowd. That counts.
Perhaps. 2 to his name already. And he still keeps his eyes on the connector. They're going to blow that open. They're trying to give ZywOo more chances. Spirit is so scared. Where do they even go here? Chopper's tried to make a play. Crossing in the smoke is not a bad idea. He has gained the real estate here.
I mean, hit some deeks before, right? So
Chopper.
maybe.
And he's going to try and seize that gap, not mind it. Wrapping in through window.
Problem
So his
is,
teammates up for the B play. Flames is moving in on the hunt. Does Chopper wait for this? Oh, Flames caught. There's one from Chopper on the flank. But Zontix falls in the meantime. Chopper is mopped up. It's just Magic's left standing with nowhere to go. Despite the gaps found, despite the timings hit, Vitality keep that one in check.
Bro, those GGs really pop.
They've
Holy fuck, with the lighting.
So far in this first half of the semi-final.
And that was the one round they decided
Is
to
the
give
grand
Spirit
final?
a
Nah,
little
this is
bit of
just the
respect.
first
Let them
semi.
get for that short split. Group up on that B hit, but
That is a
ever
nice shot.
since, Vitality have done everything they can to suppress this T side. 8-1. No hero for Spirit in sight.
Does that guy have like a whole in-ear
They are feeling
headphone?
the weight of ZywOo right now on this
It
city
looked
side.
like
He's
he
come
had
back
like
for
a,
more
but
in
it
the
looked like it
connector
was
first
really
time.
in there. God damn.
Chopper
Maybe
might
it was
find out
an
the hard
earring,
way.
but it looks
Actually
like a
sneaks
fucking
underneath the
AirPod.
smoke. Got to give it to Chopper. He's found himself in some nice positions in this T side.
What game is he playing? The controller, FIFA?
This kill. Apex again sneaks away. Chopper's found this before, but this time denied as ZywOo takes out the opposing AWPer. There's nothing left in this round for Spirit. No control. Retrieving the bomb. B is a gap, but Magic is.
Hey, Jojo, thanks for the raid in the host, brother. Trivy, thanks for the 15-month timer. Oh, you still streaming next Defiant right now?
Extremity players are feeling this pressure to get involved, but it means that these pushes are coming in a little late in the round. They feel a little desperate. Usually it's one guy trying to make a move.
Still having fun with it?
Back some space once middle is lost, but you can see Magic's, his job is so hard. He's got to check so many angles. And he will miss the timing on Mezzi, but a gap.
Satisfaction, thanks for the 79-month resub. Ooh, Donk just cracked open that bomb site.
Donk might make magic happen here. 2 kills and the B site falling. Vitality as they try to shift out of there. They run into Donk.
Well, Donk just single-handedly took A and faked for them to go B.
But 3 tees them up for the 2v2 post plant. Donk's got a watch on. Can Zontix and Magic's finish
Big
what
Red,
he
thanks for the
started?
6-month primer. Shut up, Crispy.
Zontix has a boatload of util, but he opts for positional play instead, getting close to go 1-for-1 at bare minimum. As Mezzi comes through the window, it spinks in through the door, and Zontix denies
Mezzi.
first hurdle. Mezzi on the clutch right now. The merry man of Vitality needs to give this crowd a cheer. 1v1, not knowing the position, but it doesn't matter.
Well,
Mezzi.
damn.
1v2
He got it done.
He
got it done.
And that's a feeling that's going to be hard
King
to beat
Mezzi.
in front of the home crowd. A 1v2 for Mezzi. They're chanting his name in the arena as he keeps this punishing scoreline up. Donk's heroics are not enough.
This is what Vitality looked like on a really good day. And it's getting messy, all right, for Spirit, no less. 1 round on this T side.
No, Mezzi really seemed to find himself at Dallas.
This is a grudge match.
It's good
for
to see him
Spirit.
keep
They
his
wanted
form.
revenge, but it might end up being one that really haunts them. A rivalry taking shape before your very eyes if this keeps up.
Why does this shit feel rigged?
I mean, for a
I
while
don't
we
know.
said no one can beat
Did you
Spirit.
place
Only
a bet on the
Mouse, they're
game?
the only ones. Oh, it's Vertigo. That's their weakness. Well, the cracks are beginning to show. More and more teams able
More thanks for the 40-month
to
resub.
wrangle
Thank
this
you.
dragon.
Nah,
Vitality
but I'm not
subduing it
sure
right
because
now.
Vitality was literally just in the finals
Apex has
of
to make up
Dallas.
for it. He loses track, and
Oh
Star
my
saves this round,
God.
even dinking Zontix. How has he done that? 2v3. This round is still considerable for Vitality.
And at this point, right, you got nothing to lose in giving it a go. Mezzi's already won a clutch before. This time he's got Spinks in there alongside him.
Don't ask long. He's on the script committee. True. Dino Dave, thanks for the 71-month resub. Thank you.
Let's see what Mezzi can do. They've lent him their voice, but now he's got to deliver. Mezzi closes in. Shadow seen. Shadow seen. That one's free for Mezzi, but time is getting away from Vitality. They've got to move quickly. Bomb being held. Oh, Chopper's got the knife out, and he will get Mezzi off the bomb. It's close.
Wait.
Spinks can get on it right now.
Wait, he's on. Oh, no, he's got him.
Spam well
Okay.
connected, so
Damn, Spinks really let his homie just get shanked. That's crazy.
Spirit get that second round.
That's how hard they have to work. Stabbing the Brit on his very stage.
That's crazy, dude.
But Spirit will take what they can get right now, even if it is just scraps. That is a frightful sight for Spirit. Anything but a clean round. But they know 3 might just be enough. Put on a pistol, suddenly you're cooking. Last round of the half here. And Spirit, who are worse for wear. Mac 10, Galils, no AWP. They just go for something standard.
Apex out of ammo, so right now Flames is in real hot water. But Flames, he boils back. 2 quick kills, trapped in at triple, will get spammed. But he did what he had to do in the round. He's teed up Vitality. They
oh my, okay.
Chopper, and it's just Shiro.
Well, they managed that shit very nicely.
Fading, and with it, the timer on
everything was accounted for in that scenario.
Shiro moves in, looking for a way out, but noise made. No, Shiro, he's giving it away. They know where he is, and Vitality are not jumping the gun on this. They like how uncomfortable he feels. They want to keep him there. And the ramp flank is in for ZywOo, who wraps this up. No consecutive
ZywOo flanking a ramp with ops, that's crazy.
Vitality on double digits and flying high.
Chat, heads up, I'm running a Flom size one, just this one time. Heads up, heads up.
For the next challenge, to see how we can boost up the RAM, we'll be testing your brain power. It's random access memories time. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let me clean up my desk a little bit too, hold on.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You're not too sure. Nexa, you have chosen Counter-Strike for your questions. You ready for the first one?
Yes, sir.
Flames.
Yeah.
Your chosen subject is computer tech.
Let's go, guys. I7s, I know this.
Are you ready for the challenge?
Yes.
What is the primary objective of the terrorists in most classic Counter-Strike game modes?
To plant the bomb.
Yes. Which specific component within the CPU is responsible for executing instructions and performing arithmetic and logic operations? A, cache, B, control unit, C, arithmetic logic unit, or D, core?
D.
No, it was
No, it's
D.
2.
No, it wasn't 2.
Arithmetic. Yeah, okay, so it's literally...
Well, you lost already, bro.
Yeah.
What weapon in Counter-Strike is known for its one-shot kill potential, but also being expensive and heavy?
AWP.
Correct. What is the primary advantage of an NVMe SSD over a SATA SSD? A, larger storage capacity, B, faster data transfer rates, C, low power consumption, D, longer lifespan.
Can I have a call or something?
Phone a friend?
Yeah.
Nexa?
Yeah, B. I didn't even listen to what you said.
B?
B, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, nice. What was the B? What was B?
What is the name of the classic Counter-Strike map set in a Middle Eastern town with a famous double doors area?
I mean, double doors has to be Dust 2.
Yes. Last question.
Finally. Yeah.
What role does the CMOS battery play in a PC's motherboard, and what are the consequences of its failure? A, powers the CPU during sleep mode. System won't wake from sleep if it fails. B, stores the BIOS UEFI firmware. System won't boot if it fails. C, maintains system time and BIOS settings when the PC is powered off. BIOS setting reset and system time is incorrect if it fails.
Flames is like, what the fuck?
Correct, you're right. Yeah, what didn't mean finish it? Woo. How'd you get that?
I just wanted to move on. I can't do this.
Nexa, you have 1 for your computer, 32 gigs of RAM.
Thank you.
Flames, you only got 4 correct, so you're only getting a 4060 for your computer.
Thank you.
Coppertone with the 47-month reset, thank you. Axel, thanks for the 5-month reset, thank you. Koala, thanks for the 18.
Apex and ZywOo felt that feeling of lifting a trophy in front of their home crowd, but now they want the same for Mezzi. In front of London, they light up Team Spirit 10-2 at the conclusion of that first half. It's not even close.
We have not seen Spirit look this mortal on a stage, even in Dallas, even in that major quarterfinal. They put up a fight. Where is it? An aggressive CT-sided team, Donk known to run it up mid, but Spinks is waiting for that fact.
Jose, thanks for the 2-year primer,
Spirit
thank you.
cool off in this pistol. As Vitality set up in the palace. It's Mezzi on the throne with the bomb.
Keep it going, Jose.
ZywOo on ramp with that Glock.
Randomness thanks to the 49-month primer. Thank you. Welcome back, dude. Appreciate you.
Where Vitality are going. They show an underlook. That's going to keep in the back of the head of Spirit all round as Vitality.
You guys like that USP Chopper's rocking? I don't like it that much.
Chopper's going to open. He has been kind of the shining light for Spirit in amongst a dismal first half. Yeah. But this pistol.
There you go. There you go. Nice shots. Nice shots.
They're out for blood. And they needed it. They needed any sort of injection they could get to try and bring themselves back in a Mirage. Just Apex left standing in a 1v5. There should be no
Button, thanks to the primer. Appreciate you, dude.
Instead, they're going to have to search when the guns come out.
Oh.
God damn.
All right, Spirit, destined to make this a game after all. That's the hope. That's the plan. And no plant means Vitality might just take the eco and let them breathe for a moment. Talked about Flames' highlight moments on Mirage. Well, Donk should certainly be at the tip of your tongue when it comes to this CT side. Fighting window immediately. It's Vitality just grouped to hit B.
Right now, it's only Magic's over at that side of the map. Spirit have leaned super heavy into holding on to middle. And even though Zontix is close by and available to rotate in, oh, they call the bluff on the info flash. They don't fire off, and so Magix isn't aware how many lurk up in the apartments. Zontix is still a way away. Magix has got to buy some time here. And Vitality eventually set their sights on exploding. He starts to kind of move back up through the catwalk now.
Oh, actually, they back off.
No. Vitality will drag this out. I'm sure they're talking
through
the next round as well.
What up, Toxic?
I can't imagine they have much to change right about now. Wanting to figure out how they're going to approach it. They don't want Spirit to close this gap.
I think MR15 should come back. No.
So in they go. Magic's up close. Looking to make a bit of money here. A swift shutdown at the B-Apps pop. One for ZywOo, but that's it. And so well handled there for Team Spirit. They don't get crazy versus the pistols, but this is the true test.
Endpoint jersey, kind of
based.
based.
Test of their metal here. Last time these squads met in Dallas, we said that they handed Donk his worst.
Dexter 65-month resub, thank you.
That was dust. On Mirage, he recovered it. The game was far tighter.
I don't know, JK. It's tweaked pretty well right now.
Still the only
I feel like the economy's good. You get punished when you fucking make stupid prizes for stupid mistakes, or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I mean?
Start their half as Spirit.
Stupid choices, stupid prizes, or win stupid prizes.
Execute. Spinks holding the extremities. And Chopper getting into a nice.
Yeah, you just get punished for when you guys buy M4s, no head armor in your games, and then run it down, try to kill 3, and then are broke for the rest of the half when you lose the following gun round.
Go overlooked entirely. Making it look like a mid-take, but this is still going to end on that A-bomb site, and it's still only Chopper. He's got to hold his nerve here in the cubby.
They've double pumped the util, right? And you're hoping to draw a lot of util at your opponents there. Shiro still has almost a full belt. Magix is even moving back over towards B.
Not buying it.
I missed all of what you said.
Looking like they're going to be in the right place here. They've even got some util to slow this down, to take the pace out of it for Vitality.
4A, that flash comes very early. Chopper's scared they're already out. He can still tuck in a closer position, but he's not going to catch Vitality with nades in hand. They've got cover, and they've got an execute.
Chopper close on the MP9. Flash will
Damn, he actually did good damage for that situation. Oh, those nades. Oh my Magix? What the fuck?
And that util is punishing.
Damn.
Vitality can't move. They can't get out from
Yo, nice round, bro. That was sick.
The response. And they never fell for the fake that Vitality throw their way.
I mean, that's just credit to Chopper's feeling of the game, right? Even though there's no info play for Spirit, there's no push towards middle, there's no take of the apartments.
0-4 first gun round.
That's a recommit on the A side.
0-4 first gun round. 0-4 is not first gun round.
Fraudulent play for Vitality, and they're going to commit. Chopper only has to go 1-for-1.
Second round, you force by third round. You might save, or you're buying third round,
really sick this
or you're forcing second round, buying 4th round, then losing 5th round, then sixth round is gun round. Don't be lying. Don't be lying.
Was largely a non-factor in that first half here. He tries to play early and ends up paying the price for it. 2 kills over in middle for Vitality, and this one suddenly has intrigue around it. There's an AWP dropped here, and it's found its way into the hands of ZywOo, or at least it will. So now Vitality
Who am I supporting?
armed. Now they're dangerous. They came
Hard
into
for me
this
not to go for Mezzi when he's got, you know, playing in front of this crowd. Really hard for me to go against that. Plus, I've always liked Mezzi, dude.
Give them a way in.
I think he was also really struggling until Dallas, and I feel like he's finally finding himself again, which is really fun to cheer for. I like seeing players just like, I don't know, man. When play, like, he was definitely slumping there for a second. It was like concerning. It's good to see him play well. Same with Flames right now.
Got to show that the skill runs deeper than that. Magic.
Like, remember Flames? Like, was like, dude, Flames coming into this is so hot and cold, but his Mirage is fucking hot right now. Oh my god.
It's an early warning system. We have a big flank around the map, and Spirit starts to rotate over. Zontic just has to hold his position, but if he tries to cross the windows, ZywOo sends him. No, missed shot from the Woo.
You just can't root for Apex. Well, Apex is probably my favorite player on that whole roster, so you're gonna really hate me.
It's all on Chopper, and he's on the clock.
That's worst case scenario for Spirit, but fantastic.
I love
for
Apex,
Vitality.
bro.
They've isolated that one fight over in Market, and so with each passing second, the timing should become clear. When you haven't seen him short, you haven't heard him rotating through the Market doors. There's only one place left, and ZywOo
They just
is
meticulously fucking worked their ass down. That's crazy. Well done. Pistols and just worked them, dude.
And the comeback might be cut down before it even begins off the back of that one. A daylight robbery.
Apex just comes off to a bit of a baby to me. I don't know. I didn't say you had to like him. I said this the other day, and I will say this again, though. Like, the fact that so many of you have an opinion of him, even if he's not your favorite player, is exactly why I love him. And why I hope we get more players like Apex, because it makes it more entertaining. A lot of you dislike Apex, but a lot of you actually hold an opinion about Apex and are more invested in the game whether you realize it or not. And those are the types of players that I think are really good for the scene. If somebody's just chilling, man, like doing their thing and not getting you invested, then it's not as fun.
Their way to that final if Vitality can keep this form up.
It's always just game to game, right? Because even back at EPL, we saw ZywOo look like a monster until that final. Very different player.
So I'm just trolling. I don't know how you got that out of everything I just said there.
Move up top middle, but even then contains himself, stays on the ramp. No cover lower right now. This is a little bit of an awkward setup. Apex could punish this entire round, and he's going to go right through that smoke. Donk on the fade. It's perfect timing. Zontix covers that top mid, and Donk goes for two
nice
kills
shot,
from
dude.
the young star.
God damn.
And Spirit, with everything on the line in this round, have stood up to the task.
I mean, those are the confidence out there plays that Donk was known for on Mirage. It's so nice to see him return to that now, even hounding down that second kill.
Corp, don't talking and take a shower, you disgusting fuckhead.
Spirit finally take this mid control. That's been the object of desire for both of these teams.
No, it's Donk diff. See, this is where I get concerned for Shiro, but you see what I mean? Like, you see how he ops? Donk is literally here. He's gonna be in the thick of all of it, and Shiro's just like, yeah, I got B. Now Chopper cleared B, so he'll come back. But
giving respect to Vitality because it's feeling like it. Chopper's even got aggressive all the way through the apartments. They want to chase down these players in at the top of mid. Vitality are at least looking good to save here. They just need to get past Chopper. He could still swing out and do a lot of damage right at the end. Right at the close, that Orb's trying to get out of there on Mezzi. Chopper, clinical with it, just gets rid of Spinks.
I wonder if that Donk swing is a call from Chopper saying, get that info top mid and then I can flank, or if that's just Donk jumping the gun. You feel like Chopper has that backstab timing perfectly.
ABC, don't talking and no trolling. Thank you.
Save at least of one. Vitality's money isn't too skew if they can buy up, drop that AWP over and field something nice in this follow-up round.
Yeah, that AWP save is big because ZywOo had enough money to buy one even if they lost it, but now more importantly perhaps he can drop over 2 AKs. So he can arm his teammates here. You're looking at Mezzi really bites the bullet on saving the AWP.
Call me.
That's nice.
He said, call me.
Vitality with a timeout. That's lovely. 5 rounds, the difference between these squads now. And back to the drawing
There's no
board
way
for
you missed
Vitality,
Dallas,
that
bro.
mid-control. If Donk's going to keep this up, if he's going to start taking away that real estate that Vitality have been used to, maybe this can get more uncomfortable. It took a little while before Spirit really started roaming the extremities, trying to pressure there. Let's see if Vitality look to bring that in a little earlier.
Yeah, Vitality aren't jumping the gun, right, to go for really fast rounds and just try and close this game out at the moment. We'll see if them being timid is going to let them down, though. Or back in the window, going to have to break that smoke. Shiro's got the resources for it, and he might meet Zaiwu in that middle position. Actually rotates back round for what is a very empty B side. Donk flash through flames again, finds his entry kill.
He was going for the tippy taps, dude.
This is a brawl.
And there's Shiro locking it down. Good shit.
Suddenly blink and you miss it. It's just Zaiwu. He saw him.
Oh, tries to be quick with it.
Manageable. This is manageable.
Sure, there's more heads to this Hydra.
CT side Mirage, man.
You cut one off it, a new one grows.
A double swing from the short side, the re-aggro from Chopper, it's perfect. And so it's another one of these all-in mid-rounds.
This game's going to get very stressful, very quick for Apex.
Yes, it is.
You're ready to ride it off at a 10-2, especially with the first gun round. Or at least the half by after it looking so good for Vitality, but ever since.
What are Spirit's mouse pads? I believe the proper term would be ayaya, I think.
Bubbling and boiling
Hopefully
over
this
the
helps.
brim on this CT side, and Donk does not look uncomfortable anymore.
No, I think critically, he's just not giving Vitality any respect any longer, right? It felt like, I don't want to say he was scared, it was more just neutered from Donk, but these are the sort of moves you're used to seeing out of him. Aggressive into the top of middle, chasing flames down, and so at this point, Spirit, no, it's not mid, that only leaves the outer field of the map, and Vitality tried to lean over towards B with that hero AK on Zaiwu. It didn't secure them the opener. Donk is still fighting them for this mid control. He won't overstay his welcome.
That's fair. Play the headshot angle here. Allows Ontix to take that first contact. He's even got Shiro rotating very quickly from the B site back to connector. So Spirit are ready for this late mid take. Vitality about to be turned into mincemeat.
I mean, this setup is so ready for this exact move. Donk got all the info. He wasn't playing fearful. He was going to where the support lies, and it comes through in spades. Spinks finished off.
There we go.
The gap is closing.
Oh, it's closed.
Vitality should have read the writing on the walls. Mind the gap. Will this be the revenge story for Spirit that they were hoping? It could be. After dominance in Dallas, is London where they light up this rivalry. Flames fast down towards connector. Chopper taking aggressive moves over at ramp, and who's there alongside him? It's Donk. He takes first contact, and Apex falls early. Gonna have to manage this one from beyond the grave.
And these are the rounds Apex hates, right? Ooh, it can get worse for wear.
Nice info at least. The fact that Donk's the one to get that kill and get softened up in the exchange. When he's over towards ramp, you know that Spirit are a little more lax in middle. So finally, Vitality have got this space, but now it becomes a question of what are they going to do with it?
Back to that B site. Trying to keep the info gone in middle. Zaiwu smokes top connector.
Yeah, but Chopper has all of it.
Back from under, and as
such a good push from Chopper. Look at this.
Contact down ramp for Chopper.
3B. Another perfect setup from Spirit. They still got to convert, but
Vitality are walking into a trap.
This is going to be a real uphill battle.
Did you not see him?
Taking first contact. Shiro has
He didn't see him. He didn't call it.
He's going to be a little faster on the rotate.
He didn't see him. Oh my God, they had the stack. They had the stack, but then, oh, and then I was that X-ray? Was that just purely X-ray?
It's Zaiwu and it's Spinks. Two huge names
What's
in the
Shiro
Vitality
doing?
jerseys left up to try and secure.
Shiro had to hold window
here.
because Donk wasn't holding it.
Planted. Molly will make life awkward for Spinks, forcing a swing. ZywOo has to be the one to deliver match point to Vitality.
Ooh, ZywOo.
Oh! Spirit break back in.
ZywOo. Looking like me out there. Oh no.
Of nightmares.
That is unlike ZywOo. We often say, damn, I wish he would just rifle sometimes. You know, he's so potent with it. He has Donk running in with a pistol just to be that bait on low HP, but he can't.
But yeah, to the person that asked me what is Shiro doing there, that's a moment where you absolutely would have to hear team communication to know what happened. To me, with just looking at the minimap, Donk should be holding like most of that since Chopper was pushed, and he shouldn't be really too worried about Khan, so Shiro can stack B if that was the read. But there's so much nuance to that type of scenario where we just have no idea what communication was made. But like on the radar, more so what I'm seeing is Donk actually was like overcommitted to Khan, and it forced Shiro to have to, oh my god, it forced him to have to shift over.
That's enough to keep Spirit interested if they could take one more. But not today.
Sontex needs that kill. You'd expect
How much
a
money?
save from Shiro every single day of the week. The fact that he's even close to this position is alarming. And he's got a quick kill, and maybe that's tempting. It's in his own hands now. Smoke kit, AK swap. Shiro's on for it, but Spinks denies, and that's map point for Vitality. A sigh of relief, if nothing less.
Yeah, you're not celebrating.
Well, no, that's exactly my point.
You can
Flame.
see the stress is not
That's exactly my point. With Chopper pushed A ramp, you're not holding the A bomb site anymore, right? If they choose to go up con, you're playing retake A anyway. So Donk being top con is actually kind of grief.
It's just Flames leading the charge,
like,
Spinks in behind
but
him, and that's a
you know, we're still talking about the last round. I'm not trying to like say somebody, you know, that's
Vitality, everyone was firing on
trying to give you like a bigger picture of it.
That kind of goes the way of Spirit, so it's nice to see Flames and Spinks have
Obi-Wan Cannoli, here's your attention you ordered. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Saturday. Appreciate you spending it with me.
To close this out. Spirit still have room to play with. Another buy, and Shiro in position to repel the B play. Vitality have entirely left mid, polar opposite from how this game started. Instead, it's all about the outer field. It's all about the extremities for Vitality. And to do that, they've got to get past this AWP.
There's one.
Shiro's still alone, no support from any position. He's going to have to back up and buy some more time in the site. Flashes, mollies, everything landing.
Oh, we tagged him.
Fuck. Scalps Mezzy as well.
Well, that'll get you to leave. Yeah.
Vitality don't like what they're running into. I can barely blame them. 4 strong now.
Yeah, you have to call that off.
A bloodbath might just be a reset here.
It feels so bad to cancel that, but you literally have to. You would have got mauled. Because if you're Vitality, even if you lose this round, chat, the reason the cancel is good is hopefully you're hoping to even just get some more kills.
Not this Vitality. They can't afford to. Not on this stage with these stakes.
Apex is so mad. Yeah, of course he was, because it looked disjointed.
Apex has to inspire some confidence to
win. Their spacing looked whack early because the first pick on Flames went out so early, but nobody was there to like take space.
I mean, even over the last few
the fact that they didn't get past the first window when Shiro fell back to site and got 2 more shots off and they still weren't there is insane.
And he knows if they can't beat Spirit.
But that's also why the cancel call was good. You know what I mean? Oh no, they're just gonna save it.
Yep. So he takes this as a kind of quasi timeout to talk to the guys. It's a 4-man save.
Yeah.
It seems like an admittal of defeat, but it at least gives them something to play with in the future. Spirit get right back to it, and all it took
actually a good call though.
AWP to stop the B hit in its tracks, and Vitality
that was a painful round for Vitality, but like I think that was literally the best they could have made out of that situation.
You got to give it to Chopper with his
if they went through, their money would have just been reset.
Even though Vitality's method on CT
Flames caught his own flash. You're right.
Middle and stopping Spirit's game plan on that T side. Well, the flip side has been Spirit know what they're up against.
All the crowd at Silverbrains not understanding how good the call is. No. I think the crowd just doesn't care, brother. I'm sure people in the crowd know that they should save. I just don't think they care. They want to see some action, bro. They didn't come here to see him save 4 naps.
Their wings, you know, they're building back into this game, and everything they're doing is working. They feel like they can't set a foot wrong. Donk's playing with confidence. Shiro's winning you round. On that AWP, Chopper's had some really nice mid-round moves. On the other side, Apex and Vitality, they're coming face-to-face with their demons. They're coming face-to-face with their greatest fears. That inability to win when it really
has been,
matters.
Alex,
And
but
this time
they
it's
just
from
want more,
a
dude.
huge
That's
lead,
all.
a 10-2 lead coming into this second half.
All right, Vitality have spent the last 2 minutes talking over this round, so it better be a good one. Their money's on the line.
I knew they should save, but I didn't want to watch them save.
For the loss, so they need
If I'm at the event, I want to see the brawl, dude.
Otherwise, you're playing pistols in round 24. And Galil's first exec into middle, second into the site, and Shiro, who's been extremely mobile on his recovery arc, is here at the right time.
Oh, that AWP fires off for the first. Apex gonna fall. Zontic's there.
Ooh, Zontic's chiming in though.
More than that. It might be the hand that pushes
Decent
Spirit
nade.
one away
Oh, it
from
missed. It
overtime.
missed.
You ain't playing here. It's win or loss. It's do or die. This is the round. This is the chance for Vitality.
Spirit right now are even holding for a lurk. They're even cognizant. They've only
They
seen
know
one
Spinks
extra man.
is
They know
gonna
that
be on the
Mezzi is
lurk.
in the site somewhere, and so it's
Oh,
Spinks
dear.
Yeah.
in. It's to his death. Mezzi now has to deliver. The chance pick up again. But the odds are overwhelming.
Zontic's flanking ramp here is insane.
Can Mezzi do it as he rounds this corner? Shot in
Oh.
the back. And that gap is closed. Spirit are one away from overtime.
I said a no plot, no chance. And
Oh.
Vitality have difficult decisions to make.
And
coming
with that
into
round, chat,
this
I'm
last
feeling
round
very
of
happy that I ran a
regulation.
flom size out at halftime.
But there will be concessions. No sweets on this trolley.
Oh, big slam. Big slam.
Galil's to allow for util and no.
I will say, Flames has cooled off quite a bit.
As far as buys go, out into middle with a bit more pace from Vitality.
This is pacey round.
I think
They got
he's
them
had a
back in
really
last
hard
time. This
T
time
side.
It's into the familiar killing field of mid. Donk floating around, but right now they're both trapped in that corner.
Oh, the woo!
Quick
The
double, and
woo!
they practically hand it to him.
Oh
Where's
my
Cross
God,
for
and
Spirit?
Flames just right on
Horrible
cue.
time, and all of this comeback, all of these rounds, it might be for naught. To pull it back from 2-10 down, only to get it taken away right at the bitter end.
Well
Magix
done.
has nothing to play for, nothing to do. 1v4 as this begins. The last 12 rounds.
Well, Zylo
all
just
for
fucking
nothing.
won him the
Spirit's
game.
comeback
Well done.
Dreams ride on Magix. Vitality with the solution.
Need to rewatch that
An
round. It happened
unfortunate
so
double
fast.
up over in
The
middle.
con fight seems
A
so
slight
forced from
misstep
Spirit, and I don't know
from
why.
Team Spirit that
That's
Vitality
and
have
Zylo
looked to
just
capitalize
said
on
thank you.
and put themselves
You know,
one map closer
that's what happened.
to that grand final. There just isn't time for Magix and Vitality. Stop that comeback in its
Like,
tracks.
that Spirit just overcooked that last round, to be honest with you. It felt like they just, yeah.
Second half, but it was all for
I'm not saying you gotta be completely passive, it just totally-
Round 24, it comes down to it. The
Apex is
aggressive
exhausted,
team-side
bro.
play from Vitality pays off in dividends.
Apex
It
sitting here like, you
was
guys are gonna be the
meant to
death of me.
Such an incredible resurgence from Spirit, but somehow, some way, Matthew, Vitality make it work.
We're all Apex right now. We are all Apex. Look at the images. Feel the relief. I don't even know if we're talking about relief. I think there is a degree of anger in what just happened to Vitality. We were very close to witness one of the most incredible breakdown. And somehow, out of nowhere, when it feels like hope has been lost, ZywOo shines through the sky, soars through the clouds, find you double entry kill. We're going to have to relive that round for you. This was absolutely
let's
bonkers.
replay round 24 straight off the bat, because this
Harvey,
was
thanks for the
absolutely
9-month
incredible
primer.
to
Thank
see
you.
Vitality
Appreciate
pulling
you.
out the bag. I did not think they were going to pull this one.
And listen, that's a hallelujah. They had no solution. Tactically, they had been completely defeated. They just speeded through middle, and then the class, the absolute class of the superstar, double entry, helped by Flames, and you finally have the number. But this is what was needed.
So Static, you're saying you're not very good at this?
How the hell did we end up in this situation? My heartbeat is just through the roof right now. I might just need medical help. What the hell was this?
Man, thanks for the 6-month primer. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Side actually on Donk, right? I think due to the reason why they didn't get the rounds was actually they tried to do the mid defaults, right? And we just constantly see them fail once again.
I think they try to take mid and they get scared, and then they try to go to the sides, and then all of a sudden it just becomes super messy where they try to run the time down, get smoked off, and actually have to save. I think I have a couple of moments
Bubsky, you didn't get the memo on the suits.
Where is it that makes a difference, right? It's just his presence in the game, right? Look at the ZywOo's POV here, right? He's holding the angle. He gets no chance.
That's crazy.
And this is what you get with Dunk, right? This is why Vitality is scared to take mid, but you can't give him that respect. I would have loved to see them just to continue hit middle and not give him that.
I mean, to be fair, I agree with you. Donk was lights out in the way he played middle, but this was just a good idea from Spirit as well. Like the setups that they had, always ready to help each other out. There's always a utility being needed when that was required. So, you know what? Good for Spirit. Like the blockade they put towards middle, Chopper knew that in terms of Apex, he wanted to have control of that. He
that round
wanted
was
to have
sick
that
out of
space
Dunk, though.
so that he could decide what would happen in the second part of the round. But Spirit had so many good reads, and Vitality just broke their teeth time and time again, as we can see on the images.
Yeah, I have a match versus wildcard today. I'll be streaming all the way to it as well, because I lifted already today.
Jumping to B, I think it's an issue. If you give them that respect and be like, okay, we're just going to go B and we're just going to go A, you already lost the game. The only reason why we're not in overtime right now is ZywOo, and I think it's a major issue for the T sides of Apex. Then don't have the tactical approach to actually counter Dunk.
Should we see how Apex was reacting to some of those incredible comeback rounds from the side of Spirit? Of course, we've talked about a man who has many emotions, and I'm sure it was mostly frustration in that second half, Matthew.
I mean, listen, we said Vitality cannot lose to themselves, and these are the images. This is live. As the second half is happening, progressing, you could see that the demons were knocking at the door, and the pace just slowed down. The decision-making got worse and worse and worse. You have this reaction right here is after an attempted B-pop, where Shiro fires one gun with the AWP.
Jojo, why'd you time out John G?
That stops the entire Vitality in their tracks. Looking a little
John
bit
G, I'm done. There's one more BO3, John G.
Enter the Shadow of as they were about to do, and I'm happy that ZywOo dug them out of it, because this goes to overtime.
And yeah, I'll throw on delay as well, John G.
Goes to overtime.
And it's kind of mental because we just brought up the round history there.
Take
that
Jojo's mod away.
The story at the beginning of this game. I think we should dive into round number 3 straight away. This was the first buy round for Vitality.
He wouldn't be so spiteful if he wasn't so low to the ground.
The Vitality CT side being proactive, being in your face, something that we wanted to see a whole lot from them. This is characterized by Apex, the double push into underground with flames, and then what you will see is pure aggression for Apex. He catches the timing, that's a little bit fortunate on Magix, and then they have this second idea, this second wave of philosophy with the re-smoke time and time again to make sure that Zontix has nowhere to go, and slowly but surely you piece together where is the next risk. Spinks is in a good position, catches him blindsided, that's Donk who hits the ground, and just like that you have Vitality who starts in the best of way. The first half of Vitality was brilliant. It was pristine. I'm not going to take anything away from them on that.
Yeah, and it's almost troll to say that I said before the game that Apex and Dunk is kind of like-minded when they play Connect, and we see a lot of moments where he's actually doing a lot of the same plays. Right, it doesn't happen in an instant because he has to use a couple of more shots than Dunk. Let's be honest, you saw top mid, right? And I just think that's the difference. But he still offers that utility, right? He's such a dynamic player, and I think people overlook that.
Of course, you've already given some credit to ZywOo, so let's put a round under the spotlight. We've got round number 8, of course, again, from the first half. So much impact coming out from ZywOo.
And that's what you need from your superstar. You need him to shine.
Yeah, this round looks so bad for Spirit. The chopper spray up, get right, was...
Chopper had time to figure out a solution. He comes in with that delayed B hit, and then ZywOo is here with the AWP, absolutely destroys them. He was also creating a bait and switch setup for Messi if that was needed. That's 7-1. This was a star performance out of ZywOo, and even more so, he had a moment where he quieted down on the T half, but the last 2 rounds, that's double kill into double kill. That is exactly.
I'm gonna watch ESL Challenger on Sunday. Well, no, because there's gonna be a best of 5 final for Blast, bro.
Well, these are the moments where you dig your team out of whatever hole you're into, and you just put your skill on the table and make the difference. And he did it today.
Yeah, and I also think you have to, for some reason, be a little bit worried about some of the clutches that we're seeing actually from Spirit, because we see Chopper in that moment. We also see Magix in a 1v1 against Messi. Those were crucial rounds for the T side, right? And they're not converting. And when you have a guy like this guy, he's just going to be taking those rounds freely.
Yeah, all good, Clover. Also, Clover, if you didn't know, if you don't follow me on Twitch, I can't do YouTube streams when I do ESL events.
Great start to the map again today. That's exactly what we want to see coming out of him, particularly
BO5 for Blast. Yep, best of 5 for Blast tomorrow.
For Vitality to
I don't know if they're doing
that would still possibly be
a show match or not. I feel like they probably are.
Arrogance, and I use that in a positive light. The arrogance of crossing a couple of smokes, get stuck in right here.
Here it is,
double
though.
kill.
See?
The round after that is whole chaos onto the A side, and he crosses the smoke right here.
I'll be right back, chat.
To kill. This is what the craziest of the youth is supposed to bring you. You're not supposed to be afraid. You're supposed to call your own number, take the risks, and you put your team on track. So props to Flames. I think he was very, very needed and instrumental early on in this game.
Yeah, and this is the reason why they signed him, right? I think many people looked at OG once and thought he was the only good player, right? And Vitality took a chance at that. They replaced the legend of the game, like Dupree. He didn't do bad, he didn't do great either, but then all of a sudden you take a chance on a new guy and he's stepping into his shoes relatively well. And look out the future outlook of this team. He's cheaper,
he's younger?
Yeah, younger, and arguably also better at this point, right? So you get all the best qualities, and he's probably also going to be not as stuck in his old ways, right? He's very able to learn new stuff, new metas, and so on.
Obviously, that T-surge for Vitality got hella complicated, to put it lightly. And one of the rounds they did win was one round that they shouldn't have won. We've got an eco play brought to you by Revolut. Round number 16, I did not think they were going to be getting away with just pistols.
And listen, have a look at the name tag. Look at the person of interest. Flamesy with the Tech 9. He unlocked the entire situation. You can make the argument that Spirit didn't need to be so in your face, knowing the economical situation, but Flamesy allows for the trade. Here, good spacing from Spinks, and then when you find out that it's Spinks and ZywOo together in the clutch, it's kind of the best case scenario. ZywOo had one miss with AWP in that situation, but he closes on to Chopper, and this, down the line, made an extreme difference. I don't think we realized at that time how differential this was going to be able to steal this round away.
No, and I also just wanted to quickly mention actually that Shiro completely ghosted this game at points, right? I think on T side he was invisible in the likes of Sontex, and it doesn't really help if you're going to be having your second and third best player not deliver on the stage. He is a well-playing player, but he doesn't make the games, and I think that's the difference between ZywOo with the... Obviously, he's still a bit better on the stat sides, but Shiro is not far off him.
No, I agree with you. I think it was overall, none of Spirit were ready to play the game from round one. I think they all took a little bit to warm up. Even Dong, who transformed into this untamable beast towards middle in the first half, was relatively quiet. You mentioned the Magic's clutch, where he's got Messi down to right as he walked into a smoke and he misses him. This was a general sort of feeling that you had in Spirit that they weren't exactly ready. They shook it off in the second half based on that pistol round, and they started playing the counter-strike we wanted to see.
Well, hopefully they're feeling warm now, as this is going to be quite the mountain for them to summit if they want to pull off the reverse sweep. It's going to be Dust 2, the pick of Vitality, coming your way after the break. Dust2, the pick of Vitality, once again confident enough to pick what we would regard now as their home ground versus Spirit last time around. They basically absolutely demolished the side of Team Spirit back in Dallas, but let's resettle the score again, because sure, Spirit, they were warming up into the second half of Mirage. Not exactly enough to get it over the line though, Bubs.
No, you're right. And if you're going to be looking at teams following around, there's always like 10 guys around them, and you ask yourself, what are all those guys doing, right? And I think this is the consequence that they're going to be doing now, right? We are going to have a lot of analysts who's been looking through that game at IM Dallas. They're going to be looking into that Dust2. How can we fix stuff? Vitality, on the other hand, they won comfortably. They're not going to be changing their game plan. Maybe a small couple of things is going to be different from last time. But all the analysts have to show their value now.
I agree with you. I know that there is some tape you can go on and you can fix your mistakes, but what I think is key is the shape in which Spirit currently are, compared to this first map in Dallas, where they were definitely caught off guard, absolutely cold into this map one. This is not the case here. This is the Spirit that is playing at full force, and I'm expecting a completely different show coming out of them. Vitality had way too easy a time to take lock control. They would send out, they would punish Magix a couple of times. Donk tried to be aggressive towards middle, and when it didn't work, he punched the head out of his desk. The aggression, the tentative aggression coming out of Spirit did not succeed in Dallas, and I'm expecting a different show today.
And we also saw Donk struggle a little bit on the T side against Virtus.pro, actually. They played us too early in this tournament, right? And Donk wants too much to make games happen at times, right? He got caught off to James Orb. He was just holding those crosses on the short. I know he's a great aimer, but walking into the likes of James or ZywOo in a steady angle, he's not going to win those.
Well, we are ready to see if Spirit have the balls to battle this one back. Dust2, the pick of Vitality. Let's see if they can lock in that grand final spot.
Yeah, it's safe to say Spirit have woken up now, right? But will the kind of relief of being able to stop that comeback in its tracks, is that going to elevate the performance that we've been seeing out of Vitality heading into what you'd like to think should be a comfortable map for them in Dust2?
Yeah.
They're eyeing up a grand final. For Spirit, they're eyeing up a third map. Both these teams with a lot to prove in their ability to make these runs happen and see
Cafe
them through
Nori
to the very
is
end.
open. Our doors are open. God bless.
Yeah, those odds as well.
Camel, thanks for the 44-month primer. Patty, thanks for the 26-month primer. Any primers? Woodchuck, thanks for 200 bits. Banshee with the 43-month recent thank you.
0.76 rating on Dallas, back on Dust when Vitality took him out with ease. So
can she make me a hot chocolate?
Can they do it in two?
Maybe.
Can they go to those grand finals where they've had so many problems before?
One mocha,
Questions
please.
answered yet again in the second map of this series as Vitality takes
Killer
the
Banana
stage.
with the 2-year primer. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah, well, undoubtedly, they've gone away. They've looked at that Dust2 from last time, and this time there's no cold start for Spirit.
Well, here in a kingdom united by Counter-Strike, I ask you, London, for Dust2, will you get loud?
Good boy, Ronan.
Is this the beginning of the end? Or the start of something terrifying for Team Spirit? Donk getting involved early as Vitality lean over towards this B site. I think for Vitality, it's going to be important.
Nice. We already walked out mid, and then here comes the B hit. That's crazy. He got out mid that early. I feel like.
Get past the terrifying B hole. Donk falls early. Zontix can't reply, and so B is open. Apex, all eyes on him as he tries to cut off these rotates. Info gained, but chased down.
Damn.
It's a 3v3.
He just turned around and Magix
over at B.
cracked him, dude.
So scared of blood.
Whoa!
Double up for Shiro,
Holy
starting stronger
shit.
than Mirage.
What
Took him a while
the
to wake
fuck?
up. Flames has to put them down now in the site. 1v3, they come swinging in. First one's free, but now they can isolate. Chasing him behind the box. Flames able to pick his fights, pick his poison, and right now, Flames sets them ablaze!
Dude, Flames is fucking sick, dude. He's so on point right now. Look at him. Look at him. He's loving life, dude. Good for him. That was sick. That was sick. Dude, everybody's hitting shots now. All right, right here. Right.
When it's anything but.
As soon as he got that one, I was like, oh, damn.
Series, right? Starting off that CT Mirage incredibly well. So many spray rounds. Got a smile on Apex's face. It might be over.
Another attempt to get into this B site. Chopper gets
Oh my.
Flames is bringing his A game. A little bit of luck even going his way as Flames keeps up the hot start from the opener
Hey,
here.
Caribou, I've been going at it for a while.
One of them, he's airborne.
Crazy thing, some people have watched me that long, you know? Caribou, thanks to the 38.
Flames takes flight. That fire is spreading vitality.
Just think, Caribou, that's not even when I started.
This up as Spirit have got to run for the hills and hold on to these guns.
Oh, very confident look out of Vitality, calling B rushes back-to-back rounds.
No, Loaded. The idea that Reddit tried to push that Dust 2 was added to the map pool for fucking Shanghai is the most brain-dead take ever. No, I think the very realistic take is I just don't think they have a singular map ready to be put in the competitive map pool.
And in a repeat matchup, same maps, Vitality looking for the same results.
Yeah.
Dallas was not long ago.
I don't think they had fuck all ready for the map pool. But why swap? I mean, they swapped because people are honestly, people were calling for a change. The problem is everybody was calling for a change, thought it was going to be Vertigo or Inferno, and instead we got Overpass removed because it was the least played map.
Sometimes even angry look on his face, but right now things are looking real good for Vitality in the opener of Dust up against these saved guns.
Perfect round.
Where's Cash? Got a long way to go.
Going for the long pick and then walking in B. When you get that entry, you get the round.
And so already Vitality have posed Spirit an interesting situation.
Oh, what will be taken out now? Right? Not sure.
They've now hit B every single round.
We haven't seen Vertigo. We've seen Vertigo played one time at an S tier event right now.
What do they look
that
to
was
do
Complexity at Dallas in groups, right? I think that's the only Vertigo that's happened.
Chopper will then have to solve.
Like, and maybe that changes after the player break, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know.
Back on Mirage were good, but when you
I think they overcooked Vertigo.
It really puts you on the back foot, Spirit.
I don't want, like, personally, I don't even really want to learn the map. Like, I don't know why, but
just have to abandon these
I think it's because there's been so many major changes to Vertigo, and the current change just feels like so fucking large. But at the same time, if you guys have been around the block long enough, this is
back up
an
Mirage,
exact
they couldn't, right? They lose the pistol, they use that first rifle
layout they've used before in Vertigo. So they're doing massive changes. But then they're also reusing changes. And then it's also, we've been making massive changes to Vertigo for a while because people have complained about it. It's a really weird one.
Two AWPs from the get-go.
Do I have a CCT match tonight? I do, yeah.
Spawn's getting taken all game for Vitality again, just rushing out long. Messi looking for that clean entry. That is one way to do it.
Like, it just feels like complete overload on the A site now.
Magician gets put back in the hat.
Oh, Donk, double op, dude.
In middle, that second AWP, finding ZywOo crawling up catwalk. Now this split denied. It's all on the long side.
Shiro going to try swinging in. It's a leg, but not the killing blow. It's a room still taken for Vitality here. That second AWP on Donk's back rotates into Elevator. And it might have to be the AWP that uplifts Spirit here. As Vitality have run down the bomb site. They've got this control. Flames even swinging and fighting. Trying to carve that path for the plant. Right now, it's all balancing on a knife's edge. This first kill going to be weighted heavily, but this smoke on short puts Shiro on a timer, and eventually that time expires. Apex doubles up. It's Donk and Chopper who have got to do it now for Spirit. Chopper holding the line. Spinks is so far removed. He didn't ever want to be in this position in the round. And there's that AWP from Donk.
Ooh, wait.
2 kills to his name already.
Oh, he's so low though.
Rummy on the stage in London, and his peaks will blind you. Goes looking for that AWP. Donk will not give him the fight. And with Donk not giving this up, he's using that low HP against Mezzi, forcing him to make an awkward decision. He's got to commit to the plant, and now Donk moves in. Donk might be on the clock, but he's got all the advantages. Low HP on Mezzi. This shot has got to be flawless. And it's not
my God. Jesus Christ.
Get on the board early.
Not an easy round to win.
Jesus Christ. Donk literally headshot him just to remind you that if he was full HP, it didn't matter.
Position unknown, and he gets donked. Deagle to the face. What a round for Donk to pull out a second AWP in the first gun round. It's the Deagle that does the damage.
I mean, there's no doubt that Donk is well and truly past the slow start we saw from the guy on Mirage. He buys up a second AWP into their first rifle round and immediately puts it to work. He doesn't even close it with the AWP. Has the audacity to do it with the sidearm. And so with Donk feeling good, with Spirit and Shiro untangling wires. Maybe they can look to come back here as he looks laser focused. He knows he had a real chance to convert on that clutch.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a round, right? It's what it means. It breaks the money of Spirit. It keeps this game flawless.
And as we said, if it wasn't for such a hot streak of rounds early on Mirage, that could have been a very different game as it turns out.
Everyone counts. No long spawns this time. Let's see what Apex calls up. It's been pretty basic so far. Not much mid-rounding needed from Vitality. Missed jumper. He's playing for the lower hold, and they're pushing top mid.
Yeah,
ZywOo completely avoids this information. As Shiro in the open finds that pick. There are the stars for Spirit. And it's Vitality hidden under the clouds. Bomb control now, and just Spinks in a 1v5.
Cheeky.
Oh, Donk immediately sends a message here. That felt like a real turning point for the guy on Mirage. Was when he started to play with no respect, when he started playing with that signature confidence of rushing them down up mid. He does it on Dust 2 up against the ZywOo AWP, no less.
Wow, what a recovery on that shot we see from Shiro as well. Has to re-scope.
Luigi, thanks for the 42-month primer. Thank you. Guys, thanks for all the love today. I appreciate it. For real.
Feels like he kind of breaks
Y'all kind of awesome.
Fabric
Sometimes.
Yeah, Bubsky was getting worried about Donk getting too aggressive, maybe too keen for his own good, but when he's got the support of Shiro finding ZywOo on a mid-pick like that, it opens up options, it opens opportunities. Chopper gonna get closed out here.
The fact that he gets one there is crazy.
He still takes Mezzy with him.
Like, that circumstance, him getting one, good job. God damn.
This tag team again, Donk and Shiro working in tandem to post this AWP up on a long angle, and Donk moves into the car.
It's a very committed position for Donk, especially with a full belt of util. He's going to need a multi-kill here. He's going to need everything. His AWP's been removed. They're spamming him out. One well-placed molly could win the round right now for Vitality. Donk doesn't want to wait forever. Flashed out. He's blinded. He's going to have to hold just that little bit more as Donk looks to give them a drive-by, popping his head up.
Oh my God, I thought I was about to get 3.
Round for Spirit now.
Well, that's what you get for not mauling car.
Wait, that flash blinding him and him not peeking only covered up the position. The true
like
intention
the molly
of the
probably wouldn't have gotten him, or it would have at least forced him into a spot where you're spamming, he can only be in one spot.
I wonder if Magix just really wants to play that molly for the bomb. If Vitality take too long, that the clock is their problem, he could burn out a plant position here. Have to see that
fuck Thrice, you definitely don't have the same controller as me, by the way.
Vitality timidly cross
through
the open.
Are they ready for Gandalf? Because Magix has been sat here all round. They do have a Molotov on ZywOo to try and clear this position out, but where's it going to go? With Zontix making noise over its short.
They mollied it in the beginning, did they? Oh, maybe they. I'm sorry, I must have missed that. Oh, goodbye.
To the moors of ZywOo. Zontix naded and ZywOo
oh,
on the
wait.
able to fire off in time. It's going to be Spinks in this 1v1. Bomb planted, and he goes swinging into Zontix. Low on health, low on charge.
And they're completely frozen with excitement.
No HP to his name.
Holy
shit. He finds the round for Vitality.
Zontix's body shot hero lets him down there. Somehow turns a headshot angle into an unfavorable one. Hits some tags, but just can't get that crisp dink that would have done it. And what a great call from ZywOo to Molotov this box as well, realizing you're getting a lot of room. There's no pressure on that CT spawn. Magix was playing the Molotov before the bomb. Fantastic shot for Spinks as well.
I regret gifting Octavian a sub. I said it.
Clutch of their own.
And that's like a, I don't want to say entirely mirror, but that's such a familiar clutch to the one that Mezzi was faced with, where you have no health. Your opponent has every advantage, but you've just got to hit.
I don't know, North Bear, what's up, dude?
Creek
City, thanks for your Twitch primer, by the way. Thank you, dude.
That's a serious leg up found on the back of that 1v1.
So with the 45-month reset, thank you.
Was starting to run on fumes, right? They'd put money in all across the start of this.
What up, Death Incarnate?
Together some rounds. They were right on the verge of running out of money. Now, with only one player surviving, it's still a weakened buy here, but it's the golden opportunity to break Spirit that they've been looking for. And if they can take control of the economy game, start getting some free rounds here, this T side can build very, very quickly.
Seen CT certainly struggle on Dust 2.
Spam the box. You guys are talking about through which part? You can't spam that box. I don't think so, no? Unless you're talking about like the where the actual angle is, like the crack of it is.
Deep down and low.
Is that what you mean?
A trio emerges for Vitality, and they're going to cross up Catwalk.
Yeah, but he didn't have an op, so I don't know why Chad is saying they should have spammed him. I'm confused.
So it's ZywOo, the Star AWPer with dreams of rifling, versus Star Rifler with dreams of AWPing on the other side.
Got to keep him guessing.
Trill. Good shit. Thanks to the 200 bits, Trill. Shout out Match It All Gifted. I appreciate you.
Right, the nearest support he has is Magic's, and even then leaving long
it's
open.
A big ass fucking flom job right there.
Doesn't spot numbers coming up the catwalk. Everyone else, Spirit are trying to have a read right now, are leaning over towards B. And so even though you start to have Chopper peeling around now, he's going to be held back by that mid to B.
Ooh, Shiro with the flom cosplay. North, thanks for the 5 gifted. Can we get some nice ones in chat for North? Thank you, IU5 gifted chat.
That's a bomb plant for Vitality. That's a site taken. No fights given. I think if you're Vitality at this point, you almost want that fight onto Shiro at long. Him being there in the post plant is a problem. It's an issue. Spam attempted. The rest of Spirit now arrive, but it's ZywOo breaking that silence first. Not silent now as Spinks roars to life alongside him.
2v2, 2v2.
Apex joins
Well done.
Vitality break apart that A-hold. And even as the rotates come in, they remain composed.
And that's all from a man down as well. Very impressive work from ZywOo.
Isn't the max spammable? I haven't played Dust in ages. No, you can't spam those boxes on the site with the rifle. You can with an op. There's like angles where you can shoot through it a little bit, but no, like when he crouched, he couldn't have shot him. So also, when he crouched, he doesn't have the X-ray. So he's trying to maintain his pre-aim.
And again, they bring up the pace.
Right.
Takes his spawn out long into an eco round. Couple of nades land. Couple of shots as well. That should not be happening.
Are you a fan of Dust 2 being in the pool? No.
That might be a gun.
Yeah, this is awkward. Vitality don't want to give up that weapon, but they're not given a choice in the matter. Chopper's even extending.
I won't sit here and tell you that Dust 2 hasn't given some nice rounds, like in terms of individual ability and moments. I will not disagree with you on that, but that's not why I dislike the map. I dislike the map because it's fucking older than like 3 of the players in the server, maybe 4.
Spirit have a lot of
maybe 5.
They've got some serious map control here. They pushed into the upper tunnels. They're holding the long doors. That only leaves this mid avenue open. And even then, Magix is listening for info. Donk's even coming down from the upper tunnels to lend a helping hand, but he's offered up on a silver platter to Mezzi, who will go on a clear. Magix out of the corner.
Nice shots.
So the pistols and whatever danger they represented, even though this control was getting taken, Vitality navigate these murky waters. They rule the waves. Zontix alone at the B site, getting pressured from all sides, but low HP on
the 5-7, the 5-7, dude.
Zontix gets the ball rolling. Can he finish the job? Can't get past ZywOo, but ZywOo's now got a clutch. Put up or shut up for ZywOo, the star of Vitality. Hunts down Chopper. To tell the tale. It's just pistols for Spirit. And they get out with the round.
And it's that spawn play out long, that gun given
2 minutes remaining. Shadow U5 gifted chicken. Thanks for the 100 biddies.
Could not see that undoing the full eco round, but somehow they find a way. And it's all Zontix in the B-bomb site with a 5-7, 2 kills to even make that possible. That is a kicker of a round to lose for Vitality.
Considering that's meant to be one of your freebies, right? That's the goal you've been working towards if you're Vitality, with all these early investments, always putting money in. You're trying to put Spirit and then money on the back foot. You did that, but you weren't able to capitalize.
They may as well just go mid to B. They got the entry on Chopper in an awkward engagement. There's also
Dusty's older than me. That's what I'm saying, bro. 2001.
Site, yet they still try and push it back. That could be their undoing. Chasing it down, Apex eats a shot. Shiro's able to reset now and play for Zontic's mid to B. If anything, Vitality have pushed themselves into a corner as they try and wrap this A-bomb site into the second AWP, and Magic's the anchor man inside of the site. He's got a full belt as well, being very patient with it.
Sylvian, thanks to 200 biddies. Well played.
They're going to go right through.
Yeah, they play ahead of it. For Magic, looks like he got something there. Snippet of info. Donk's going to be quick to capitalize. Nades rain in.
Ouch.
Spinks does deke Donk out of the round, but Magic's last bastion of hope dealt with by
Oh,
the
he liked him.
Just the tag. Something might be happening here for Vitality. That deke has given them a chance. Bomb plant found, and it's ZywOo, the man inside. Boost up to try and find him, to try and locate the big threat. But they don't deal with ZywOo, and so maybe it's he who deals with them now. Flash out to the spawn.
Oh my god, is he reading this? He was. Jesus, he was reading that. That's actually fucking nuts. It doesn't matter.
They're sticking it. They're calling his bluff. Not planted.
That's actually crazy.
Too far away.
I mean, that's almost back-to-back low economy wins, right? Sure, Vitality invest a little bit more. I don't know how they even make that interesting with Donk on the long cross. Spinks hits a perfect timing to find those entry kills. But ZywOo had to live inside of the site, and back-to-back boosts for Spirit will do it. Seeing them very comfortable in this ramp position, not in a hurry.
I mean, that's kind of two like must-win positions for ZywOo in a row that he's fallen down in. You don't want ZywOo doubting himself at this stage in the game. Chopper's aggression in top mid is stemmed. An important trade. They do lose ZywOo in the process.
Ever get interested in no, Le Mans like cool, like, but I'll watch a video or a highlight video of it. I'm not.
Shiro and Donk looks to be the undoing of Vitality, and it is. Donk real clean, and in comes Shiro for the final blow to Vitality's confidence in this first half.
Donk is just relentless right now. These mid pushes are every perfect call. Every time the Vitality put players there, on eco as well, it's easy pickings for Donk. Doesn't let them get that rifle dropped by Chopper, and just continues to re-swing. It's like Katowice Donk. You know it's coming, you just can't stop it. This will not be a 0.76 rating this time for Donk. You can already tell, 13 and 7, running the board and running in lower as well. This second AWP has been consistently a piece of the CT side. And while Vitality cool, he can't be there. I'm mollied middle. Donk doesn't care less.
He's doing such a good job.
Oh, Shiro getting active, but if he goes,
gonna try and deal with him.
wait, what? What?
He's walked right by him. He was in there with the beast.
Wait.
He was caged up with the monster
and he gets him anyway. He gets him anyway. No way.
Shot through the smoke.
Donk could sense it. He knew he was walking into someone, but it's the miss no scope.
What the fuck?
And even if Chopper gives away a B pick here, there's still a second man in the site. Spinks feels he's got him trapped.
What is happening?
Molotov in sight, and Zontic just takes that kill. 2 on 4. Vitality constricted and probably left to just one man. Shiro missed below the duck. Apex gets in and gets out with a kill.
Oh, Apex. Apex. Oh.
He's trying to roll back the years as he chases down Shiro. It's just Mezzi. Swing out from
Shiro,
this.
No way, Shiro.
Shiro's toying with him. Mezzi holds the line, but those
no way.
get closer with each second.
No way you even thought about that, Shiro. No way.
Flash through. No peek on the back of it. Mezzi. Spamming this smoke could be his death sentence as they're pushing right through behind him. Mezzi's been chased, put in a box, but he will hold on for the first.
Jumping killed, surely.
Will he be able to clutch up again in front of the crowds of London?
Oh.
Sure, can't quite do it. And so Mezzi denied clutches. ZywOo cut out of must-win moments. Spirit are picking up a pace.
Just with the way that we've seen all these rounds, all these retakes.
Spirit is starting to get some momentum, dude. They're looking good.
All the Spirit players
Donk double up, dude.
Playing nades, playing boosts.
That lower exchange was fucking wild.
And that molly is such a problem. Bit disastrous for Donk. If he doesn't fire, he probably gets out of mid. But well handled for Spirit to take the lead
Bring back Overpass, bring back Chain, bring back Hash, bring back any other map than Dust 2.
Don't put it past Spirit to continue to disrupt and take this top mid control. It's worked every single time.
Or maybe bring out a new fucking map.
Yeah, the resurgence from Spirit.
Yeah, I was just reading chat,
so
okay?
Earlier in this game with Donk making his aggro moves, with Shiro as a real kind of cornerstone piece of this CT side. They're en route to win out this half on the CT half.
Mom's yawning from that take. Goddamn.
They're looking for
I would prefer just a new map, but also like if the maps, if like Cash, for example, which after talking with FMPone about what he wants to do with Cash, like he's not just like keep the layout should be different. Like nothing groundbreaking, but it should be different, which is good.
Passive round by their measure. No aggression through the lower tunnels. Shiro is floating around in mid, trying to catch players crossing, but this is far
map we play in the hub, it plays well, could already be added in. You talking about Mills or are you talking about Biome? If you're talking about Mills, I think Mills is actually very good, but I think the visibility on Mills is awful.
This duo of Donk and Zontix.
I would put Biome. Biome would be like, if I had to pick a map, never in the map pool before, right now, out of everything I've played, put it in right now, Biome. 100% Biome.
To lay up and execute from the spawn, but it's going to have to be a retake round for Spirit. They have no one in the site.
I knew this when they
Biome over Thera? Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Pays the price for it. Bomb plant secured and Vitality gunning for an
Thera's fun, but especially with some of the changes FMPone's made to it, something about that map just doesn't feel good pace-wise. It just...
And it looks like it's done them a world of good. They didn't have the edge in firepower.
I don't like how early you could take exchanges in some areas and how long it takes for others. It just, I don't know.
Streak for Spirit right at the end of the half. It's just Magix and Chopper left to get past. Low HP on the defenders. Those nades do damage, but it's the
it just feels really uncomfortable playing it, at least for me.
It's all building and working against them. Vitality cracked the code to find a sixth and tie us up heading into that second half.
Much easier. I was that one big family, right? 3, 2, 1. 2 seconds.
Sure looked like he was about to fall asleep during media day.
William was supposed to have it. I get it, please. So, 3 at the back. Just remember, I was small. Wow, I'm glad you said that. My ass feeling stuck in here. Okay, right, so we're doing 2 things a little bit closer, I think. Yeah. Maybe I'll just try and get you a key on this. Yeah, sure. Right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, thank you very much. What else? Cut. Look at me. Oh, the focus is not here. Oh, is it just turned off? No, but what did you do? Is that what he said? What did you do? He said just touch it and nobody. What? I think I'm going on the coach. And
Is that who broke the camera? That's tough.
Vamos a la playa. Me gusta Apex. She's looking straight ahead. So we think. I love you, mate. Emma. That's not good. Emma. Right for me. See if you look. I'm not that
Wait, wait, shit. 90 seconds. Almost forgot. Holy shit. Also, I think I owe you guys 5 gifted, yeah? Would I rate your inventory? No, I will not. Sorry, bro. Kelly Dix, the 12-month primer, thank you.
And then look at me, please.
Let's gift a sub to Trap House Landlord.
Who is buying this PC?
No, Slayer. I think Biome is... I like Biome much more than Thera. Like on a scale of 1 to 10 for a map that I feel like has probably never been played by professionals and like what we've seen, I'd put like Biome like right up there with Anubis for how good of quality of map it is. Which is funny because guess what? What was brought to my attention is the map maker of Anubis is the map maker of Biome. I didn't even know that. The analogy I gave when I found that out is like, you ever been a fan of an artist, chat, but you never knew who that artist was or something like that, but you just like all their work? At least I'm consistent. Like me and that Anubis map maker, dude, that guy's cool. That guy understands my brain.
And is truly awake now. Donk with signature
like,
aggression to open up this second map, and Shiro in there right
like that guy completely understands
Vitality
me.
Have the endurance? Do they have the ability to keep trading blows with Spirit like this as that first half closed up to neck and neck?
JD40 is the guy. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Show on our screens right now. There is no doubt about that. Surrounding
what the fuck? Did I get a Peloton ad?
On Mirage,
that's crazy if you think about like who probably watches me. That's wild they gave you a Peloton ad. Well, I guess maybe if I speak, I'm in big trouble.
I've seen a Spirit.
Let's see, I owe 2 more.
I've seen the explosive measures this team could bring. But can Vitality resist is the question. To 2-0 this series to avoid Anubis entirely. A map unblemished for Spirits.
Of course, it would be marking their 3rd entrance into grand finals in a row. So,
Phoenix, don't make me regret this.
Here as they finally seek out their gold for Spirit. It's the dream of that 3rd map, the one that we didn't get to see back in Dallas. Pistol round gets rolling now with ZywOo getting these spots in middle, but unable to convert a kill. Spirit take the catwalk.
As he's repositioned as well, he was very aggressive off of spawn.
Maybe
down on what seems to be a split into this bomb site. Apex has flashes, but
no, thanks for the 27-month primer, and G Money, thanks for the gifted sub. To Shrek Hemorrhoid, thank you.
The Mezzi call for that flash right now, it would be a big assistance. He's just taking wide fights.
Oh, all right, Mezzi. Oh, nice shot.
Nice tap for Mezzi. There's more where that
very
came
nice
from.
shot.
Spirit splitting onto A. Apex dodging death for a moment, but it might be chasing him down.
Looking like he wants to fight for this. Apex nearly offers it up. Right now they're waiting for space.
Oh, he's ready for it. Holy shit.
They try to lend him time. What fight does Shiro want to take? He wins
he thought he might get swung CT first. No, thanks for the 27th primer. Thank you. Do a jiggle, of course.
To chase that kill. And Vitality, very quick reaction. Mezzi doesn't overplay his hand on the long doors.
Thanks for the subby flum, for real. No problem, man. Thanks for watching, dude.
Good look for Vitality to open the second half, but a bomb part for Spirit will surely force a bye.
They take their extra time getting everything in order here. They work out how they want to invest into this round. Once again, it's back out for this mid control. And this time there's no one from Vitality to grace them.
This boost is
Are they just going to walk mid?
Well. Just leaving Apex here, no util.
I feel like walk mid, then back to cat, then end A. Or are they just going to go straight cat?
There's been a tremendous amount of info to get them to this point. This is Apex.
I was say, I think walking mid here, yeah, that's it. They're going to walk here for a moment.
Exactly that right now. Just popping through the doors with a flash.
But this is, yep. And then cat. Yep, never seen this round before, chat. Smile. Zontix will slide in the mid for the lurk. But he's got mad util. He might actually, he should group cat. Double flash molly, he can't lurk. Or he needs to give up the nids.
Magix knows he can't really get into this angle anymore.
Here we go. Yep, they're all coming up cat.
Reinforcing long completely. Does leave ZywOo on his own.
Tell us how it ends then. It just depends on ZywOo. If ZywOo kills 2, they win the round. If he doesn't kill 2, they lose the round.
ZywOo's really got his work cut out for him.
The molly down. If Apex jumps down right now and rotates A, he only has to get 1.
They are
nope,
dedicated
right
now to
get two, I
Vitality
think.
that this will be that mid to be, and it's not. Out through Catwalk, dropping into the spawn. ZywOo is overran as Apex tries to rotate in to make up for that missed position. Right in to Chopper's Tech 9.
There you go.
That is one way to answer the call, and Vitality don't even like what they can see. They were so preemptively set up for a B play off of the force buy. You can almost barely blame them. It feels like the obvious go-to. Low utility, low weaponry, just run and gun.
That was a good call by Chopper, though. Like, you need to create some pressure mids. That's why I was just guessing. Like, I was trying to think, like, if I was coming up with some shit, what would I try to call? Like, you walk out mid trap because the CTs aren't going to want to give you that fight. Why? It's a force buy. They know that. They know you're looking for picks. So you could probably take a gander out mid and create pressure. And if they do give you the fight, you want it because you're going to be lower on util. They maintain the lurks with Zontic's tunnels and Magic's long. And then you just do a cat hit because once you're out mid, Apex has to respect the mid B walk. And you force the decision on Apex.
No time to get comfortable.
That's why I tell you guys the A rotator position is the strongest and the most important on CT side. Dust 2. Because the entire round revolves around moving Apex or whoever plays that position in this scenario.
Yeah, now they have the, you know,
and ZywOo with no support there, it's just it's too hard. It's too hard to hold that.
Control, keep the pressure on Vitality.
You have the script? No, I've just played Dust 2 for literally 2 decades, chat.
As well.
Magic's going to try to take the long spawn. Look at who he's going up against. ZywOo there, but full blinded. Util comes out. This one's a battle for the long doors. Magic's response for the opener, but there's ZywOo working with the reply. The rest of Spirit now start to spill on over. And Vitality don't have the firepower, don't have the manpower to contain those long doors, to battle for it.
With enough flashes, there's no way you could win that fight.
All right, so like what you do in these scenarios, chat, is like Vitality can't contest long and they have to probably get map control somewhere else. Problem, mid still smoked. Oh my god, they're just going to try to MP9 battle this on the cross?
Oops.
All right, well, there's no way they win this unless Sphinx kills magically an entire team through it. Oh, that's not a bad way to do it.
But no one from Vitality is able to capitalize. Sphinx still left a long way away from this as Vitality call it. They write this one off.
Yet again.
Spirit aren't winning these rounds through crazy moments, crazy individual plays. They are slowly and methodically dissecting the Vitality CT side. And so Vitality have another lengthy save called here where they've got to come to terms with it. The lead belongs to Spirit. And it
the coin flip long for Spirit pays off.
The money is gone for Vitality. These saved weapons are all they carry with
Channy,
them.
thanks for 12-month primer. Thank you.
To see that AWP in ZywOo's hands, right? And think about how many Spirit put together on the CT side. Double AWPing from the first gun route, for crying out loud. And they kept that going. $2K a piece.
Let's just close the mid doors. Don't reverse them.
This should be another wash for Team Spirit.
How can teams almost always lose their map picks? Thoughts? Well, it's the map that your opponent knows you're going to pick. Most prep you can do.
Frustration.
We lose our map pick all the time. Plus, sometimes it's just like you're splitting hairs, like with these teams.
You got that cold composure.
Like,
no overly lavish celebrations.
It's the map the other team knows to prep for the most, but you need to pick it because also like it's what you're comfortable on.
You said earlier the one that we didn't get to see back in Dallas.
Trying to pick something to just surprise the other team, for example, can be really dangerous.
To worry about, and Sphinx finds himself with the hero M4 over on Catwalk. There was the
MR12 effect.
He might not get given.
Wandok, stop baiting. We talked about this.
Oh, they bailed. They've really
People don't know you're baiting.
Absolutely everyone over to this A bomb site right now. Felt like they're about to run all
What's
the way
our
back,
first
but
pick right
instead
now?
some
Our
players
main pick
resetting.
lately has just
Very
been
uncertain about this call, right?
Anubis,
Chopper
which
and
is
Zonti's
funny
going
because
back and
that's not the
forth.
map
It's a
we're winning on,
reswing
right?
long.
But that's
That is
because everybody
dirty
knows
for
we're going to
Dom.
pick Anubis. And I will
Transfer
say
to
we haven't
two,
really,
Spinks
you know, we're not
rifle.
practicing,
The
so
one
we're not
rifle
adding
spotted
too
on
much.
this bomb
But
site.
actually,
Maybe
give me one
that
sec.
changes the
I got to
game
piss
here
really
for
quick. Hold on.
Spirit.
Yeah, this is a really weird scenario for Spirit where they wanted to try and go A, but they've learned that that's where the rifle is, and they learned that right at the start of the round.
Oh, gamble.
And so Vitality try to preempt the rotation. They try to get ahead of Spirit's calling by moving that rifle away from A and over towards B. And this is more of that insane reads put forward from Chopper where he's calling the bluff of Vitality. He doesn't believe that that rifle's staying there. He is one step ahead of Apex and Vitality right now. As Spirit recommit into A, they'll move into an empty bomb site.
Yeah, it's looking done as it gets here on this gun round, but the sad part for Vitality is how winnable it could have been with all these low players on the A site. They might still poke their head in, but positionally, it's going to take some time to get back in this round. And that's a perfect kill for Chopper. Removing an MP9 back up catwalk only assures the save. Vitality playing the long game now. 9-7. And not even guarantees of getting away with your weaponry. Donks come hunting for a third kill on low health. He'll pay the price. But Apex ain't getting that AK for free. Zontix makes sure of it.
For Vitality now, there aren't many more chances to stop Spirit here. This is really starting to build uncomfortably fast, out of control. You're looking at it, there's 2, at most 3 rifle rounds between you and defeat.
3 saves in a row. 7 players surviving from Vitality in the last 3 rounds.
But it's all been building to this moment, right? It's all been building to where the guns come back out for Vitality. That's where they're meant to stake their claim and make their final stand. They're going to have to do it without an AWP in ZywOo's hands. Rifles across the board for Vitality.
Yeah.
When you look at ZywOo, you comment on how good of a rifling presence this guy is within the server. Well, he's got to show it now, or else he might never get the chance to on Dust. Donk on the other end of things. He bought the heat from the first rifle round of Spirit in this game. He looked like an entirely different player to the one that we saw in that first half. He was running it up mid. He had full faith in Shiro to cover the backlines. He was constantly in your face, taking tunnels away, taking middle away, always down to commit to a fight. There's none of that for Vitality here to open up.
These rounds have been so clear-cut for Spirit. We need more of a brawl for Vitality. We need these players playing together, and ZywOo and Flames are doing exactly that on the catwalk. This Molotov calls Flames' bluff. And he has to
grow up.
move. He can maybe try and get back into position.
But yeah, back to the map pick thing. Like, good example of, like, yeah, you could even use us.
Right now. They don't know.
Think for, oh wait, hold on, they're getting active. This is a nice move.
He can concede.
I didn't see how they started the round, but that's
on the short position. They can reset as Spirit do the same.
that's the kind of shit you have to do in Dust 2, especially if you don't get aggro early, which it looked like it didn't, or they didn't. Oh, that is so lucky, but huge from Flames.
The big issue, they've dealt with him early. Now they extend that lead onto Magix. ZywOo takes it one step further, and they even run down a Chopper at the spawn.
Well done.
They were tested, and they answered the call of
If you're
London.
5v5 and you don't like take some, like, either cat back or like hold mid
First
or have
round in a
long
long journey
on Dust
to
2,
regaining
you're like,
control over this
you're
game.
losing the round 9
Winning this
times out of
back
10 to the
on
T's.
CT
So
side
that
of
little
Dust
cat
2 is gonna
reaggro is
be
kind of
no
hot.
easy feat for Vitality. It's a great start, but
Flash from Apex, deep
consistently
molly
put
to
this together,
combat any sort
try
of
and
like
read
trade coming
the
back
pace that
in.
Spirit are going to play. You never know when a long spawn's going to hit, when a 4B comes through.
Magix was actually pretty impressive at one point in the year, but no, he's having a rough one right now. I haven't looked at his stats in a while.
It's going to take the calls from Apex as well. Spirit used their final timeout early in this second half.
So it's curious to see if that comes back to haunt them down the stretch, right? If this does keep getting more competitive. If you end up with a neck-and-neck scoreline and suddenly you're wishing you had one of those pauses. They've tried to do it early. They've tried to disrupt Vitality
But yeah, they
before.
come back all the way around. Just a lot of prep, and it's hard to pick maps that you're comfortable on that you want to play all the time that other people aren't just going to have reads on. We went from 100% win rate on Anubis for like 6 months. Now, keep in mind the 6 month period, we don't play matches like these tier 1 guys do, you know what I mean? I think like total maps, it was like 6 maps or something, or 7.
with device solo orping B, get the assurance. And
then
you should get some kills,
you know, people like
Spirit
let
go
us
for
keep
the
picking it, and
execute.
then people I think figured out what we like to do, and
But again,
we
it's
play a lot of
slow
the
and
teams.
methodical
Also, we play a lot of the
Spirit
similar
side, who still
teams,
manages
right?
to
So
pick Zontics in the back of the B tunnels.
when
Remember earlier in the game, Apex called
you're
for this
just every
boost
time
over
you
at
play
CT,
these guys, and if we beat them, they
anticipating
know
mid to
how
be a
we're
little bit
beating them. You know what I
later.
mean?
He's done that again, but this time there's a critical change. It's
People
not
started
him
fighting
in
mid.
this position, two over
It's
towards
kind of
B,
like
and then
that, but
leaving just two players
yeah,
to
I don't get to
withstand
bully
the
mid
hit.
solo
It's
anymore,
nearly
and
the same, but
there's a bunch
one
of things
additional
like.
piece over here towards A. And so
The bigger
Vitality
problem
have
is
that much
people
more
know our
staying
end
power
rounds suck.
as Spirit try to move in. Spinks, he's the
'Cause
one
end
getting
rounds,
set
you
up
need to
right
know
now.
util.
He's the guy who's got to go huge as Mezzi draws them in. It's Spinks who's got to go for the kill. Lines up the first, swinging it wide as he takes that fight on a Magix. And there's that 1-2 punch in tandem with each other for Vitality. They answer
Oh,
back to Spirit.
and he gets
Some
another from there.
adaptations
Well
on the
done,
fly
Mezzi.
made
Well
by
done.
Apex. And finally he matches up to Chopper.
Yeah, perfectly put. Completely underestimated that Goose position, and even the util for Spirit is pretty ugly. The molly comes very late on ramp. That means Mezzi doesn't need to even force fights from his position. He can
Mythic
set up
and knowing
and bait for
util.
Spinks
Yeah, I
perfectly,
mean, it's a meme, but it's
and
also
Donk
true.
never
Like,
cleared it.
there's certain situations where if you get into, if you know the proper util, the round should just pretty much be over unless somebody has a life round.
Credit to Mezzi here as
Like
well,
that
right?
cat
He's meant
hit,
to be the guy
right?
setting
Like when I told you
Spinks
guys
up,
I
and
had
he
to
ends
get
up being
two.
the one with all the glory, double kill from the
But what I
roadside,
didn't tell you
playing
is if they
tandem
miss
with
any
Spinks,
piece of
playing
that
for
hit,
trade.
the chances of him getting two are
That's a
extremely
nice
high.
bit of synergy between your two A players.
Bit by bit, round by round, Vitality.
Oh,
is
dude, you
starting to
used the fucking
put
mouse for a
something
decade? Holy base,
perfect
Prismatic.
together.
Thanks for 13 with Primer. Can we get some 07s in
I
chat
hope
for
Vitality
Prismatic's
really
mouse
puts
that
some
fucking
thought
lasted him a decade?
To when and if they use pauses now, knowing that Spirit don't have any left.
Messi, Messi, Messi.
Hey, go on, let's give them what they want.
Okay, bit of a B-rush. Old classic here for Team Spirit. Chopper takes his Tech 9s in with a vengeance, but he does get killed by his teammate. Bit of friendly fire here for Team Spirit. Still, they sit burning on this B bomb side. That molly misses as well. This could be a way in for Vitality. It's really on Donk up close in the window. With that AK-47 barrel given away, Donk takes his chance and takes his kill. They try and chase him down. They will. Mezzi 1-for-1. And now Vitality starting to consider the save. This is the money on the line right now. Do they want to risk it all in an ugly 2v3? The only temptation is the delay of this bomb plant.
You're faced with that decision. Do you risk it all going for this retake? Do you play the long game? Vitality were given some reasons to be interested here. The TK, the missed Molotov, all opening windows to a retake, but in the end, those doors close, and an up-tempo B play is all Spirit need to break back in.
Sometimes you just got to keep it simple.
That's now the second time here in this second half of play that Vitality have fallen down to the pistols. Those rounds, those moments, they decide.
It's actually crazy how strong a B hit is with Techs.
So if Dust 2
Just
doesn't go the
Tech
way of
9 rounds in
Vitality,
general,
it's
dude,
those two
like, are just
anti-eco
crazy to
rounds that
me.
they'll look back on.
You can save here on Dust 2, but on Nuke, you have to run the CT or T spawn.
Show how Chopper
Thanks,
has managed
Valve.
to call into the unexpected setups for Vitality. Find a weaker bomb site, find the solo players. Had a lot of saves in the CT side for the French organization. It does allow constant
Ancient's
replays,
ridiculous too,
constant
true.
pressure in this game, but Spirit have the lead by 1.
And it's that inability to take the lead that's going to influence the decision for the pause here, so you give Spirit a little bit of respite as well.
What Nori's
Time
not
to
telling you,
figure out
Chad,
how
is
they
she's
want to
low-key
approach the coming
subtweeting
rounds.
thrice.
Time to figure out how they want to close this game and take us to Anubis. For Vitality, it's a similar close to what they faced on Mirage. The difference there was they were looking for the one golden round to push them over the finish line. This
Oh yeah,
time,
Prismatic. Thanks for the
they've just
500
gotta
biddies.
retake the lead. That's the focus.
Papa, thanks for the
round
9-month
by
recent
round
thank
for
you.
Team Vitality.
Yesterday, but Austin Major, let's go. Narcissus is so back, baby.
Going to be an early clash over here in mid as Apex teed up on a flash, and what a time for the captain to get involved. That's Donk dead. That is one of the big fire starters for Spirit, taken straight out of the round by the captain of Vitality.
Apex the Extinguisher. And a lot of pressure relieved on the map now for Vitality.
Is it finally going to be a look at one of these mid-to-Bs that Apex has been waiting for all game long? They don't have any control in the upper tunnels, so it doesn't feel likely. But as this shuffle comes in, this is the building to be that mid-to-B. They retake the tunnels control. Apex has put a lot of attention worrying about this exact call. And so let's see if that attention to detail here was well-founded for Vitality.
Yeah, we just don't have, or rather we do have the perfect setup for Vitality in this B bomb site. Apex can break the smoke in CT. He's just done that. And we have 2 players in B awaiting this push. Messi on a jiggle. He sees them as they get close. He can swing this smoke. Flash is dodged completely by him and Spix. And the second man gets 1-for-1.
Messi, no!
And Apex comes swinging into the captain of Spirit.
Man.
Just like that, Spirit break back into this B bomb site, but don't go too far, too fast.
If you don't get this kill, you've got to save. But if you get it, maybe there's hope. Now they're still out of position.
Nah, you gotta save it because your money's gone. They have to save it.
For Vitality, even a 2v2 is not temptation enough. Spirit dragging us further and further into dust.
Damn, bro.
And kicking it up in the face of Vitality. That is a devastating call to have to make.
That's
Apex
this
really
is definitely, that is some emo. It's going to be emo in that team speak right now.
After the nade.
Yeah, you've seen it time and time again. Apex has been expecting that same strat, that same call to come out. And when it finally does, Vitality are left wanting, and that's in spite of the man advantage. That's in spite of getting rid of Donk. The talent in Spirit runs deeper than just one man. It's that double opener from Zontix and the catch of Chopper down in mid to propel them into pole position. Time is running out for Vitality as Spirit extend their reach.
Yeah, save on save on save, but what were they waiting for? We may never know. 20 rounds deep. And Vitality might finally be running out of fire. Spirit with a late long pop. It's Messi again, but he's getting caught in between positions. He grabs his first kill. In they come. Messi takes
Damn, Messi, okay.
More than you can ask
Messi
for.
just sucks at B. Confirmed. Keep him at A. Fuck it.
But Spirit
Fuck it.
down
Fuck
just
it.
showed us it's possible.
I mean, you lose 2 real supporting elements here. The right Chopper and Magic's a big hit in terms of your util, but there's so much room given right now. No one's watching this. Zontix has got the cross, and he sees them in mid.
Oh, he made it. He made it.
Paying attention. He knows he's found a gap.
Just hang on. Just wait.
Oh,
Use
fuck.
this to destroy the hopes of Vitality. Another round where they've taken this advantage by force. And it might be Zontix to undo it all again.
Apex just has no idea. He thinks he's hit some enough timings to check this position, but Zontix rears his head and takes another spray kill. Zontix has come up clutch at this end of this T side. The double entries into B, and now that on top of it. Could not ask for more.
Donk's only going to serve to complicate
Good
matters
molly.
as well.
Oh, he missed the molly too.
Missed molly.
So before Vitality can even begin the retake, they're worried about the backlines. They've only seen
Is that an
Zontix here.
audio
They
glitch
don't
that
know
we keep
numbers.
hearing the molly
They're gonna
being
risk
thrown
it
when
all
they
in this
switch?
3-on-3 retake.
There's no smoke.
That sounded like 3 mollies or whatever. Oh no. Oh no.
Vitality once again have to throw in that soggy towel. Covered in sweat, blood, and maybe tears as Spirit take us to map point. Wembley, I hope you're ready for a third map.
Vitality keep getting caught out. They've saved 2 to 3 players in every one of these Spirit victories, and there's been many of them. This one hurts much like the last because they get that advantage. They get that leg up, but too much room given across the way. A frustrating way for Apex to fall because he knows in his heart of hearts that once he goes down, the round can fall with it. Can we get a smoothie?
It's the biggest share of the weekend, I think.
Spirit. That dragon's eyes flick awake. They have outmaneuvered, they have outcalled, they have outperformed Vitality here on Dust. And even in moments where they look down,
I will give Sweetie this. He definitely has a very good name to chant.
Towards the tail end, Zontix has been there to bail them out every step of the way, and it might be another chance for Zontix to get involved.
Oh, Mezzi's dead.
Away from Vitality as his nade hounds down local hero Mezzi. The advantage sits with Spirit, and they want this over and done with now.
That was desperate for Donk as the smoke blooms through it. Shiro almost catches that rotation. That missed shot may have kept this round
it looked good.
The Spirit rely on Zontix, who creeps through this smoke. Talked about his lack of headshots. He'll need one to Spinks, hidden back at the plat. He falls at B, but Magix finds an opener, and that brings up a
It's just ZywOo. It's just ZywOo.
They know there's only one player inside of A, and that man is ZywOo.
He's trapped now.
He's had chances,
he's gone.
Clutches, and this is just more of the same.
I think we're getting third map.
Cut down on the
Anubis
in an uncomfortable spot, and for Vitality, it all starts to unravel. The beginning of the end as Apex pushes this smoke, doing all he can to try and stop the inevitable. That third map waiting in the wings. Spirit have done their homework. They do not want to repeat the mistakes of Dust 2 from Dallas. And so they give Vitality no chance. 3 maps needed as Spirit shut
No gumba, Yusuf. All right, map 3. Map 3.
Vitality simply turned to dust. You can see the frustration on the face of Apex from map 1.
Well, you can always see the frustration on Apex.
To a map that they brought into the pool, to a map that they took down Spirit on last time they went head-to-head. But Spirit, they changed up their game plan, and it shows.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You could see the learnings from that first experience. You could see the adjustments that Chopper brought to the playbook, the aggression on the CT side. This time actually successful. Donk having a field day, taking all these fights towards middle. But what really impressed me, what really put Chopper on the map, is the calling on that second half. You have the round history in front of your eyes, and it tells such a clear story. Chopper found time and time again gaps in the defense of Vitality. He had players find movements, timings that Vitality had no idea about. This was so hurtful to watch as a Vitality fan, but I gotta give it to Chopper and Spirit. They crafted so many solutions.
It's not often I say this, but I feel like it was actually Vitality throwing the map at themselves, right? I think often you give credit to the other team for playing well, but in this exact moment, I actually think they screwed up themselves. I think there's many situations where it's just basic failure on Counter-Strike, Messi on B. There's also a round on the long area where it's just so crucial in terms of like what's going to be going on with this game.
Should we dive into one of those rounds immediately? It's round 14. Obviously, Vitality, they win that second pistol, and then Spirit turned the tides in that eco play by Revolut Matthew.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
Hey, this is the round outside. This is...
I'll take it. There's obviously 2 situations you can do when there's a retake situation going on. Either you play retake A or you play retake B, right? Apex has decided to play along the B side. Therefore, ZywOo needs to stay back, but he's caught in the moment. Like, look at Flame's position on the radar. He's all the way down long. Apex tries to go through the smoke. There's only 2 choices you can make. Either you play 1 CT, 2 towards B, you try to lock down that B split, and then you play retake A, or you do the opposite. You go maybe 1 goose, 1 slope, and then you leave B all alone, right? Here they do the opposite, but a guy like ZywOo fails on this.
I mean, listen, Donk destroys him. I mean, we should also start here. Like, Donk absolutely.
Yeah, but even Donk doesn't kill him. They still win that round.
Support as well at the same time. If your move is going to be that you will swing with the M4 because you think you have weapon advantage, which is an argument that can be made, but you need 1 or 2 flashes as you're swinging to punish these Ts who are scaling. None of that was happening. The flames are full of covering.
That's why I think.
Again, give it to Donk.
No,
that's an entry.
Bubsky's right. ZywOo shouldn't have been there, but like,
I think it could have worked if he played car position. It's not that he's taking the tools, but it's just that it's so out of touch with what's actually going on.
And then the mistakes just keep on rolling, unfortunately, for Vitality. We dive into round number 20, where, Apex and Spinks open it up. Then what happens?
I mean, this round is unacceptable on a professional level. This is how I'm going to frame it. It starts with Apex, a beautiful, beautiful entry found onto Donk, 5v4, 1:10. A lot of signals to what that B split. We hear the smoke, we hear the flashes, and then you will see this combination of Mezzi and Spinks unable to do what's needed. Mezzi finds the timing, maybe a little bit arrogant with the smoke. Spinks does a good job, but here, this is supposed to be a free moment for Mezzi, who completely bowls the duel. Completely, he fucked it up. I'm so sorry for lack of better word.
Yeah,
this is the moment where you need to
a really bad game
and just really assume your responsibility. You could see he wasn't comfortable in the duel. You can see it's reflected in the stat, but this is unacceptable situation at the top level.
Yeah, and this is how it is to be an anchor, right? You are put in those situations where it's all or nothing, right? I think I trust a guy like Mattis before. I keep mentioning him, right? But I think in those type of situations, he was so clear of what he had to do. Messi, he knows what to do, right? He just fails because it's a little bit of nerves. It's not like he was whiffing 20 bullets, right? It's just the first 2-3 shots is not connecting.
And that was a duo, Bubsky, that you were very concerned about on the B side of Mirage, right? Spinks and Mezzi playing together. Somebody's got to take a lot of responsibility, and when they don't, that's when rounds like that happen.
Yeah, but the problem that I have is that the setup there is okay for me. I don't think it's specifically a mistake of setup. They have the bait and switch. Mezzi smokes, which means he takes a whole lot of attention towards him. Spinks gets a first kill, that's all right. It's just a matter of following through with the kills.
Yeah, I mean, the timing is a bit unfortunate, right? Because Messi actually wants to smoke.
Oh, you're saying you think Spirit wins map 3?
With the flash going to the right of him and not really able to help Spinks in the moment. You really want Messi to step out and really help him.
Magix doesn't look that strong, and a lot of Spirit's like good Anubis comes from how strong Magix plays.
And even
funny
when
enough,
put in situations where from a bird's eye view you're thinking, oh
it's
my
not
God,
like the player you think I'd probably be mentioning.
Everything is fine.
You know,
they're
type vibe.
creating problems that don't exist. They're creating timings that don't exist.
Yeah,
the
like
Zontics sneak outside along that you were mentioning is like, if my friends did that in Face It, I'd be pissed. I'd actually be pissed at them. But that's the mindset you get yourself in when you start doubting that
so
you are in the right position,
it's an interesting
moves.
dilemma.
This is really a checkmate on the side of Spirit, and if Vitality really did work on their mentality, that this
like
is
Spirits looked good on it recently, but I just feel like a lot of it hinges on
understandably so. He's bringing out the strap back. Obviously they've got Anubis to try and
on Magix.
We've done the bad, we've done the ugly.
Let's see, Magix had a, I mean they all had great ratings, but Magix had a 1.34 and Zontics had a 1.75 when they beat G2.
Yeah, exactly. He's actually making like Vitality
when they beat FaZe, Magix had a 1.38 with a +9, was the best kill KD on the team.
Apparently he can be a potent
with only Donk having a better rating than Magix.
Dangerous string to this powerful bow that
and
all of the aggression that we were talking about.
He didn't play so great in one of their games. He had a 1.08. He didn't play bad. Just but out of the 3 games, 2 out of the 3 games, which is all Spirits played on it, Magix has been a huge part of their success.
In gray areas,
huge part.
8 repeat as well here into Flames. This was Donk spearhead in Spirit, and this is why I think the Counter-Strike we're getting is so high level, is that we do not have a star that's going missing. Donk is delivering. That really just was a blip on the radar.
So if Magix bounces back, individually, I think Spirit takes map 3. I think if he's playing similar to how he was on Dust 2, I think Vitality takes it.
He's a little bit on the front watch, not necessarily because he's a bad player, but it's because his status as a player is really up there, right? I think many in the community perceive him as one of the best players right now. If you look at the statistics, they're equal to some of the best players in the world as well. But if you just dive deep, I think he's a little bit underwhelming in some aspects, but I think he fits the guy with the long hair right there, Donk. I think those two are the duo to watch.
Yeah,
fair enough. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I've already said, from a tactical standpoint, it just works. It's the yin and a yang, you know, it's the equilibrium between aggression and then the defensive aspect of Shiro, which is just working.
Well, question is it going to continue onto our 3rd and final map? This will decide who goes straight through to the grand final tomorrow. We'll see you to dive into it after this break.
All right, chat, how are we looking on the ads? I'm going to run a 90-second and be right back real quick. Behave yourselves while I'm gone.
The Temple of Anubis is what will settle the score between Spirits and Vitality and see who makes it through to the grand final tomorrow. And it's an interesting talking point when we see a lot of these frustrated pictures of Vitality, Bubsky. And Xtaz had some words that he discussed about the emotional side of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious, right? You want your young players to feel comfortable. I've been one myself. And he sits on bigger stage right now. It's really important match. And he mentions that for him to play well, he needs to feel well, right? And we're just seeing pictures of him and Apex literally having discussions after the game. Surely, why do you do this? This is a Dust 2. It has nothing to do with the map coming up. I understand you're frustrated. Everybody's frustrated. But you are the bigger person, right? You have to just be like, oh, nice try, guys. Let's just go next one, right? I think Sonic was such a crucial moment of that. But it feels like it's a bit lacking at times. I know what you mean. I think you have to... It is complicated to walk the line where you have to make sure that whatever is not happening on Dust 2 is then going to happen on Anubis, right? If there was lack of communication, if the feedback loop wasn't here, or if some information weren't related efficiently, you have to make sure that that's the case. But there is a way to do it, and it cannot impact and impair your player's performance. I think this is a reciprocal situation where Flames also has to be able to get that feedback and bounce back on map 3, but also Apex has to be able to deliver it in a way that doesn't hinder his player.
And I think that was a point I was going to bring up to, you know,
yeah, I mean, if they, I don't know, I feel like
Flamesy's been in this
you got to be comfortable like talking about that kind of stuff in general.
355 days to the day. Surely he knows how the Vitality system's working, or do you think it's maybe changed since Sonic's departed?
I think Sonic had a different approach.
As long as your deliveries and shit, I think it's completely fine that you have like a discussion with your teammate like that.
But from a physical side and a present side, I think Sonic was unique in a way, right? I had him as a coach myself. He's such a good guy at like figuring out, okay, how do we communicate? How do we fix the small?
Wait, they're right in front of fucking Apex while they're saying that. That's actually hilarious.
The same thing here with the X-Guess at times.
Listen, we talked a whole lot about mentality, resilience. These are the words we're using.
That's actually kind of fucking funny.
I'm looking at it this way. In this event,
like, hey guys,
already had bad maps.
Yeah, we saw y'all yapping at each other. Yo, Flames, you good? Yo, Apex, were you nice?
Like, nothing's happening in that map. There's the second, the Anubis versus G2, but we've always seen a bounce back.
Who my harshest words on Mythic? I don't know. You guys tell me.
Apparently, they are capable of bouncing back. They're capable of picking themselves back up and
I
give
don't
us
know,
a better
man.
Counter-Strike the map too.
I feel like I try to do the same for everybody, but
let's get nitty-gritty on the ground of Anubis. How are we weighing up both these sides, Bubsky?
I mean,
to be fair though, Cooper literally gets me killed the most.
Right? You had Spings on that side. It surely helps, right? Now you're on the A side. You're all alone for the most of the game, right? Messi, you're going to be having such a big task ahead of you. It's going to be a lot of
Cooper knows he can't throw an ancient smoke and still just hasn't one time just gone in and fucking
he's going to be able to stand his ground and show some respect for the opponents.
I don't think we have the information quite yet on who is starting on what half, so we're going to be waiting on that jump the gun. But I have this CT side against G2 sort of engraved in my memories, like clockwork.
No, I mean to Cooper. Listen,
I was at 9 rounds.
I was hyping up Cooper all last BO3. I don't want to hear it.
And this showed us the worst of what the defense can do.
Even with him killing me,
being a bit too passive, attentive, not knowing what to do, not making any decisions, letting game come to them. That cannot happen.
Just get confirmation. Spirit going to be starting on the CT side of things. That leaves Vitality T side. How do you feel about that?
Well, I feel better.
I'm just giving up. I'm yelling at Ryan.
Also makes you able to play a little bit more like team-centric, and I think this is where actually Vitality shines in the likes of Spirit. I think from an individual standpoint, I think they have a bit.
If I hear one more, I'm going to take a chance.
No, I tend to agree with you, but I also don't think that this just guarantees.
What am I supposed to say?
On the T side.
I know if I say no, it won't matter.
They need to be on the proactive side of things with like taking cave control, for example, taking map control away from the CTs, taking middle if that's given to them. Sometimes you will see them in these hard moments where the map feels just claustrophobic, and then
how does he kill me then?
Finding information, they will themselves be completely blocked. That cannot happen. You need to make decisions, take areas of the map, force the duels with the trades.
Spirit won the knife and actually chose
the risk I took was calculated, but man, I'm bad at math, Ryan.
Yeah. Surely they have a plan if they're doing that.
I mean, we've seen more and more teams do stuff towards
hits the pen, proceeds to go 0-5. Dude, that Mirage game actually did kind of tilt me.
They blow them up and they try to get the orb right.
Fucking called it technical so he could hit his pen, and then he proceeds to go 0-9. Fucking A-Rod.
Be having space on A and also on the B flank, right?
We won map 1 too. He just played individually. He had a bad game.
In the late round scenarios, you can actually push A and B.
And the record for Spirit on Anubis has been pristine.
We literally were vibing.
3 months is 100% win rate with some real clients over there. So if they're able to have this sort of tactical finesse with the utility they use, if they can bring that with the aggression,
like I get having a bad game. I just had a bad BO3, you know.
Then I get worried, but Listen, it's a third map. It's a semifinal. It's not.
That's
only
my
about the
worst
playbook, it's
BO3
about
I've
what you need
played
to
with
put
the
in,
squad in a
putting your
minute.
soul in the
I
game.
feel like.
And also Joel, just Flames and Apex giving a little.
But like,
thumbs up
you
to
still
each other.
gotta, I don't
think it
know.
says a little bit about what we are interpreting might be.
You gotta
a
like
bit
keep
different
trying to
from
do what you normally do and try to be a positive influence. I think
but it's just
ripping the
inside
pen
game, it can be a little bit dramatic at times.
Final
it's
thoughts,
not,
gentlemen.
it's not the
this
solution.
is a chance to, you know, flip-flop on your predictions. Are you still siding with Vitality, Matthew? Can we tempt you with Spirit?
Hell yeah, I'm still with Vitality. I'm not
Why
going to
does he
flip-flop.
never?
No, I'm not going to flip-flop. I'm not. I refuse.
It's the easiest job in the world if we can change mid-series, right? I think we have to give our prediction before going into the game due to all the data points we
Okay,
have
so
and all
you're
these sorts of
sticking.
things.
I like that. I like that. No flip-flopping up here, but it's time to get into the action. Anubis, Vitality versus Spirit. Harry Hugo, take it away.
A third
No,
map in
yeah,
this
Cooper played lights
semifinals.
out, man.
We get into Anubis,
Cooper played lights out.
6-map winning streak over for the side of Spirit, and Vitality dropping the ball right at the end of Dust. They may have embarrassed Spirit back in Dallas with a quick 2-0, a clean
Oh no,
sweep.
I wouldn't
But
even
today,
give that
Harry,
other
Spirit
team
have
credit
something
for
to say
watching my
about
VODs.
that. I think it's also great the fact that we have
I was
a
playing
deeper
poorly,
pool in
and
Spirit's
when I
book
stopped
than
playing
just
poorly,
Doc, right? Zontic
it's
saved
kind of how
that
those
game on
games
the
go
T side
sometimes.
right
I was
there.
just
Shiro
catching
was,
some
forced to be
unlucky
reckoned
breaks
with on the
when I wasn't
CTAWP
playing
on
like
Dust
shit.
2, as well as Donk for that fact. And now we enter unknown territory.
You know what I mean?
A map
Like,
that has plagued Vitality in
I think
recent
I got
the
double
Digibells
tech
flip back
9
the other way as well, so
3
Spirit
times,
looking good here
and
for
I got
Vitality.
jumping
They're looking
glocked
for that
on
little bit of
pistol,
gold to put an end to their season,
and like
what
it was
they've
just
been in
it was
finals, where they've
that's
made
just how it goes
playoff runs.
sometimes.
But this one is in danger of getting cut short in the semis. Right now, we're all fans of Counter-Strike, but everyone here is fans of Vitality.
That is Pimple's B buzz.
Give them your energy!
The map we never got to see, and Spirit start CT. That is high risk. It better come with a reward. As Maniac mentioned, we just saw how devastated Vitality can look on the CT side of this map.
Having a discussion like that on stage is belittling, and
Too
Apex for
passive
sure
at
don't have
times.
anything right in that moment.
The T sides where
I don't
everything
think
gets
so at
going.
all.
They wait for a play in this
No.
pistol. I like this layered boost to see if Spirit starts
Chatting with
scaling
your
in the
fucking
water,
homie
but
after you
just go
lost the
for
map
full
and discussing
stack.
what went wrong and what
Leaving
you think
Zontic's at this
went
A
poorly
side with
while
the
you're putting
smoke.
on your fucking shoes just to go outside, where you're just going to talk about the same thing anyway.
I think there's a couple of things to keep an eye on
no,
here, right? For
it's-
Spirit, it's
I
not
think
just
you're
Dom
overblowing
stalling the
it
ball,
pretty
right?
hard.
It's running deep. As you said, Zontix came alive to help win them Dust
Randy
2
with a
down the
26-month
stretch.
primer,
Shiro
thank
was
you.
looking lights out alongside them. There's a lot of players ready to take the mantle for Spirit. For Vitality, ZywOo is topping charts. He is looking
Like,
good.
you don't even
But if he's not
know
gonna be a
what they're
world
saying,
beater
like-
single-handedly getting this over the line, he's going to need support. And early on, it looked like that could have been Flames. Spinks
You guys
had
are
some
just too used to
moments
some
on Dust
fucking
2,
random
but
berating
it
you
can't
guys in
afford
matchmaking,
just
I
be
swear to God.
moments here for Vitality. We need people around ZywOo.
It ain't like that when you're fucking doing the team shit. Oh my, hey, that's a dunk. That happened to me. Dunk's just like me, dude. Oh my God, everybody's getting jumping glocks.
Moves in. The dying light of this round. Look at it go in favor of Vitality. It's just Zontix left. He was closing them on Dust, but this is an uphill battle for Zontix. They've got the info. They know where he is. And Vitality on their way to a pistol, if they can just get rid
Damn,
of this last
that was,
guy,
there were
will.
2 jumping Glock entries
So
there.
it's Mezzi to bring them into the fold here.
Seeing
Him
Donk
and
die
ZywOo
like that, listen, I'm
opening
sorry,
that
Donk,
pistol
but it makes me feel
with
so much
2
better.
kills
Jesus Christ.
apiece.
T-side might be comfortable, but that's Vitality walking into a full stack on the B-bomb
Seeing this
side.
right here,
Spirit knew it was coming.
literally
They
the
went
most
for an info
relatable shit
flash
I've seen all
after
day.
hearing Flames fake step at A. They knew that was a B hit waiting to happen. And Vitality still maul their way through. Got to have that full eco now. Spirit getting the ugly half out of the way, perhaps.
Your ruthless font, listen, man, it just, you know.
In this ugly round, gone 2, just USPs. Vitality should be minimizing casualties. We saw the effect of them playing the economy game on Dust 2 with so many saves on that CT side. Questionable saves even. Arguable 2-on-2s that they could have attempted and didn't on finances alone.
Something you said right off the top of this as well was this was the map we didn't get to see, right, back in Dallas. And so where Spirit lost there at the hands of Vitality, they had lessons to learn. They had things to go back to. And even though this is a great map for the Spirit squad, and they've got some very convincing wins on it, this is one where they don't have that same depth of things they want to change when they play against Vitality. You have to look at the heads they've taken down, and there are some big names.
The stack is here, but it just don't matter.
To rest as Vitality look to stick the landing in these conversions. And that's something they had a rough relationship.
How did the map 2 go? I was fixing my tomato plants outside.
Spirit were able to get on the board very, very quickly to open
Spirit
up
just kind of hit their groove on the T side. Vitality really didn't have too many answers. Also individually, there were a couple flubbed rounds as well from Vitality. So overall, like it was just a strong showing from Spirit's T side. They actually did. Chopper called a great T side.
And physically, it's an extremely T-sided map at the best of times.
And yeah, in the moments where Vitality maybe could have pulled it back individually, they just weren't there to do it.
And Vitality can't get ahead of themselves because they've had those woes before on the defense, even at this tournament against G2. So got to keep it going now. Round 3, full buy. Spirit have everything but the orb.
When do I play today? I think 4:30 Pacific Standard Time. I think. It's on HLTV, so if you just go to that page, it should come up.
Moves back in, he ends up catching them. Couple of strays.
Yeah, I play in 6 hours and 6 minutes. There you go.
Vitality get the mid control they were looking for. As he waiting in the wings outside of A, this is just a bit of defaulting here for Vitality into the first rifle round. They're not doing any sort of.
I done my NA revival. Oh,
crazy call from Spawn, no set piece.
Things should be rolling out here soon.
Nervous all across the map.
Me and Jason Lake were just formalizing business. That's all. Just being transparent with you. We were just formalizing some stuff, making sure everything's good to go. But the answer is soon, TM.
It's a crazy push for Zontix to make, and even though he won't commit, it's freed up Shiro to rotate. The fear is there's a mid lurker, but Chopper's had an eye on it. He's had pretty good timing.
With the 14-month farmer, thank you.
Spirit can just concern themselves.
I'm the Complexity. No. Me and Complexity just had to do, agree to shit because we're on a joint venture doing shit together. No, very separate, but together.
Forced out by the util. That's going to give them some leeway over towards Dark, but the spam does connect. Damage done. Donk trying to bait them in for Shiro. It's this terrifying twosome, this 1-2 punch that Spirit have been able to rely on. And once again, it causes problems for Vitality.
Man, nice shots from Messi and then Zai. Oh, wait.
Once more. He was in this same position in the pistol, but this time as a
look at the HP. Look at the HP.
Room gained. Messi. They're calling for him.
Oh, this is such a weird.
He looks like it. Swinging out, gets and tees up Spinks to close that out.
Gaming Bambino with the 5-month primer, thank you.
What a crucial double entry for Messi. He really is playing up to the pressure of performing on his home stage. Showing up when it matters in this series. Had a couple of clutch rounds. Kicked us off on Mirage.
Even when we saw him back at Dallas, right, he had that phenomenal ace from the back plat. So he's right at home here on Anubis, very much in his wheelhouse. So a nice start from Messi. Certainly not a bad look. Spirit just down to pistols now, but you mentioned this earlier, right? Very T-sided map. Can be hard to get the ball rolling CT. You've lost the first rifle. That kind of immediately puts you on the back foot here if you're Spirit. You expected a kind of one-sided start to this game, and that is what we're getting. Just about when does Spirit start chipping their way back in?
Damn, they're just brawling at B-main, dude.
Fall down to the pistols like we saw them do repeatedly on Dust.
Not a bad flash, but how is Chopper not getting hit? Oh my God! Hey guys.
Different results with these pistols. I feel like Zontix is in
Zontix looks pretty lost in the clutch. That was a very weird clutch he was in. I'm gonna be real with you, dude.
5 players, but for the most part, he's left saving.
Coming out of E-Box there when they basically could have been
4-0 and Vitality
literally anywhere is just weird. That's a hard. That's just yeah.
Zywoo positioned perfectly for this exit.
Going to Austin Major, I hope so.
All said and done.
I'm gonna have my peeps reach out to Blast and see if we can do some co-streaming or something at the Major. That'd be sick.
Hell, we could even see the double up. I think that'd be pretty
I almost went to this.
Was willing to do it every opportunity he had on Dust 2.
Almost.
Another map where it's extremely viable.
So, and me and Blast have a very good relationship. So I think there's a good chance that I'll be co-streaming from the Major, but no promises. That's a
timeouts.
That would be what I would like to do, and I'll try to see if we can make it happen.
Second half, as you will likely be having to come back into this map. We're going to get one out the way early. They don't want a bunch of freebies for Vitality right off the top.
Did you do show match? Probably not.
Do have the double orb, but it's on Magic.
Same reason as Dallas, dude. When I go to those events, it's like I don't feel like playing at a pointless show match when I could literally go to a meet and greet and meet hella people that don't get to go to events, or like, you know, just in general, I'm not going to be at many places, that kind of thing. Seems like a much better use of my time.
Aggressive. Showing shadows of Cloud9. Anyone can all. We'll all try it.
Anyone can try.
Magix gets to have a little go alongside Shiro, rocking the second. Double main set up here for Spirit as Zontix plays the jiggle. He wasn't looking to give up the opener there, but he does get the spot.
Like, just, yeah, like, show matches just seem, I don't know, man.
Exec Vitality with a smoking main. He can actually boost Shiro up over this.
I know, like, it's like a thing people do, but
play to get an opening kill with the AWP.
Honestly, do you guys like, I mean, blast ones are a bit better, but you guys really enjoy them?
Comfortably at that.
Early game Anubis for the CT side is very much like a game of chess. You're kind of exchanging util with one another, right? Not wanting to give up the position. Vitality smoked, Spirit smoked. And so they settle on a bit of a stalemate over towards main.
If you lose one thing, you've got to gain another, right? Give and take. Can't be flying blind on the CT side. Shiro pushed off by clean utility for Vitality. 40 seconds to do this, and Apex undecided on his position. That might force him now into this A hit. Zywoo is trying to lurk dark. Shiro back at the site. Zontix lines up 2, and Shiro finishes the job. It's only Apex hitting his shot, and the round is done like
damn,
that.
Shiro, nice shot.
Only a lurk, too far
fucking
gone.
A. Nice shot, nice shot.
Oh, not even going to survive the final crossing.
Well, that's a statement round for Spirit, especially with how many they kept up.
Played by Shiro.
Scooper, thanks for your 14-month primer. In case I missed that, I just want to make sure.
Good to see him get some support in this very difficult anchor position.
Bare minimum here, you've learned about the double orb, so I wonder what that's going to do to this next round.
Stargazer, the idea of playing for 3rd and 4th, honestly, for it, you'd say it's a decent amount of money, and I'm not trying to downplay it. But to be completely honest with you, Stargazer, playing for 3rd, 4th is just kind of meh. Most players are going to make more in salary than they would from a split of that match. So, like, you're not really...
Seems like they're going to be going for a play, meeting in the middle.
Yeah. Nah, I think that would...
Makes steps close, but pulls back, hoping to just delay Vitality by a few more seconds.
Not a bad way for this to start. Spam on the mid-smoke out of flames, and Chopper just caught getting curious. An early advantage taken for Vitality.
Hourly rate doesn't add up. I mean, players don't play for, like... nobody thinks that way, you know what I mean? Like, when you're playing in this tournament, nobody's like, damn, dude, I can make another 20 grand if I win this match or something. Nobody's thinking like that. No, literally nobody. And if you're already, if you can't win the tournament and then you're asked to play one more match where, like, it literally means nothing because you can't win the tournament, it's just, yeah.
Still 2 full belts.
Give me the show match instead, please.
To gamble out of Spirit, right? They've kind of left B high and dry. It's just on Magix's AWP, and so
you can't say that, Fun. Money's definitely a factor.
Starts to pull Spirit around the map. Donk might get back there.
I'll let you believe what you want, my man. I'm not going to try to convince you otherwise. That's okay.
Ridding Vitality of Apex and slowing down this mid split. It's no longer really a split. It's all in through main. It's all in to Shiro's AWP. Oh, and Shiro's
damn, nice shot, Shiro. Shiro looking fucking locked in at this A-bomb site. God damn.
And Spinks is once again left looking on. His teammates fall around him, and Spirit rack up a second.
Even though Zontix has had some great games for this team, he's still, you know...
Chat, if we could please stop fucking judging a 17-year-old with studio lights on him.
It's very easy to overwhelm. It's difficult to get
y'all are probably some grown-ass men right now.
So the fact that we're seeing Shiro
doing this is just weird behavior. I hate that I have to say this every day.
Double setup, freeing up Zontix to spot mid as well. That's a big problem. Vitality clearly wanting to punish this A-bomb site, having trouble getting even in.
Motherfuckers have acted like they've never had acne in their life.
And it's another one of these moments where for Vitality, they're kind of kicking themselves. They had the man advantage. They're on the more favored side. You think that that's all the makings of a round win, and yet it still gets away from them. It's a real confidence booster for Shiro.
Bro got a little extra on that.
In spite of losing that early man, in spite of almost getting caught out of position, they're able to bring it all back. Game's well and truly afoot now. As he lurking over here towards A, plenty of util dropped for Zontix to play around. And this is annoying, right? Because Shiro in this round isn't actually playing with him over towards A. He's instead kind of responsible for middle. He can float back over, sure, but it relies on Zontix buying time. So that's where the dropped util comes in handy. It keeps the pressure on of two players here. The info that's available suggests that there's two. And it will slow down any Vitality A hit.
And on the clock, but this will be the move. Play into this site, made clear by the util. Zontix burns everything he's got. Picks up a re-smoke, that's a bomb going flying in, and they melt in the Molotov.
Bro, this A-bomb site is just not it right now. I'm not gonna lie to you, Vitality.
They cannot get a foot in this position.
It's very flat for Vitality here to open up on the T side. Sure, they had the good start of the pistol. They stick the landing on the conversions, even pick up that first rifle round, but they just don't know what to do about this Shiro AWP, about Donk's pressure down towards Dark. They've been very homed in on trying to get past Shiro's AWP and Zontix hold over on A, but they can't break it.
He really is unrelenting as well. Look at him go. Save anything but assured here for Vitality as Donk comes sneaking in. 10 seconds is more than enough for Donk to clear these corners. Now he knows one left. Final bullet.
And that is
I think they can hide from me.
For Vitality, they don't even get this save. They don't play the round. They don't attempt it. And they get out with nothing. Donk shows no mercy.
Loving the energy from Shiro as well.
Just nice to see him in a team where he gets hyped up, where they make these runs after his time in limbo.
Yeah, I mean, with so many aggressive pieces, he's able to play a very static AWP, one of the more passive AWPers, but so much value on this A site in just 3 rounds won from Spirit.
And this is a big problem for Vitality. It's like they want to try and avoid Donk. They want to try and slow his roll out of the gate, but that A site is not a saving grace for Vitality right now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't even think it's what bomb site you hit. You have to actually pressure on the map. They're just trying to brute force these fucking hits.
Over towards mid, but they've never pulled him out of position. You can't expect to break through that AWP rifle hold. It's so strong when they're there playing in tandem.
The adaptation has to come through mid, though, because Chopper has been extremely passive on this CT side. They've barely been looking at middle, so Vitality needs some lurker to keep pressure on the back line, to keep Spirit with eyes in the other side of their head. They have not utilized mid once in these gun rounds. Apex
no, I mean, sometimes you do want to, like, you know, if a player's like got the hot hand, you know, I get trying to avoid them, but the real issue to me is less that they're trying to avoid people, and I think Vitality's just fucking up by trying to just, like I said, they're not really creating pressure on the map. They're just waiting for a long period of time and then just splitting, which is, you know, they, well, actually, no, on the gun rounds, they weren't even really splitting. Ooh, nice shots. Wait. Donk?
3 kills on either man, 20 seconds.
Wait.
The name
okay.
Zontix does it on his own. But even then, that's far too close.
Well, you're cutting it fine, sure. But you put a stop to it, right? And it was the same sort of story on Dust 2. Vitality would get to these clutch positions, these moments where the individuals are given the legroom to excel, and they couldn't take them over the line. And that
Clout, just leave it, and Nataki also just leave it for me. Thank you.
Zontix looking like a rock with Shiro supporting there alongside him. A is just off limits, and no amount of pressure that they put towards B has changed that fact. Spirit feel in control of this game, and at 4-all, with a streak going their way, moments like this.
What on earth was this? Donk jumping.
Donk really just trying to Valorant spray him and not getting it.
Zontix util has just been incredible on this CT side, right? He's getting drop smokes and Molotovs, but he is making use of them every single time. 125 UD already.
It's like we're doing a wee bit of trolling.
Re-smoking A main, hitting great HEs. And he's not
Mike
been too
Grubbin?
tame
Yeah.
on this A main position either. He's making these wide swings off
Got
the
some
spawn.
eggs, some center cut bacon.
Making sure Vitality hear his presence in this position.
A little bit
What
of
that
toasty
does do
toast.
is force Vitality to take A main with a Molotov.
Colin, thanks for the 5-month primer. Thank
So
you. Happy
Spirit
donut.
always
Thanks
know
for
it's
21.
coming. It feels like they're always set up for this A hit. Vitality can't just walk into A main, and if they did, there's an AWP waiting.
It's almost painstakingly clear that the plan was to abuse this A site, and that has not worked. And so, what do you do when your plan is not working for Vitality? That's going to be a test for Apex, a test of his mettle. Finally seeking to try and pressure Dark a little bit more. The bomb drop back outside of B. But at this point, after so many failed A plays, after getting shut down there time and time and time again, is this too obvious? Is this too clear? Chopper's getting pressured, but it's the nade that opens up.
Damn, that nade is ruthless, actually. Mezzi gets through, though. Come through. There you go. And the other added part of this, actual little bit of mid-pressure.
Back into this game. And Mezzi has given it to them. Another double opener over towards B.
Not 4 people A or B main this time. A little bit of mid-pressure, actual split.
This terrifying duo that have uprooted every round at A. Move in and try to recover a 2-on-3. A kill's got to come soon, and it will, but it's Shiro falling over at long. Zontix gets decapitated.
Well done.
Vitality don't give up the lead as Mezzi holds Vitality's hand over the finish line in that round.
Yeah, just keeping the pressure on, jumping through smokes. It may be 3 stacked, but everyone's so focused on that connector position.
How many CT rounds does Spirit need?
Both B rounds won by Mezzi.
CT side's been getting more rounds lately, so.
And it feels like if plan A hasn't worked, well then this B site has got to fall as Vitality's back up.
I'd say 1 more round. For Spirit to feel pretty good about the situation, I'd say 1 more round.
Dong with something to say about that.
Especially considering Spirit did not get pistol round. This isn't like bad for them. They just need to try to squeeze out 1 more though.
Magix is going to continue to play the AWP. He needs to be getting a little bit more value out of this. He's just been playing the back lines, has been wholly uninvolved in this CT side. We'll switch back to the rifle for now, only due to purchasing power and Vitality. Well, they go very quick towards the B side. Looking to put pressure on immediately. That A map out B main, clearing close position with a Molotov. But Dong doesn't want to use his smoke. He wants to meet them head on.
The back-to-back B hits for Vitality could end up being a stroke of genius here. They deal with Donk and Magix on the opening, and they leave Mezzi to lurk.
Prove me wrong. Vitality immediately went back to that fucking B hit that I didn't like before. All done.
And Zontix with the backstab, but Spinks is already considering it. Can't hold his ground, so that does give up the 3-on-3.
For a low player, he really overcommitted to that duel. Could have played the headshot.
That's crazy too, because if they would have guessed wrong and Shiro started B this round, the way they contacted it, they would have got lit the fuck up.
Still have lots of util, and initially that's going to favor Vitality, but they're the ones feeling the pressure to burn it. Here's the counteraction from Spirit, where they try to break in, nading this smoke open, but Mezzi holding the line with 1 on a Zontix, leaves Shiro in the clutch. He doesn't have the time, doesn't have the ability to go.
Oh no.
Seals the deal.
Flames break checked him and checked B main randomly. I'd be pissed.
There for Spirit, right? That nade on the smoke in B main.
I'd be so mad.
It doesn't open up the fights they wanted. And even though Spinks feels like he lets them back in, Vitality
that's like the worst kind of miss, because like you pre-aimed it with the hop well, and then the guy just does some random shit like that. Actually, is he B main? Look.
Just going back into a B hit, and one of the most standard B hits you could look for where you're crunching it through main. Chopper thus far has done a great job out-cooling Apex, at least he did on Dust 2. But there, it's the simplicity that stuns Spirit. That decision to go back to B has served them well. And it might
those are literally the best peaks versus an Opera, man. The best.
Just explode in this round. They just run at Vitality thinking that they won't be ready, but it's actually a perfect call for Apex to go back to defaulting, knowing that Spirit economy has been chiseled away. And only scraps remain. A Deagle, a UMP. Vitality's patience pays off. 4 on 2 as they keep on walking the walk. And I don't know if individual brilliance is going to be able to...
I am back, chat. Sorry about that.
UMP, though, caught with nades, out-traded. Shiro, they know his position. They need not to fight him.
Yeah, you really know where he's been playing. Vitality have felt the force of Shiro a few times, so they just up and avoid him here. But this is what was missing for Vitality early on. Spirit were doing such a good job of slowing down these A hits, constantly replenishing util, that Vitality had to waste so much util of their own, it became obvious where everyone was on the map, and so Spirit felt super comfortable. Well, that's no longer the case. Now there's vulnerabilities getting exploited,
but it's not last round. Some of the buys.
The defense of Team Spirit. And so over time, maybe that starts to weaken.
I'd have to look at the loss bonus, but yeah, based on them buying and seeing their leftover money right now, yeah, they're probably money fucked.
Have been far more successful for Vitality.
Am I drinking Ice Americano from Cafe Nori, as always?
Execute, actually commits off this A main take util again. I mean, pretty crazy cool considering what we've seen on this T side already. But don't put crazy past Apex.
Magix is absent right now. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, like, he's the guy normally for them.
Into this half, 3-4 rounds, that could be enough for Team Spirit. They've already done it.
Bro, you're not even close, bro.
Like
Is he even trying?
Those 4 rounds.
My man just kept missing the same way every time.
No AWP, no kits. In for a penny, in for a pound.
What happened to walking pad? Poor build quality. Tread started going into the motor. It brake checks me now, and I'm surprised I haven't died on the treadmill. Instead, Nori and I have been going for walks outside and shit. Kind of weird. Graphics are a bit shit, but
you stopped a 4-round streak.
It's nice.
And rebuilt 4 of your own. If they do that,
lining something up.
If they're able to do that, the ebb and flow of this game.
No, Chad. I live in Vegas. It's irresponsible to touch grass or for anybody to have grass. I don't touch grass. But I do walk on very nice trails that are really cool around mountains.
He still gets the position
it's pretty lit.
As they molly smoke, he does the same. And now they
mountains are cool.
They're 4B, they're strong, but that opening kill comes in for ZywOo.
First, they tried to avoid Donk. But ZywOo finally realizes he's meant to match this.
Touch sand? Nah, it's not sand out here. It's just dirt. Very hard dirt. Oh. Nah, this is the what? This is it. This is all like this keeps this game so manageable for Spirit now.
Spirit send them packing. No
the fact that they held him on this was a good gamble call. I don't know if this is Chopper or who, but
CT side keeps this one super competitive. And with just Apex left standing, it should only be a matter of time. There's Magix to close. Spirit have still got fight left.
Vegas has mountains. Vegas is quite literally surrounded by mountains, dude. It's a bowl. The Las Vegas Strip is in the center of the bowl, and then all around it is mountains. All right, chat. I'm running a 90-second ad and putting my plate away real quick. Hold on. All right, I'm back. About to start your first big boy job in Vegas? Nice, man. Hope it goes well. Kerrigan. Ooh, that's a tough one. He was on Spirit Academy, so... But was it a different... Are they saying... Okay. That felt like that was kind of a weird one. His first team was Spirit Academy, pretty much. I didn't know that answer. I just knew the other two weren't it. Oh my. Bruh.
A game too close to call in this grudge matchup. Spirit resist on the hardest CT side in the game. But ZywOo has shown up in spades to this series. And now we're going to need more than ever moving over.
Alavar, thanks for the 82-month primer. Iniquity, thanks for the 13-month primer. Thank you. Any other primers, chat? Prime forgetters. But thank you very much, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Hey, yo.
It's a marathon, not a sprint in this third map.
Donk and ZywOo might have been the headline players across the series, but here in this third map, you're looking at different heroes for either side. Zontix and Shiro rising to the occasion for Spirit in a stalwart defense over towards A. And for Vitality, it's been Flames and Mezzi really making a difference here.
All on Mezzi and Flames here. This is going to be really hard.
Flames up close. And alongside him, he's got Mezzi. Can they hold on? Mezzi seems to think so. One kill from him, but there's that split out
that setup was so ass.
Apex makes up for it. 3v3.
I hate that setup.
That's been gifted. Apex picks that up. But
there's literally no way they can win that round. Like, unless one of them just kills 3.
Spinks is so wounded, and Shiro will finish him off. ZywOo moves in to a lost
That's like the equivalent of, like, that was literally the exact same thing as playing 2 people on the A bomb side on Dust 2 and not playing Long or Cat. That is awful.
This guy's been a top 10 player every single year since Gambit broke out in 2021. Such a consistent piece of every team.
Yeah, I don't know.
In a team, I dare
Classic
say
Apex call? Maybe.
Incredible.
Could have been Apex. Pistol rounds are weird, you know, like for example, Hunter calls pistol rounds for G2. All right. And then the other thing is like on rounds like that, if they're just called like 2A, he might not be calling the exact setup for them.
Out of the way, and this defense is where Vitality have issues. So they fight back with a force buy, full MP9s, run and gun. Zontix, A main.
No one understands it, plays counter along, they just stand in between both. I know. Oh, nice kill. Oh my Flames. What the fuck? Oh, he caught him with the molly out.
Vitality taking risks.
They come swinging, dropping mid, out dog, jumping A main. They just want to catch Spirit by surprise.
Vitality calling not good. They're only. No, I think Apex did a good job, honestly, regathering the squad, dude. They lost 4 rounds straight, then to just rally themselves, and then they did lose the very last round, but Spirit called a gamble stack, and they got a multi-kill on many SMGs, so like it's... No, I think their T-side... It's never a steamroll at this level. It's about adaptation, and the fact that they lost 4 rounds and adapted and won and rallied themselves. Say it's not too bad. Nice shots from the Wu. Not Polar Bear. I'm not.
So impactful.
The second kill, the kill on Shiro is crazy. And then Apex dropping down is nuts.
And a hop, skip, and a jump. Vitality.
That exchange with Apex is just Apex things.
Whichever team loses this series is going to face criticism, right? Questions on that stage. ZywOo's seen that before. Spirit started so strong, yet didn't keep it up. They feel like they need to end their season with how it began, another trophy.
Spirit are hoping for a repeat. Vitality are hoping for anything. They've had chances. They've had podium finishes, sure, runs to grand finals 2 times over.
Holy shit. Spinks, fuck around and find out, buddy. Holy fuck.
This can be the one.
And that's despite just a phenomenal 2023, right? Not just the Paris Major, but all those wins in the Blast Full and World Finals.
This is too risky for Apex. That's too much. Yeah. Really wanted the gun, really wanted to take that away, but he gives up his life.
And Mezzi died, chat. That's a round. Wow. Okay, well.
That's a swift response. You get one from ZywOo.
I don't know what Spinks was doing.
Is even, balanced, fairly.
I don't know how Mezzi died. I didn't even see how Mezzi died. And then Apex just bit off. Apex tried to be a hero to save up and make up for Spinks' fucking mistake. This just seems so odd to me. Like, oh, that's where Mezzi died. Oh, that's why Apex felt like he could throw the molly. Ah.
It's one of those moments, those seldom moments for Apex where there's no one left to blame. He knows that he made the misstep there, that one's all on him.
That makes more sense at least, but I just thought he went in there and just tried to toss a fucking molly.
He's going to be an even harsher critic on himself. That is a very
Did they flash for Spinks, or did he really just run across like that?
Back to Team Spirit into this game.
Yeah.
10. Unlucky. Force buy back up here for Vitality.
All in all, it's a pretty good buy considering that save is allowed, but ZywOo, he's going to come in swinging right now. The footsteps called, and Shiro able to turn in time thanks to Zontix, who won't last long.
That's so important for Flames. Like, that was a horrible start. They're trying to go for a Hail Mary. They're jostling right now for this pole position in the 3rd and final map, and ZywOo falls immediately, gets nothing done.
Look at the gamble.
Flames reclaims lost ground, but over in mid, Chopper makes his stand, makes his play out into the open. Oh, no. Is Apex ready? What? He is! Turns on a dime and deals with Chopper. Damn. Magix tries to keep the round in check. Shiro's there with him. Right now, Vitality have spotted a heavy presence over in middle, but are they prepared to deal with it? Slows right down. And Spirit ride it off for now because Donk, look at him go. He's secured all this space. The A site continues.
Boothie, thanks for the 21-month resub, and Brother John, thanks for the 200 biddies.
Will they get there and deal with Donk before that bomb can join him? Right now, it's all eyes on Donk. Holds the line. Vitality, it's left to Spinks, who's got that one on a platter.
They're low. He should know they're going to be in like 5 seconds.
Right now, because Spirit have already sent their way into B for the quick plant. Spinks gets the kit. Will he consider this round? Vitality have had the tendency to save in almost every CT situation across this series.
He's got a kit, but he's so far.
Spinks calls it in. And Spirit level up. I can't believe Vitality choose to live and die by the mid-fight, and somehow it doesn't work out. There were 4 CT players there crunching, just the couple from Spirit, and still the T-side comes out on top. Great gap found by Donk.
Yeah, Alex, there's a whole nother best of 3 after this. Another one. And it's going to be a long one.
AK, the only feature in this round for Vitality. It might be a slam dunk if this keeps up.
Let me write that one down.
Spirit have got all
I'll be streaming it. Yep.
Here. It's really about what can Spinks do with that gun? Where does he end up? How does he try and play?
Yeah, it's going to be NaVi versus VP.
Another aggro B play. We saw this punished when Spirit went for the same. But this is a nice change. Right?
Oh, nice peek.
Over the top.
Slimy.
5v4. And untradeable at that.
And that's going to add to the intrigue because the rest of Vitality bought up smokes coming into this round. They want to try and delay the A play. I think they're anticipating that that's going to be the goal of Spirit here, as has so often been the case. But Flames gets caught going wide.
I hate that kind of like way of holding aim in.
They don't have to. They're going to blow it open. ZywOo will have to meet them with the Deagle. Damage done, but he can't.
Oh my, how is he alive?
ZywOo's hounded down. It's got to be Apex, who can't live up to the task. Now it's the Merriman's turn.
Yeah, I'll be pugging the warm-up for the match. Yep.
The fallen star and the fallen IGL. And Spirit want no part of it.
Yeah, I love the reset call. A very good idea. Go back elsewhere. Give Zontix the weaker weapon to go in first. And trade should be available for Spirit. They know the Vitality will have stacked up that A site and now clearing the flank. It should be a clear plant. Spirit thinks so.
Chopper deserves a great deal of credit.
Nah, this has been a really good match.
These reads for the setup in the first half. I know the B side was massively problematic, but the A hold was phenomenal. The way they played off of each other.
2 guns for Vitality. Not a terrible round for them. They'll take this little consolation prize. This is a cool boost, though.
Always finding the opener. It's been so valuable. By the time Vitality even adjusts to what's happening in this game, Spirit 3 steps ahead.
Wembley, do you like saving? I thought so. At least it gives us that beautiful fire. And this one's heating up now on the 3rd map of this semi-final.
I miss Nico.
Team Spirit take the lead back.
The Spirit here. Undefeated on Anubis since their Katowice run. And an open runway on the favored side of Vitality that are all in, that are running
the risk the crowd was booing VP yesterday. They will do it again. But they'll also chant Jam Time. They're a sophisticated bunch.
The question is now poised to Vitality. Can they do anything to change that? Going to be aggression up the lane in middle.
Oh,
very quickly done from Mezzi. From saving guns to saving the king, perhaps.
Dirty thanks to the 5-month primer. Thank you.
That is one way to find the opener. Back-to-back rounds, Vitality make a play, and it pays off. But it's still about this slow crawl from Spirit. As they try and respond in the middle of the map, the one gap that Vitality have left open, and it's been very well read yet again. The hole found. Vitality still want to make plays. Nothing wrong with this. Continually gathering info. Another B flash, getting aggressive with it as well.
Yeah, this is Vitality playing with a lot
more.
They
should have heard that though.
In this situation, it's rewarding them with a lot more info. They have a far greater picture of how this round is panning out.
That's
slimy, dude.
ZywOo into the fold. So similar to rounds gone by, this one is won or lost on the mid fights. ZywOo first point of contention. That's the bomb over in camera, but Magic.
They won both. Oh, they're gonna go to Temple because of this. Apex hears it though.
Be the guy to try and stop this.
Oh, Hero's so ready. Well played. Well played. I wonder if he heard him earlier.
Has to be his moment. You've seen him deliver over here on B. You all saw it back in Dallas. It's do or die for Mezzi. Do or die for the Merriman. Just one. Flames
he's so low. He's so low. Dead.
The nade will find him. Spirit. Double
damn, Shiro's getting fucking amped. Dude, that was a nice read from Shiro for Apex and Spawn there. I wonder if he heard him because he was dialed in, dude.
Apex's rotation, and that is a worse way to die in your own spawn. Magix almost gets caught with bomb in camera for crying out loud. That would have ended the round then and there, you feel.
The issue, honestly, I think it was whoever came through, whoever ran through Temple.
Holds his own.
Whoever ran out of Temple, I think, jumped the gun, and that's what gave him the window back into that round. Who was it? Let's see. Spinks. Oh, brother.
Magix might not put up superstar numbers all the time, but he's been in this team for a long while now. Chopper has always wanted to keep him around. When he first appeared on the scene, we said they're going to be able to mold him to whatever they want, and Chopper has done that throughout every iteration of this squad. And in those moments where he has to win a fight, when he's got the bomb over in camera and he's facing off against ZywOo, the face of Team Vitality, he's able to stop it. Spinks, aggressive move again. And where in the past for Vitality, these aggressive moves have given them man advantages to play with. This time, it's a big problem.
And that face goes from a smile to a grimace now as Vitality, for the first time, don't take that 5-on-4 clean. It's been back-to-back rounds. Spirit
I don't like that. Desperate.
Well, now what do we do,
yeah, it is. Vitality, it's desperate times right now for them based on this round. It is.
Relying on a rifle on B.
I don't know. I'm not going to critique it too much. That is literally, I say it all the time. That is the type of play where when it works, you look so sick, and it's just like, wow, perfect time to call that. If that flash just hits a little bit better, whatever. But man, when you die, it's like, wow, you're kind of desperate. What are you trying to win this one? You kind of look like a fucking bot, you idiot.
Coming in with a swing. Zontic's a fantastic spray, and the quick swap will let him down. But
Zontix, did you just swap for a pistol?
Often it's Mezzi having to do it all. On this CT side of Anubis, he's got another impossible task rolled out ahead of him. That first one's free. Mezzi's going to have to do more to slay the dragon. 1 on 3. Only 2 players here, and he knows about that, but he's slinking out of there. He doesn't want any part to play in this round. Mezzi gives it over.
They do a rolling schedule, so it'll probably be about 20, it'll be 30 minutes at most in between matches.
Vitality. And no save guaranteed, because look at that flank through spawn.
From back-to-back grand final appearances to getting shut down in semis, that is the grim reality that Vitality are faced with as Spirit surge towards the finish line. 5 in a row now on this T side. And Zontix has been such a problem, an unsolvable problem for Team Vitality. It started on Dust.
Yeah, he's the reason that didn't just go 2-0 right on the T side, finding so many multi-kills to push
my
Spirit
favorite
over the line.
cereal, totally random question. Favorite's hard. I'd say what I eat the most of though is Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Captain Crunch.
Trying to steal this series away from
I haven't had cereal in a while though.
Aggro play, but once again it falls on deaf ears. Donk unmatched in the opener. ZywOo might have been called.
That's their money too, chat. That might be it.
The one who breaks it.
See, that to me looked more desperate. Like, you finally get a gun round and you're just popping the first 10 seconds in. You need to get aggressive on CT side Anubis. You can't just sit back. That is absolutely, like, you need to be aggressive. But dude, like, you have run at them the last 3 rounds, essentially.
Still closing rounds from man down. This could be weird. Apex catches one, and ZywOo has the cover for the stairs.
But this is sick from ZywOo and Apex.
Vitality have flipped this one on its head. Still far from a closed round. Bomb site open for the taking. Apex tries to stop the cross, but
nice try. Nice try.
Shot. 2v3 now. If they can smoke,
he had to do that because A is completely open. Like, oh my Chopper, dude. Chopper's in their fucking head.
What a call from Chopper.
Vitality was scrabbling A, and that bomb goes down over a B, the site that they just possessed mere moments ago.
Nah, that was sick. That's sick.
When this game may be done if you do.
Flash didn't hit.
Flames flying through the
he didn't flash for that.
Oof. Around 2.
They said boo.
Grand final point for Team Spirit.
They said get your ass in there, ZywOo, and you 1v3 him, damn it.
It leaves you wondering what could have been if one of these rounds had gone their way. But as ZywOo is relegated to the save and the rest of Vitality look onwards, it might be another sour memory in the playoffs as once more A chance of lifting that trophy looks to elude them, as has been the story all season long.
Vitality exposed. Oh, dude, and they lost the op.
No chance.
Saving
Spinks.
nothing yet again.
I don't know if Spinks is the one calling these aggro plays, but I'm just going to say what I've seen. This Spinks CT side has been horrendous.
Will not save the king today.
He was responsible for that E-box swing when they broke Spirit's money and they had the one hero AK on Donk. He's been picked, I think, at least 3 times, and he was the one that was responsible for running through Temple early. I mean, if there was a playbook of how to literally let the other team into every single round possible, I feel like Spinks is doing it.
Mainstay for the stage.
You know, some of those early pushes could be Apex's calls, so I don't want to put it all on him. I don't want to put it all on him.
In the grudge match, in the revenge match.
That's crazy. They were taking fuck flom signs, but they let that guy come in with a dick and a fuck you Apex sign. That's crazy.
6 rounds in a row, looking for that 7th, that cherry on top, that sweet feeling of success. And nothing in this half has screamed vitality or in it to win it.
So like, yeah, hard to say, at least with the push mid and the push B main might not be on Spinks, but this wide swing E-box and that wide swing Temple are both on him, and they were both crucial swing rounds.
And those risks have banked up.
I mean, none of these saves have, almost none of the saves on this map have been successful, right? Spirit have hunted them every single time. They know the value of removing.
They're not
those
letting
guns.
in fuck flom signs. I know a couple people lost theirs. Yes, I don't know.
And vitality in this 3rd map choking.
The feat they've only been able to replicate once since that Katowice win for Spirit.
Why don't they hold sights and trades? They keep. No, you can't hold sights on this map, guys.
Here they're looking to beat a world-class level of opposition.
You lose. That is how you lose every round. That's why this map is so T-sided and why it's lean T-sided, is because if you just sit in bomb sites, you will lose rounds, guys. Now, do you need to run it down mid and pop B main in the first 10 seconds of every round? Absolutely not.
Again, look at the call. They've drawn every single player over but Spinks. This fake out for Chopper is a masterclass, and it's only Spinks.
Has to do it now.
All right, let's see it.
This round stands on pillars of sand.
We got one.
Spinks dead. Those foundations crumble. Apex catches the bomb out wide. Magic's one at the time. Vitality right at the end. Apex
Oh, they're holding on. They're holding on.
Oh, that's a disaster. Could have just stuck that plant. He had the cover cross. Scared of dog, perhaps.
Good little popper into A main there. Contesting the A main.
And okay, a drop of the ball. Will Vitality pick it up and go home? 3 rounds. And Spirit call a timeout. They had everything they needed to close this series here and now. One blemish on a near flawless T side. Unlike Donk to make those mistakes, but trusting in the call that B was clear. And we play on.
Can Vitality overcome those demons of crumbling when it really matters? Because it matters now. 3 rounds in a row. That's what they need to take us to overtime. They finally break a streak of 6 from Spirit. But they now need to embark on one of their own. And this B play, this will decide it. Mezzi back at the site, fall blind and run it down.
No.
Mezzi is the first to fall.
Well. Yep, Spinks stuck in E-box. Zaiwu making the read on it though, that's huge. Spinks still has E-box, like it can get weird here.
Spinks down in lower. Apex going to try and move out through Temple, but a kill's got to come. Something's
Oh,
going to
the
give.
peak
Chopper swings
early.
it wide, but there's an immediate trade. All the util now starts to run dry for Spirit. They're playing on Vitality's timer.
Oh,
on
nice.
their clock, but the time is quickly getting away from Vitality.
Wait, Kit just died on Apex. Kit just died on Apex. Spinks picked it up. He spammed him. Oh, my.
The dragon of Team Spirit devours St. William, and the Vitality run closes in the semi-final.
The only thing
Damn,
sweeter
bro.
than claiming revenge is earning a spot in the grand finals in the process for Team Spirit, their first arena grand final since IM Katowice all the way back in February. And we all know what happened there, Bubs.
Well done for them, dude. Well done for Spirit.
Yeah, and
Ray Thorn, they said tier 2, 38-month resub.
He's played such amazing T-sides. I think we're going to be talking about, of course, that Vitality
Donk might be him, dude.
To play with, right? But
I'm not
on the
trying
lights
to
of
take
the
away
outside,
from
he
Donk
played
at
lights
all.
out on the calling side.
Oh, definitely.
Chopper
Talk about a
T-sides
bounce
were
back from
fucking
the Dallas
beautiful,
0-2
dude.
To now actually putting Apex in your pocket. The calls from
Like,
Chopper on that last half
bro.
were immaculate. He was in his opponent's head. The reads were correct. The timings were correct.
The-
All of the aggression
the-
that Vitality basically threw at
That
Spirit,
shit
and
was
that's the
so
word I wanna
sick.
use. Threw
Like-
at them. Knew how to handle it, no problem. Had the good fakes towards the very end. These clutches. Man, it hurts for Vitality,
Apex
but you
outcalled
gotta
like
say
always.
this is deserved from Spirit.
I think Apex
Absolutely.
called a fine
Incredible
T-side.
pass and
I think the
fortitude coming
CT
off of them.
side,
And remember, this was
which
only, less
you're
than
not
2 weeks ago
micromanaging,
that
was...
they went toe-to-toe with
I mean, I already
Vitality.
said my bit,
Huge
like,
props to them for being able to
you,
adapt,
maybe
overcome,
if
and look in
Apex
that
is the
grand
one
final.
calling those
Yeah, and I
aggro
mentioned that
pushes,
guy
then
in
sure,
particular,
but
right,
dude,
Shiro, that he
Spinks...
needs to step up and take a little bit more initiative.
Spinks on
and, bro,
2
he
different
took the
swing
AK
rounds.
so
Like,
many
I
rounds
mean,
in a
you
row.
can
He got
control
those
the
injuries.
game.
It was almost like
Just
watching Dong. If
gave
you would have given
kills.
those names, I
Like,
wouldn't have been sure who it was.
and like
Listen,
the
this was
biggest ones.
fantastic from Shiro. I agree with you, and I
You
think
can't
this
outcall
game
that.
was
Like,
maybe
you...
on a nice edge, let's say 10 to 15 minutes
You
ago.
it doesn't
and this
matter
is the
how good of an
moment he
IGL and how
actually struck.
good
This
you're
is the moment
calling.
he had
If
all of these
you
key rounds,
break
the timing
Spirit's
towards
money,
middle,
they have
the
all
multi-kills.
pistols and 1 AK,
After
and
that,
your
Vitality
E-box
was
player
out of it.
wide
Let's hit
swings
one of the
dry.
main Spirit stars.
Or at least
They
I think
move
it
on
was
over
dry.
to the grand final. It's Donk. who
Canals
jumps
just to
back.
get one tap by Donk. It, like, what are you supposed to call?
Spirit are your first team in the grand final.
When you mid-split and Spinks wides through the mid or wide swings out of Temple and gives them the route to B, like,
overcame the Vitality team this time. Does it feel good that you were able to do it on stage as well?
What?
Does it feel good that you could do this on stage?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm so tired. I don't know. It was the hardest burst of 3 that I played, I guess.
Wow, the hardest you've ever played, yeah? That's a crazy thing to say of it. Why was it so hard?
Vitality is a good team. They have good players, so it's kind of hard to play against them.
And in terms of that, right, you go down on your map pick, but you come back on Dust 2. When you win on Dust 2, did you feel like, okay, we can do this now?
Yeah, for sure. And after we come back on Mirage, we feel that we can do it, make it.
And then on Anubis here, talk to me about some of Chopper's calling. He seemed to be able to fake out Vitality. They kept rotating. Was he just being able to tell you when to go, what to do?
To be honest, Chopper is insane. His calls is really insane. We just did Mirage on Dust. It's like insane, to be honest.
He is insane, and you're putting up an insane performance as well. Is there anything you want to say to all these fans
even
in the arena?
Donk knows Chopper's to go to that fucking series, bro. I'm telling you. Why not interview Chopper? I haven't heard Chopper speak English all that much, chat.
We really appreciate it. Thank you.
There we go.
I think Chopper's not all that comfortable in English, though. I could be wrong, but I feel like I don't even know if I've heard Chopper like really talk that much in English.
You heard
Usually if it's not Donk, it's Magix
Chopper,
doing the interviews.
Absolutely insane, but we've got to give some credit where credit's due. Donk also absolutely insane in this series.
Yeah, and it was the first 2 maps where he was needed and he did his part right. It wasn't even necessarily a great map by him on the
Sheer
third
not
one, but it
talking
didn't
for
matter because
Chopper.
there's so
Sheer
much
doesn't
more
like
quality
to
coming in from the likes of
speak
Shiro,
it
but
during
this
English
guy was
interviews
a
at all. He
difference
used to
maker, right?
ask
We
other
constantly
teammates to
talk about
translate
these
for
two
him.
players, Dong and Zaiwu. I think it was the first series where we saw both of them displaying full strength.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't think Zaiwu was at the very, very full strength. I think that last last map he was a little bit muzzled as far as I'm concerned. But listen, we mentioned Chopper, and that's a reality that we have to address. On
Check
map
food
2
picks
and
in
map
Discord?
3,
Yeah, I can. Hold on.
Chopper defeated Apex. And it's a no contest. It's a no comeback. All of the calls on the T side were mostly correct. He always took Vitality by surprise, and you could even feel it towards the end of that map. You could see the helplessness of Vitality throwing bodies. Watch in hand, 8 seconds into the round, people are already fighting, and you know what? That's because they don't trust in their mid-round. They don't trust in their mid-round, they don't trust in their calls. They're scared
Donk wasn't even top 3 ranked this series, yet casters are only talking about Donk? What do you mean wasn't even top 3 in the series?
They had the 5v3s, when they were kicked off guard, they lost track of where they had to be and when they had to be, so they just fleet forward. They just avoided any decision making, just threw all the bodies.
Sure had a better kill death,
I think
but
lands on Apex's doorstep.
he literally had the most kills on the whole server.
A superstar. No. At some point, you have to be accountable. The decisions made on the CT side, Orville from Vitality, were catastrophic on map 2 and map 3, abused by Chopper. Case in point.
I mean, the reason why it worked so well, right, is because they used their util in the start of the rounds. Like, they were scared. They were scared that Donk is just going to dry peek them every single round. And if
Don't
you go
take the
into
bait.
That segment, right?
I mean, I guess it's bait, but
connected towards Spinks, right? He just constantly threw out his smoke early rounds, and that makes the rotations happen faster because you know the guy on P, he doesn't have any util, right? You have to do the stacks, you have to do the 1-2 trade setups, and that just forces you to play different. I would have loved to see them dictate stuff.
I come back from Sheer after the rough start of Mirage is crazy. Well, he was also just getting in a lot more situations, you know? It's kind of like what I was saying before, where Donk just like, when Donk's playing well, the amount of like opportunity Sheer gets is minimal.
It was such a shame to see them kind of, falling flat in that second half.
There's a fundamental issue in Counter-Strike, which is if you lose the rounds you're supposed to win, you draw the wrong conclusions and you just shoot yourself in the foot. And that is something.
Are we gonna beat Wildcard later?
Vitality here. They had 2 or 3 clear situations where they could have had the upper hand on their CT side.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit. Especially against Wildcard.
2 situations, they lost track of it, and it just became like a dog that you unleash at a dog park, just running around.
Wildcard has beaten the shit out of us a couple times, and
on the ball, and
vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that
it just kind of depends.
They lose the full eco or like half buy, right?
Like, I'm literally looking at our matchups. They beat us on Anubis, we beat them on Anubis. Then we played like some troll games, and then they beat us in Mirage recently. So like, it's just like, I don't know.
And qualities as a player, right? He has those timing where if it was 1 second before, we would all praise him like, that's a great Molotov. He would probably peek behind it, get 1-2 kills, go back, right? But here in the moment, he tries to play it too smart, doesn't trust his aim, and get caught in the middle of nowhere.
Let's run round 18, because this was a moment where we thought maybe Vitality, they're going to refine their footing on the CT side. They start by opening up with 2 kills, then what happens?
And this is the aggression that actually sort of worked out, right? You have Mezzi, help with the smoke and the flash. Now that's a 5v3, great little trick from ZywOo. But now Spinks crosses the smoke. ZywOo is caught in no man's land. I don't see any reason why these 2 players would have to be in such a half-ass position. And now Shiro with the timing, a player that we obviously praise. But you gotta realize, it's 9-8, 5v3 from Vitality. They just absolutely give that away. I think this is unacceptable.
Yeah, you're right. You talked about that before and we got to see it. He started playing really good though after a slow start. Yeah, no, he did. That's why I kind of mean like, is like for Shiro, it's I don't think he's really lost form that much. It's just like the way he plays and the way Donk plays.
When there's nothing happening, don't overrate it, guys. Just stay calm and just.
Unless Donk if Donk has a pretty good game like he did here, didn't play bad, right? He just didn't like 1.7 rating them. Shiro's gonna get a lot more opportunity in the game.
And maybe that's true. Maybe it is. But that is such a strong testament to the weakness and the liability of a CT side like that, that you have to force fights in 5v3.
Sandy, you're lucky.
You don't trust your teammate, you don't trust the feedback loop, you don't trust your ability to know where you're at. Contrast that to the calmness that's.
I'm gonna walk around for a second, chat. We got VP versus NaVi coming up for our second semifinal. Should be good.
Kill. Okay, I'm gonna just supply a couple of utility towards A, run back to B, it's gonna be free. He's done that 3 times. He was clear-minded. He was like a yogi in like a yoga session, just all zen.
Absolutely zen indeed. I mean, on the T side of things, Chopper was just reading Vitality like a book. Then we come on to the last round of the entire series, Pubski. This was just so chaotic, and Vitality leaving it too late.
Yeah, I mean, this is what can happen in a game, right? They can't really hear what's going on. Messi is kind of, in my opinion, not really the guy at fault here because he's on side and everything flies around him. Chopper takes a and a nice duel where he feels like there's not enough space, that we need to take some, and then all of a sudden Magix gets into this position and actually gets caught off, and this is not really something you can do as Vitality. You smoke off the entrance. I would have smoked off the bomb if I could, but it's so easy to say in hindsight.
No, definitely. Listen, Shiro here with the calmness once again. Let's kill 20 and 21. He knows where the bomb is. You can imagine what kind of circus must be on the vocal at this point in time. People shouting, screaming, he's on the bomb, he tapped it. And then Shiro just cool as a cucumber, know exactly where the threshold, where his crosshair has to be, finds the first kill, the second one. It's beautiful. And they had such a long leeway. They had such a saving grace period for them to win the round. They used one of their nice little strategies, their pocket strategies they hadn't before. Hits Vitality where it hurts. Right, you mentioned trust in Apex earlier, Bubsky. How much you trusting in the man Shiro?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we spoke about him all game long, right? Where was he? And finally he pops up, right? I said before the game that 123 rating, it kind of says that he has to step up at some point,
what about
right?
this one now?
Yeah, exactly. Now he's probably way above, right? Adding to that maybe 124 now. But I think he had a point where he's just both capable of rifling, and it's not something we often see from him because he's very stuck up in his ways with the AWP, right? Because you also have that way of him saving so much that he can actually play it. I agree with you. I think his AK style is not something I had expected personally for him to be so decisive in like these mid-round situations. But I want to take us back to the first half, which we have to realize Vitality had a pretty good start. Yeah. Apex really tried to apply a lot of pressure towards the A side. He thought this was a weakness. And what does Chopper do? He literally parks Shiro 3 rounds in a row, 3 gun rounds in a row, in a 2-man A setup with an AVP and a rifle. That's a huge risk. And it was perfectly decided. They just broke their teeth against Shiro 2 or 3 rounds in a row. This is all that Spirit needed to put some money in the bank. Not only is that Shiro hitting the shots, but it's Chopper with the right call. I agree with you. It's a good play, obviously, to control your AWP in that way and try to bait him in. But the way that they took map control inside that A lobby area was so unstructured, right? And when they're actually executing, he's actually standing on side, not being wide, at least once or twice, right? And that's the issue with trying to execute on an AWP. If you're not doing the perfect timings and you're in Zen, then it's just not going to happen against the likes of a Shiro.
And another problem as well, if we're doing comparisons here, is that when Vitality was on the CT side, so many half saved prevented them from having this gigantic gun round. Exactly. That will give you everything you need. An AWP on side. What? I don't even know how many ops he put his hands on a CT side. I'm going to say 2 maximum. Yeah. Could have been 1. I'm going to say 2 max. Whereas on the other hand, Shiro just was laughing all the way to the bank. And this is a consequence of always doing these like half save and all. Eventually you're going to pay the price. I don't know whether I was noticing them more just because the crowd fucking hated people didn't them. They booed every single time. No, they booed Mezzi. Yeah. What is up with that? We don't have any allegiance to the British. You guys have no honor. I guess, but I felt like that was kind of uncharacteristic from Vitality. You could tell they were nervous. You could tell they weren't feeling themselves. And as you were saying, Bubsky, they weren't trusting in the calls.
Uncharacteristic, I think Apex being nervous and like the team being a little bit nervous at times is not something uncommon from the likes of Vitality, right? Ever since Magic and Sonic, I've had a different feel about this team. I think many people have, right? I think they're on the right path to achieve greater things, right? I think we're both going to conclude that at least it's not all hopeless. Like we saw Astralis yesterday, they couldn't even play Counter-Strike. Now they at least made a game against one of the best teams. I know it's not hopeless. And of course I'm disappointed. Of course I'm harsh. I know you're right. They're not that far off. But the problem is now we've had, in a very quick successions, a lot of heartbreaking games that really scream just a mental breakdown in terms of being calm and making the right decisions. That is my worry. That's the only thing now. From Pro League to Dallas to here, none of the games they've lost at these events were out of reach. Like, don't tell me they had no chance of beating Mouse. That's BS. Don't tell me they couldn't beat G2 with a stand-in. That's BS. Don't tell me they couldn't have closed it on Dust 2. That's equally BS. And yet, that's 3 events where they stopped 1 step shorter of what they should have been. And I don't know how they're going to handle it moving into the break. And we are going to have to put a pin in that conversation, as that does mean the end of the season and here in London for Vitality. So let's get some closing thoughts, courtesy of Apex and Banks.
Vitality this time around were not able to slay the dragon, and they will be eliminated here. And I think this one's going to sting for you probably a little bit more than you expected, because I saw your face after Mirage, and it was like, okay, we did that, even though it was really hard. You know, did it at that point you felt like, okay, we're in a great spot?
Of course, you win the first map, so we just had so many miscommunication, mid-thing on the T side. That's why we almost got comeback, but yeah, that's it.
And then on Dust 2, this was a tried and tested pick for you guys, something you could have massive confidence in with, but it did feel like at times you were kind of over-rotating or being played out of position at times. Did you feel like that?
I mean, we had good rounds, and then they did that rush beat that fucked us up, and and we had pretty bad reaction on like a good advantage situation, like on Anubis. We have a good plan, we make first kills, and then we play like pussies, I would say. So it's pretty rough to win, even though the 5v5 because you still need to do something. You still need to play the game and not let people do whatever they want. But that's the way it is. We have to learn. That one stings a lot, but yeah.
I did the winners interview with Dong, and he said that was the hardest best of 3 he's played of his whole career. Did it feel from both sides that this was so much energy, so much being given?
Well, I would not say it was the hardest in my career.
Your career was a bit longer, mate.
Mine is a bit longer. But yeah, it was a good one. I think if we won those closer rounds when we had to this advantage situation, we lose like a crazy 5v3 advantage situation on Anubis. We lose an eco on some rounds because we played bad, and when you win the second one, and I think Donk had like solo AK, the rest had like small Kevlar, we just fuck it up, and yeah, I can't say much. It's just a big disappointment for us.
Now, I want to just look at your whole season you've had, though, because there's been ups, there's been downs. You guys have been through a hell of a lot. How would you just kind of summarize it for me, mate?
Well, I think that it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. We had 2 finals, 2 semis, 1 losing in the group stage. They had a lot to improve, most likely on our city sides. We can't find the way. We lack making plays. We lack to things. We like responsibilities, and that's the same that after the major. We try to work on it. It's not working, so I don't know what's going to happen next. But yeah, it's just disappointing because we could have get at least 1 trophy, and we didn't get. But that's the way it is.
You say you don't know what's going to happen next. Do you still believe in this 5, this core, to continue and grow as a team?
I think we're close to be really good, but I think we need some extra work to understand a bit more like the fundamentals of the game sometimes. But I think, yeah, even though like some players are up and down, I think if we find our up more often, I think it's gonna get easier. But yeah, all of us have been up and down on too many moments, and that stinks.
Get some rest, mate. I'll see you next season.
I think the only time I've seen Apex actually smiling today was reacting to what Donk said about Vitality being the hardest team they've actually ever played. But to put a pin in the Vitality conversation, obviously we heard from the entire squad that the goal was this season to lift 1 trophy.
Food picks, I'll check it out.
No, and in that regard, that is a failure. I think when you have this lineup,
Gibby, they're sold out, bro.
The success that was found in early or late 2023, then there's nothing you can do about this failure. You have to accept it. What really worries me is that what we are hearing from Apex is that the problems had been sort of analyzed, they've been found, they've been deciphered, there's been work being put towards that solution, and that didn't pan out. So now this leaves you with some very uncomfortable questions for yourself, because if at the major you realized that your city side was your issue, you needed more responsibility, more initiatives, and now you fast forward to London, we're in June, and we have the same song, then what would lead you to believe that things would be different in 3 months from now? That's too long of a period to work on something without achieving sincere progress, and that is worrisome for a team that should be lifting trophies, at least a trophy, if not with an S.
I agree, but I think it's way too hard to conclude that, because I think if ZywOo just played a good free map, I think it's so easy to say, right? Then they would probably stand in the final, we'd all be praising that, wow, this team is really going on their way, right? They are obviously not in their best spot. They do lack a second star next to ZywOo also right now. Spinks didn't really deliver today that well either. So I do think they're going to be having a great team talk going out of this tournament, right? But I think it's going to be bothering a guy like ZywOo and Apex going on a vacation. And so
I might do some trucker hats again in the future,
winning trophies, and I also think the organization behind them actually expect them to deliver. But a 5-star hotel and a
so
little bit
go to Costa Rica as well with Kerrigan.
Yeah, maybe Apex and Kerrigan in Costa Rica on a jungle trip. That sounds absolutely crazy.
The fanfics losing their mind.
On a team together, wow.
What are you waffling about?
No, let me stop yapping here and check in with the playoff bracket instead, because with Vitality being eliminated, of course, that does set up Team Spirit in the grand final
so
tomorrow.
Spirit versus NaVi or VP chat.
That's going to be going down in just a short moment. But join us back after the break, as we've got Mirage standing by for a bit of an interview. See you then.
The idea they're going to perfect executes the strategies to always be able to lean on,
but we need to build
instead of individual performance is, nah, there's a balance. You need to, you don't even like really run hard executes anymore in CS, because individual players are too good at deciphering them.
We can do flames.
If you tell me to build a pizza right now, I would probably make it worse.
Especially because teams play each other so much.
This will be the real challenge, boys. Let's get to it.
I'm screwing the thermal sections, so flashed.
Unscrewing.
Yeah, and then I put this in.
I don't think that goes there.
Yeah, it's like this.
Okay.
This is the V16 engine with the 12 cylinders.
Okay, wait. We'll stop before this break all this up. We've got an expert that we can use here. Marcus, aka Pingu, come help us out. What are we doing?
We're gonna start with the RAM.
Can I do that?
You can do that.
Okay.
You have to line it up.
So I go like this.
That's why I'm building a PC, by the way.
Wait.
I'd be alright.
Marcus, how hard is it for you to watch this?
Very hard.
No, push it down.
Push it further, make it click.
No, you gotta push it down and then it clicks by itself.
Yep.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, there you go.
Yeah. Now we have DDR5 twice.
Yes. Next thing, the CPU.
Yeah, we put thermal paste, guys.
You have to pop this up first.
I'm scared to break it. Yeah. And now we take the CPU.
I've done the PC building thing. I'm just,
You need to line it up first.
And you guys remember when I was having like some really weird issues with that one PC where it turned it up to be the graphics card?
There you go. And then you can move that one. And we have the M.2.
Yeah, let's just say I had to get.
You have to line it up with that. There you go.
If I wasn't comfy with them, I would have been boned.
The sticky bit down. The sticky bit, I completely removed it.
So you managed to remove all of the sticky.
That is impressive.
Yeah.
So how did you become an expert in this?
It's like playing CS.
Yeah.
The more you play,
the more you can put the SSD in.
There you go.
I think the piece is ready, right?
Not yet. Now this one needs to go inside the cabinet.
Is the USBs? Looks alright. Alright.
You see that?
Yeah, so I need to...
You need to...
It's flexible cable?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay!
But Guy, thank you very much for your gifted sub to Sticky Fingers. Thank you, appreciate you.
One by one. Yeah, now what do we do?
Next thing is the cooler, the Wii.
Oh, Ren, don't say shit like that. Apologize to Chad for trying to get them to break their shit.
Take some thermal paste.
I already tried it.
Of course. We finally got this done.
Okay, so now we're gonna plug it in the electricity, and if it works, mate, I'm gonna give the PC away. So it's not even mine.
Okay, that's good.
Click on it, Banks.
This is my 1-star moment.
Please, colors, please. Boom. That means it's working?
I feel stuff coming out the back of it.
Yeah.
Nice.
The Revolut rig has been built, and all of the players here for London have signed the PC. And one lucky person is going to be going home with it at the end of the event. Good luck.
Semi-final number 2 coming your way very shortly, but not before we check in with a very special guest, because we've got Mirage from the side of Saw.
Hello.
Obviously, you guys qualified for this event. I know this is probably a bittersweet moment, because I imagine you wanted to be playing on stage, but tell me about the group stage for you.
Well, we knew it was really hard to go through the groups, so we just wanted to enjoy, and of course we wanted to play
Chuck, thanks for the 800 bits,
try
dude.
to win a game, but we knew that it's really difficult, and a team like us, we don't come in a really good moment. So I just feel that everyone feels a bit tired, and that's it. We tried our best.
When you say you didn't come in a good moment, do you want to extend a little bit? Was it not like the best period for your team right now?
Yeah, when we go through to the major, when we qualified to Blast, it was for sure our best moment. We were feeling it a lot inside of the game. Everyone was playing really well individually. But right now, I don't know, something was missing. We were a lot of hesitation inside of the game. So it was really hard to play. But of course, we are playing against the best teams in the world, and they put you on the uncomfortable zone. So
yeah, absolutely. I was going to ask you, after the high of the major and Pro League as well, has it become then more hard or more difficult to go into your usual tournaments? Is there like a price that you have to pay once you've touched the elite Counter-Strike?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. I think in the first weeks it's really good because you kind
Brother John, thanks for the biddies.
You don't feel that pressure because you already made it. But after that it's really hard, and of course it's you are playing the smaller tournaments, and we just want to play the Blast or other tournaments. So of course it's difficult, but it's part of the tier 2 teams, and we just need to refocus and try our best in the next season.
Obviously, you made it here by winning the showdown. RMR was a great showing for you guys as well to make it to the major. Yeah. What were you doing anything differently? Like, what was the key to finding success in those moments and kind of breaking through to the top tier of Counter-Strike?
Well, I don't know. I think that before we felt that we needed some experience on land, especially because we have 3 kids.
Rupert, thanks for 10-month primer. Thank you.
But something clicked on this half of the year, and after that, I think that something changed in our mind. So we are more comfortable right now playing on land, and I think that it's not a special secret. We just felt the evolution as a team, and we kind of grew as an experience.
When you mentioned the 3 kids, I think Planet Counter-Strike got really excited about the plays they were capable of doing.
Yeah.
Could you let us know a little bit like who they are, what is it to play with them? Because you obviously, you and Roman, you have so much more experience. We used to play against each other.
Yeah,
You're still in the jersey.
Yeah.
Now you're mentoring the new kids, so can you let us know a little bit about them?
Yeah, Story, it's a guy that helps me a lot. He's a very vocal guy. Jerks,
I like that they're doing this, to be honest.
In terms of killing. And Virtus.pro is the guy that he just plays more for himself. He doesn't need... I don't want them to think too much about the game. They just need to click and make a lot of headshots. So, and me and Roman, we just try to guide them to the right place. But of course, I'm 31 years old, but I need to learn so many things too. So that's our bet.
What's the most striking difference between you and Roman, let's just say me as well, our generation, and like the new generation of kids on the block that come to Counter-Strike? What's the biggest difference for you from within the server?
Well, of course, we see how we approach the game and how we see things are very different. But I look at them and I had their age.
Tyler,
so
you ain't getting 5 gifted. Ain't no way.
They can do less mistakes, so that's why I try to give to them. But I don't know. We just our generation. It's more. We are a bit crazy, and they are.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but they are very calm. They are.
Also, we are crazy. Our generation was
crazy. We are crazy. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And the 3 kids, they are very calm, but my generation, at least in Portugal, we were a bit crazy. So
I remember Fox and all of that. Oh, I remember all of it.
I mean, your nickname is Maniac for a reason, right, Matthew? Anyway, I want to ask you a little bit about, the Portuguese and Iberian scene, because obviously we've announced that in 2025, Blast will be returning.
Play any more Hades 2 recently? Nah.
Firstly, what's kind of the state of the scene in Portugal,
Always frozen.
Spain, that kind of area of the world?
Well, in Portugal and in Spain, I think it's really hard right now. You don't see a lot of upcoming talent coming. You can see some good players, but to play on these stages, it's another level. So I think you have 2 great teams, that it's Saw and Koi. And after that, you can have like a Portuguese team, but you don't see a Spanish team that can beat Koi because they don't have a scene, basically. So
tell me a bit about your experience playing in Lisbon in the show match. It was my first time going last year, a couple of years ago now, and the crowd were crazy. Tell me about that.
Well, I don't know how to explain it because it was amazing. Of course, when I played that show match, my dream was to play against the big teams. But playing that show match in front of our crowd was amazing. So Blast's gonna be there in Lisbon. So I just hope that I have the chance to play there.
Well, I hope I'll be there too. There's such a good time in Lisbon. The crowd was
my
crazy.
neck is fucked up.
A few images, absolutely heartwarming.
I think the bar sat weird while I was doing squats this morning.
It's hard for these teams to actually dip into the elite Counter-Strike. Do you think 2025 and the changes that are going to happen, the open circuit and all, do you think that plays in the favor?
I think any teams can reach the consistency of Astralis.
Something that you're looking forward to?
Probably not.
Yeah, of course. I think it's more fair because you see a lot of big organizations, but they are not playing so good, but they are on the tournaments. So yeah, I think it's fair, but let's see how the
hold on, Joseph.
Organize this. So I don't really know it.
Oh, it's crazy.
That's something that I don't want to know. I'm
getting old, but the numbers are going up when I lift Booga Booga weights, so
VP,
that's good.
NaVi, who's winning it?
Well, a team that have Blade as a coach, I put my money on Blade, so I'm gonna say NaVi.
Interesting stuff. Thank you so much, Mutus, for your time. I really hope to see you guys obviously gracing the stage in Lisbon. It's time to go to a quick break before we dive into semi-final number 2. It's NaVi versus Virtus.pro.
It's called old man strength for a reason. True. Chad, just to sync up with them, I'm gonna run a Flom size ad while we're just kind of chilling. You know what I'm saying? I want that beard. Any tips? Yeah, you're gonna be kind of fucked, man. I'm just gonna be honest. You just kind of got it or you don't. There's no special ingredient you're dripping into your beard just to like grow it a certain way. No matter who's trying to sell it to you. So somebody asked me on YouTube, do you think Virtus.pro style of playing works with the meta CS2 as currently? I like waiting last seconds to execute or saving. Yeah, I think it still works. I think the issue that VPs run into is that when you play that way, when you play one way all the time, people just get used to it. And what I think they realize that, I think they know that, and I think the growing pains and comes from you're adding electronic, but you're also trying to add electronic and add more depth to your game. They are complete masters of that style of gameplay. You know what I mean? Like they are complete fucking masters of that style. But if you're only running that, teams are good enough, they're just gonna punish you for it. Having a beard is great until your mustache starts growing over your lip. Then it's annoying. True that, honestly. Mustache is the most annoying part for sure. Then you have leftovers? Dude, come on. You mean good luck, but no Gamba talk in chat, thank you. When it starts to get itchy? See, mine doesn't really get itchy. Yeah. Just get them scissors and trim them a bit. Nah, see, if you do that with mine, it'll look so dumb. You cannot do that. No. If you have like an actual thick mustache, that's gonna be chalked. What's up, Needle? I have no idea what's happening.
On the stage, ready to go. The way that I know you don't know me, I'm the winner. Expert in the game, can't mean I'm no beginner. On the stage, ready to go. The way that I know you don't know me, I'm the winner.
I have no idea what just happened. Tom, thanks for the 30-month resub. Thank you. Alright, at least we got the Blast Premier intro. Let's go.
London, I hope you are ready to get loud because it is time for semi-final number 2 at the Blast Premier Spring Finals presented by Revolut. And this one is going to be a banger indeed because yesterday we saw Virtus.pro chewing up and absolutely spitting out Astralis, their deepest playoff run that they've made in over a year.
Tom, thanks for your 5 gifted subs. Should we get some nice ones in chat for Tom?
We've also got Natus Vincere winning the major, and people were throwing around the F word. I'm not talking about the expletive, I'm talking about the word fluke. Would you say that it is a fluke that NaVi won the major?
Listen, it is the buzzword, and I think it's been fairly applied. This victory, as crazy as it sounds, put so much pressure on them, and it only highlighted the shortcomings that they had the tournaments after. It put a target on their name. We were all ready.
Yeah,
for them.
probably
we were
is
calling
gonna
for roster
be.
changes even after they won the major.
It's probably
That's
gonna
the
be
amount of
Dust 2, Mirage, Inferno.
So I think they're on a journey. I think they have a mission to prove to themselves that we are wrong, that they know what they're doing, and it starts here in the semifinal versus VP.
And I also think just the economic powers has
Tom,
improved
thank you for the 5
days
gifted,
of
bro.
Outsiders, right? They've joined a respectable org inside the CS community, right? Virtus.pro has been here forever. They've shown that they're willing to put more money down than the other ones, right? And we've seen Cloud9 and we were all shocked. Then they got Perfecto and Electronic, and then we thought, okay, this is going to be the super team. But all of a sudden, they step in the stereo.
It's actually VP.
Yeah, it's going to be VP, so it's whoever got the most money, and I think it's VP. I think they've shown that they're willing to support this project. I think they're trusting James to actually take it to the next step.
And it's kind of wild because they took Electronic from none other than Natus Vince, the black and yellow squad. Bubsky, what are your expectations for NaVi on this stage today?
I mean, I think NaVi is going to be having a hard time. I'm personally a Virtus.pro for this one, but I think they have an advantage of the coaching staff, right? I rate Blade so incredibly high, especially when we go into the bigger tournaments and on the big stage. I think the due diligence that he does is just such an improvement on every team. Every team could use a guy like him.
Much cheering for it.
You would have to think that the playbook of NaVi is more established. You have VP who's just brought in Electronic. We know clash of styles, they need time to figure it out. It's not the case for NaVi. This roster has been stable, they've worked
NaVi
together,
would be
they've had
interesting.
success as well. They've identified what isn't working or not. So at this point in time, you're showing us your finished version. Like,
I'll be back
this
1
is
second.
the best you can do. That's what you're showing us.
London, do you want to know the maps for this series? There we go, let's dive into it. We're going to get the veto up for NaVi versus Virtus.pro. What are you expecting, Matthew?
Ooh, so what I expect is for Dust 2 to be a part of this whole map. We're going to have to wait a little bit. I'm jumping the gun. We have the first few bans coming in. Nuke and Vertigo will be removed. I don't think we're going to see Vertigo anytime soon at this event. And here comes the Anubis pick from VP. Wow, that is actually interesting considering Inferno could have been here. They maybe didn't want to challenge NaVi on Inferno Mirage. Now, that is obviously a mainstay for NaVi. And as I said, I'm expecting Dust 2 to be the last map. This is my personal prediction. It's a map that both teams have sort of already had a couple of reps on, and that's going to be the case. NaVi refused the Inferno fight, and they're going to push us to Dust 2 for the third map.
Crowd seems to be loving that one, Bubsky. Do you love it?
I love it as well. I think it's very nice to see NaVi actually also punish Virtus.pro when they're not going for that Inferno and they're like gambling a little bit of the Anubis. Just remove it, right? Just take it to a common ground where you're both equals.
Well, I think with the maps cemented already for our second semi-final, it's time to check in with Major MVP. It's none other than JL with James Banks.
I'm going to quote you here, JL. I feel like the teams we play now have no idea how to play Dust 2 the correct way, and it shows on the server. So what do you think about VP's Dust?
It's not going to get to the third map, so there's no need.
Looking at that though, right, neither of you picked it despite you guys picking it the whole way through. Was this just because you felt comfortable enough that if needed, you're both happy to play it?
Yeah, for sure. I think we both knew that Dust 2 is going to be our third map. There's no point in picking because that's your opponent's strong map as well. So either way, we're going to get to play it. So we know their weakness, they know our weakness, and that's the map.
And in terms of that, you and VP do know each other very well, but this will be the first time you faced them with Electronic on the team, right? And that does change some things, and they certainly look like they've improved. Can you see much change when you prepared for them?
Not really, no. I feel like the game style is pretty much the same. I feel like they're playing a little bit more aggressive on the CT side at least. But other than that, it's pretty much the same old VP. But now they have the addition of Electronic.
And in terms of that, is it quite comfortable for you? I know when we look at the RMR, right, you got that win against them, but it was still one that you had to fight in overtime. Then at the major, didn't go so well, but you went on to win the whole major. So where are you at with VP? Is it still a tough opponent? Is it one that you haven't figured out yet?
I think we won them at close qualifier, and at RMR we lost. But I feel like it's a comfortable team against us. We know how they play. Of course, they know how we play, but I think we have the upper hand here.
In terms of having the upper hand, what gives you the upper hand? Because it does look like this NaVi is back to playing the way we expected to see after the major.
I mean, we have a better coach, better analyst, better players, and just in general a better team. But hope we'll show it on the server today.
Right, there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. How do you read into JL's thoughts on NaVi being maybe the best playing team on Dust 2?
I mean, listen, we are asking that from the players time and time again. We want him to have a bit of charisma, a bit of pizzazz. Yeah. We want him to talk smack. That's exactly what he did. He tried to double back. He tried to double back and say, Dust2 is not going to be played. If we get to map number 3, we're going to make him pay for that quote. But that's great. I just wanted to touch on JL very quickly. I think he's obviously a very divisive topic, and major MVP. Big fall-off after that. In the HLTV interview, he was very earnest, honest about the situation. He said, after I lost a little bit of motivation, and then Counter-Strike kicked me in the face, and I started wondering, what am I doing? What am I playing? I don't have that hunger anymore. I can understand, I can be tolerant a little bit, but if you're going to be a successful professional for many, many years, this cannot be, like a success like that cannot just take away all your motivation. Like, there's an expiration date on that excuse.
Yeah, and we've seen how bad it can go with some players, right? I think we've just seen Kirby in the interview on HLTV.
Bringing Kirby now.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it in there. He's also a major MVP, right? It went down pretty south after that. And I think it's great that you realize before it's too late, because once you've already blown your chances, you're not going to get that third once you realize you're mentally ready for it.
There's a lot, actually, I want to dive into from that JL interview. Not least how he ended it out, Bubsky. He was giving props to the supporting cast outside of the server for NaVi. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I also just mentioned that every team's won the Blade, right? And I think he mentions the value here of what he brings to the table. Better analyst, I think he talks about Flashy here as well, and also in the likes of Blade, who is, in my opinion, the all-time GOAT of a coach at this point.
I mean, listen, he's definitely one of the most established that we have out there. Sonic, Blade, that list is very, very short. And it is kind of impressive. Blade is probably one of the only coach ever in Counter-Strike where a player will never be above him. If you join Blade, you play his Counter-Strike.
Yes.
He's not trying to make you happy. He knows how to win. He has won with multiple lineups. He's had superstars. He's had a go in his lineup. That does not change one bit. So he's got him on lockdown, and he plays the Counter-Strike that he wants to play.
And that's interesting when you think about the relationship he used
same
to
maps,
have with
just a different
Electronic,
order.
now on the other side of the server.
Yeah, there's an incredible
back-to-back same days. It's like deja vu.
Actually, if you take Electronic early in his careers, he came through the ranks of Flipside. Flipside, he was an amazing player. He was the one who almost innovated the
No idea, Muck.
then. He was an incredible talent, and Blade took him under his wings. He grew up in the NaVi
Probably
project.
not.
He left that as well when he stopped
Smile.
playing himself. I think it's an incredible journey for these two players together, and now they're standing on the opposite
probably
side of
not.
each other.
It's kind of poetic when you put it like that, Bubsky. You're right in Poetry Live. Wonderful, though. What's
Who's
the
gonna win the
temperature
Euros?
check on
Germany.
him at the moment? Of course, massive shoes to fill with the departure of Simple, what we thought would be temporarily. Not sure how that's going down right now, but wonderful at the moment. What are you making?
I think the third map versus FaZe was
I just said a team that I knew was in it, I'll be honest,
because
chat.
up until that point, he'd had some worrying signs. The best of 3 versus Heroic at the last event, where he completely ghosted it from start to finish, A to Z, no impact at all. He's someone that is sometimes visibly a little bit affected.
Well, what's the right answer? Go ahead. I could be
I
persuaded.
don't think he's ever going to be a carry that takes over and win a game with 28 kills, but his floor has to be extremely high. That's what we're going to expect from him. That's the only way we're going to be satisfied. I'm not in the camp of those that want him out. I actually still hold him in high regard. But again, there's only so much I can defend.
I mean, I know it's tier 2 and tier 3, right? But if you go back and look at some of those numbers that he provided for other teams in the likes of Sprout, right?
France is the favorite. Gotcha.
One of the greatest talents of all time, both ZywOo and also Dunk. You have to put the expectations.
Personally, I think the French are overrated.
I think he needs a bit more time.
Not a fan of their game.
The point where we can actually start
Granted, I've never watched an entire game of theirs or even 1 minute, but I think they're kind of washed.
All of a sudden going to be a roster change, but wonderful.
They'll probably
the heat is kind of heating up at this point, or like the seed is kind of heating up at this point, and you need to find your form.
And we're making a parallel here. In a previous matchup, we talked about Shiro being passive and sometimes not really calling his own number. Wonderful has the lowest entry attempt rate from NaVi. Like, he's not your guy that's going to unlock situations. They prop him up.
Okay, sorry, one more second, chat. Try to stop stepping away here once.
In his short stint in NaVi, he's already had a few incredible moments, memorable moments. 1v4 on the A side of Anubis. He is a clutcher, which means when he doesn't deliver this late round closer, then the gameplay, the play style just looks silly. So he has to deliver in these moments because they prop him up for that.
Right, something that I was surprised about yesterday, London. There's a lot of Jane fans here. Okay, reasonable amount. Maybe they've petered off after he absolutely demolished Device. But for Jane Bubsky, Electronic coming in, they're obviously spending the big bucks.
Yep.
Surely he has to be, you know, at least somewhat malleable to the Electronic playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, I like you talked before around that when you join Blade's team, right, you're going to play his trap Counter-Strike. I think Electronic has been an IGL. I think he's so caught up in the way he thinks about Counter-Strike that you can't sign him without having somewhat of an implementation of what he wants to do, right? And I think this is what James has been challenged with, right? He's always been able to make his own team from the bottom, and now he's standing with a superstar at his hand that is not built by his own hands, but got into the team with the likes of money.
Absolutely, but you're right. If you bring in Electronic, there is no way you're just going to tell him, hey, listen, don't tell me about your Counter-Strike, just frag. Like, this is absolutely nonsensical. You want him to be able to provide you with ideas.
Yes.
But what I think VP are experiencing right now is that you can have the right idea, but the wrong execution, and you might think that you've done it all wrong, and then you get yourself completely confused. And these are the words that James had with HLTV. He said, now we're actually executing well. Now we're doing what we need to do, and it's working better. So you have to give yourself time to implement all of these ideas that Electronic would have, and all of the philosophies he would bring to the game.
Well, speaking of words, let's get a few from Flip, courtesy of James Banks.
Fame, it's been a little while since you guys have been in the semi-finals, so just how does it feel?
Feels great to be back to play in front of the crowd. It's feeling amazing, and I'm looking forward to play our semi-final match. It's a great experience, and we really want to win. We will do as much as possible for this.
Were you surprised of how much the crowd was cheering for you? They were really going for Virtus.pro.
Actually, I did. I don't know, like most of the crowd was cheering for us or not, but it felt very good. Last time I felt it in Rio. That's feeling nice. Yeah.
It certainly is. Now, one thing I've seen is that this event, you guys have improved a lot game by game, but I want to see what have you been doing in between the games to try and improve, because we're seeing progress for Virtus.pro right now.
It's hard to say. We're just doing everything that we can, and we're training as hard as possible, and I think we just need more team experience, more games, more playoff games, so we just need time, I think.
And if it does get to Dust 2, I know it's the final map, who do you think is the better team? Because we saw JL, for example, say a lot of teams don't know how to play it, but Virtus.pro have been looking good on it.
You mean on Dust 2?
Yeah.
Well, I cannot say they are better than us. I say we are better, but this game will show. Let's see.
Flick keeping his cards close to his chest, but you know what? Now it's time to be showing them. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, it's VP taking on major champions NaVi after this.
I don't think anybody would have expected Liquid to be the team to send NaVi down to the lower bracket, but this is where they are, you know? We've seen them do a lot in terms of winning events. Hold on, just take that in.
We get a translation?
I don't, unfortunately, no sir. But I do know it translates to passion, man. And that's one thing that you can't take away from Heroic. They've got the...
That's one way to disarm your opponent.
Like a church organ?
Okay.
Not like an internal organ.
Because of his commanding presence in the room,
exactly.
no matter what room he walks into.
You need to win some rounds, just to let you know.
Dude, you gotta love Apex because he's friendly even to his opponents.
Between him and Stown, leaving just automatic, and it seems like they have a great idea about where he is. The Molly lands at his feet. They've trapped him, they boxed him in, and Cadian, he's lighting him up.
It's getting personal, isn't it?
Yes. This is what we want to see, though.
That's fantastic.
A smoke for NAF. But a 2v5 in the post. Shiro comes in with 3 kills. Nafany's gone down. He's looking for the ace. Naf puts his head on a present, and Stewie 2K peeks into his own demise. It's all 5. Shiro.
Oh yeah, talk to him, Nafany. Let's go. They recovered that. No armor purchase up. You still expect to win, of course, if you're Team Liquid, and they even use some of the utility that they picked up from the dead bodies back against Gambit, but they could not take Shiro down. The smallest tank you've ever seen. Oh, if they could understand him, I'm sure they'd be offended.
Battle of the Ops. Magisk and Brokey, and a missed shot gives timing for Brokey to take the angle around the pillar. He plays, he dances like ballet, and even though he dies, Magisk gets on bomb. It comes down to the wire, but this
Holy Pee-wee, thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you.
No, that Magisk is literally sitting there waiting for him to move, and the reaction is perfect from Magisk. The shot is missed from Brokey, and that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Are you actually a player?
Yo, okay, we're coming in.
They have the kid on Dupree. No, it's hiding.
No, I haven't checked food pics. No.
Short as well. This is pretty good, but yeah, the angle is brutal. Spink should have him, but still, 2 to find. Not favorable whatsoever. Does scoop up the kit. Does he go for it? Opts not to. Hoping Diha's going to be panicking. Snappy to top the round, ramp side. They're both there. And Snappy down. Doesn't have the time and doesn't have the health as it goes to 0 at Diha's hand.
I love this. Another good multi-kill from Diha. This one actually finding the impact for the round conversion. And Snappy, it looked like he had something to say. Yeah. Yeah, has something to say.
It's time for our second semi-final. Wembley Arena, you still awake?
Can you get a happy birthday? Happy birthday to Beatus.
You gotta
Can we
keep
some
that
Feels
energy
birthday
up.
man's
You
in
gotta
chat for
keep that
Beatus?
hype
Thank you,
going
dude.
because we have got
Sorry, I missed
one
that.
epic game
Happy
ahead
birthday,
of us.
man.
Now
I
let
don't know
me
why I
just see
thank
how
you.
this thing's gonna go though, because NaVi may be major champions, but Virtus.pro is certainly looking a lot better. We got some NaVi fans in the house! And what about Virtus.pro? Wait. Yesterday there was a lot of cheers to Virtus.pro. No Virtus.pro fans?
All right, well, NaVi it is.
So it's just NaVi? All right.
I'm going with the crowd.
Teams on stage though, right? I want you
I'm a
all to
follower,
make as
chat.
much noise as possible. Wembley, let me hear you! Let's see which team is going to make it to the grand final.
NaVi. Born to conquer, duty-bound to win.
Let's fucking
Bit by bit,
Get
they
it,
dismantle
bit.
their opposition. Their yellow emblem looking to get covered in gold. Virtus.pro. Inferno lit by flit and steel. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. VP gave false hope only to burn the dreams of Denmark asunder. Five in the clip. Ready to be fired. Rising to the stage. They stand strong together. Waiting for the bang of the drums.
Come on, pay out the Anubis Gamba? What do you mean? Oh shit, it's already closed. Which Papega mod made this? We still have like 7 more minutes of the game. They change their times? Typical noobs facts, I said it.
They are the major champions, but since then it's been anything but major. London
Chat
was
5
calling
gifted
as
and I'll
they
have them
made it
reopen
to
the
arena
predictions.
Again, but the job is far from done. This is where they can redeem themselves. They must come in sharp, looking fired up and ready to show the world exactly why they are born to win. Exactly
I'm just a businessman
why
doing
they can
business.
be champions again.
How many gifts did it? No. Sfax is good. Major, thanks for 33. Thank you. Indy, bro, thanks for the 5 gifted. Madfish, can we get a new Gamba, please? Thank you.
Alexi! Wonderful!
Boys, new prediction up.
JL! Will they they be born winners again? It's NaVi!
This whole fluke narrative is crazy. It's pretty. I mean, I thought it's pretty shit one, but gotta do something, right? Nah, I mean, like, dude, you gotta understand that people got a job to do. You know what I mean? They gotta create narratives and storylines. Fluke is the easiest one to just, you know, people do it to every major person, basically. If you win the major and don't immediately win after, and holy fuck, that's terrifying, Brother John. Thanks for the 200 bits.
Fighting from behind in every map against the Danes. They reached their first semi-final in a very long time. They showed impressive resilience while sharpening their claws, but now it will be all about their roar. Can they find that
I might need to
extra
ban
level?
Hobbs
Can
emotes
they
because
show
that shit
their
actually
strongest
scares me.
roar? Here against the major champions, they have to show it all.
What up, Corp? How you doing?
Flit! Fame! James!
James, like, what the hell?
Electronic! Norbert! Hibernation is over. They've awoken. It's Virtus.pro!
Sumi, I have no idea what you're saying.
NaVi may be born to win, but no trophy since that Cinderella run at the major. Surely, Bubsky, this is so important for them to be putting a stamp on this part of the season and showing that major was no fluke.
I mean, the major has not been as far away as the Virtus.pro one, but surely when you win a major, you set the expectations high, really, and I think both the organization and a coach like Blade expects them to deliver at this level.
Chat, we have 3 minutes until the game is scheduled to start.
I think no other coach could have taken them.
No, we're good, actually. I don't need to run.
I mean, I agree with you, but it goes beyond.
I'm not going to run anything right now, but at halftime, I might run a flom size one.
How are you supposed to make sense of where you're at as a team if you have this incredible run at the major, you have historical wins?
I'll just run a flom size one at halftime.
That trophy, and then you're unable to replicate anything close in the next event. Like, surely the community is going to come at you, but I mean, the scariest ghost is the one you look at in the mirror, and that was the case for NaVi.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, that's
it was really confusing.
They went through that cycle of not being
Andy, thank you again for the 5 gifted, man.
A couple of times, and
chat reminder, we redid the prediction.
I don't think anybody's going to be happy with potentially just bumping out in semifinals once in a while, right? I think they're also going to be looking at trophies at least once per season.
All right, puppy picks and food picks are in Discord, so let's go do a little Discord check for the day, yeah?
Under the spotlight, we begin on
Let's
Anubis.
go look.
The pick of Virtus.pro. They'll be starting on the CT side.
Damn,
What
dude, you
should we
made these
expect
yourself,
from that
Case Man? These are the cookies from yesterday.
That it is
well, that's one singular cookie. That's what when I say I ate a cookie, chat, that's what I mean.
VP who stormed Vitality.
Dang,
dude.
dude.
We're talking about an incredible strong T side. And on the other, you have NaVi, who haven't really played the map since Pro League. So
man's
it's not like
popping
there
off
is a
over
lot
here.
of very recent data on
Hold
it.
on.
I think it's mostly VP saying, listen, our preparation is going to be limited, but at this point in time,
Oh my God, there's
I
so
don't
many.
think they
Wait,
can
new
afford
puppy.
to overly focus on the
There's so
opponent.
many
You
pet
already
picks in
have
here.
questions that you need to answer to yourself
Aw.
in order to prepare that game.
Little
I
woofer,
really
dude.
think anti-strat is going to be too much of an issue here for VP.
No, I don't think either, but I think that's what you're
Kitty.
trying to go against, right? When
More Kitty.
JL quickly mentioned that they both had the better
Kitty.
analyst and also the better coach.
Doge
That
and
is
Kitty.
sometimes the card you have to play, right?
I'm telling you,
can't
that's the best channel on our
underestimate
Discord
the value of a
for
good
sure.
coach and
For
an
real,
analyst,
for
because
real.
they provide you all the points for a good IGL to actually use them and convert rounds.
Andy, thanks for 12-month reset. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Finding a comfortable home ground since the removal of Overpass. For NaVi, though, they'll be starting off on the T side. How do you expect them to be tackling it?
I think they're going to start off slow and just feel out the game a little bit, because they all obviously don't know how much data they have on this specific map. We said it yourself, right? So it's going to be a little bit hard to just like go in and just play your own game. I hate that word for
It's okay, you can say it once per day.
Okay, once per day.
That's
I
your one
said
time.
it once per day now. But yes, I think they're going to be taking a little bit more slow and towards and feeling out the map. Really, you're often as a coach going to be lay out 1 to 2, 3 rounds in the start, and then you really feel out the game from the rest of the day.
Absolutely, and also we are in a flux period when we're trying to figure out who is VP right now. We used to know.
Wait, Jess took mod away from me in Discord? That's fucking hilarious.
You'd know that you had to keep your utility.
No, ask Jess for it back, honestly. I'm too lazy.
You had to be strong mentally because they would never give you 3 rounds. All of it was helping you move into a game, knowing what's going to happen to you. Now we have a few questions. They hit you with the fast plays. They've done it a couple times here in London. So
what, Chad? I could have gave him some fake excuse.
You have to be a little bit more on your toes than what used to be the case, which is why I agree with you. I do expect a slower pace at the beginning just to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, VP were always known for, being paid by the round, if you will. Always super passive, so much game time. Quickly, predictions. Who are you going with, Matthew?
Ooh, I'm going to go with NaVi on that one. I have to go with NaVi in 3. I do think that their strat is just better overall, is more established. And I also think that some of the guys we were very critical of, the likes of Ima, have shown better CS, and knowing their presence, the importance for LexiB, I think that's going to be enough.
Oh, she took away your mod in Discord because you said tacos suck? No, that's actually valid. Yeah, good luck. You have honestly a lot of rebuilding to do with the community and the trust around here.
NaVi in order to prepare.
One more semi-final to determine who goes through to the grand final to be facing Team Spirit. We've got our teams, we've definitely got the crowd, so it's time to throw on over to Scoring.
You say shit like tacos suck, like if there isn't punishment, like what are we even doing here, you know?
The last event of the season. Thank you so much for joining us here for the
As if any of us care about a brev's opinion about food, let alone good food like tacos, and then have such a bad one. Oh my god.
With NaVi, the return of the major champions, who most certainly have the crowd on their side in this head-to-head. I gotta say, I think they've won some fans with that very first major win.
Yeah, we had to feel them out to see what the crowd were going to react like. I mean, it's actually kind of amazing, and I think amazing that we get that for the major champions before their last chance is over.
Yes, and
this is where we find out
when that last chance feels so valuable for so many different teams, right? Everybody steps into the
Why is he so fucking sweaty? Wait, who?
That last trophy before things really
if anybody looks sweaty, most of the time, 9 times out of 10, it's just the studio lighting, to be honest with you. When my face is moisturized in Dallas and there's some humidity and there's a light on me, I was looking moist, you know?
Call it quits for the season.
So for one more time on Saturday, here we are on Anubis.
You know?
In a matchup that already has a little bit of history. The 2 matches that they played at Copenhagen.
How moist we talking? Oh, I was fucking moist.
Not every team gets a lot of VP, but NaVi have. They'll start it off with a good
clean
kill.
All right, there you go, NaVi.
Players fall for VP. And they come through smoke. That's pretty brazen for NaVi, I feel, to just kind of push their luck like
God
that.
damn it, Immo. I would like you so much if you.
That much of an understaffed site.
Can we? Do you think we could publicly bully Immo enough to get him to change his view model?
In through E-Box, gets what he wants, a fight, but doesn't end how he wants. So Bit's gonna take this to the 4v1 post plant, and NaVi look for blood early.
No, that hasn't been the big irony of CS2 is the amount of times people are coming through the smoke without even blowing it.
Yeah, no, crowd's going for NaVi, chat. I'm a follower. Let's go with the crowd. More fun that way.
Been a threat when he has dualies in his
Let's
hands.
go, NaVi!
But in this situation, it was such an early timing. Why was standing there watching the smoke so intensely?
Plus, I mean, once again, like
NaVi, a brave one.
The fact that NaVi does not have a shampoo sponsor with the hair they're rocking on that squad is actually such a missed opportunity.
Hey, I mean, it's a great idea, and like the crowd cheered for Alexi, the loudest, when he stepped to the tip of the stage. We also had Bubsky and Maniac talking on it, the coach role here, right? We've got Blade coming in with a game plan to fine-tune as well. There's no denying that right now, in VP's current transition between coaches, NaVi should have
We like Electronic, right? Electronic's pretty based, yeah. To be fair, I actually like most of VP.
As to NaVi's preparation for this matchup, right? They went on a 15-day boot camp before going into the major. Unexpected champions. Nobody could have called it, but they quoted that boot camp as being a solid reason to their form.
Yeah,
well, they failed after that, but coming into the last event of the year, they've also had a good bout of preparation that they've quoted, and I think maybe this, it could be what makes the edge.
And considering their performance coach as well, I mean, the fact is that obviously we watched FaZe crumble in that grand final, but who was there to pick it up?
All right,
It
well,
was NaVi.
pick the right
They
bomb
looked
site.
Sharp as ever. And this is also Alexi B breaking barriers where he's had struggles winning a map in a grand final, right? He overcame that on top of the best team in that playoff bracket. So that was obviously a very special moment. And again,
You just want to see good games and shit? Nah, I respect it.
Fans right now is this season was obviously represented by NaVi winning the major of the season, but also there's an expectation that you continue forward and you make more results after to prove that it was a valid run, that you could keep doing it.
Yeah, that validity.
And even at this event so far, it's already been pretty legit.
It's top 4 guaranteed, looking for top 2.
They even got the FaZe rematch win.
Yes, right? Importantly. One of those matchups where FaZe even said, it's going to take 10 more games of us winning before we ever feel like we've got revenge for that major. So for NaVi to immediately
you know why Valve removed
after
Overpass?
losing one best of 3,
Would
it just
assume
kind of
because
FaZe's face back into
it was the
mud,
least played map.
keeps NaVi on this pedestal that clearly
What happened with
put
Spirit
them on as
Vitality?
well.
Spirit won
They have to win
2-1
now, right?
25
Every
maybe.
one series back.
Just be extra safe. That early save from VP following pistol leads them into guns for round 3. So let's see what the first look is. We begin this series on their map pick before this question around Mirage, but we'll get to that. For now, first guns.
You're looking at the big upgrade for VP since the last time that they played against NaVi. That is Electronic, and that is Electronic on Anubis. He's somebody to watch as he gets chased back through a carpet of fire. He's somebody who on Cloud9 were amazing. They
What's the
also
point of
beat
that
NaVi
smoke,
while he
I
was on
feel?
Cloud9.
Maybe, I guess, one
He's
way
someone
for
going to
headshot?
VP are a team that have also were quite strong versus NaVi, even with Mir, who was a bottom performer in those series specifically. So this should be an upgrade sort of all the way around.
You'd say the unupgraded Virtus.pro with the best of 3 win over the major champions back at Copenhagen before they put the playoff run together.
And
so
even the win that NaVi had, it was an overtime win on both maps.
Yes, sir. But here we go down to the very low utility point here. We've gotten mid-control
Deep
taken
Panda.
over. 40
I'm
seconds.
terrified.
Very meticulous NaVi on the approach. Fame, oh yes, he catches Alexi looking the wrong
That
way.
was clean.
There's
That
nobody
was
actually
clean.
anchoring inside sight though. Wonderful catching Norbert, who just goes sprinting. Felt like he was really confident
Goodbye.
there be nobody around, but it's not just wonderful on bridge. Second layer of
Yeah,
the
I
defensive
think
hold.
Norbert
Well-timed peek from
overestimated
Ema,
how
only
much
the one
NaVi had to
confirming
use to take the
Electronic.
site,
So with
but
a member down,
didn't
at the
realize
base
his
of a
teammates
three-player
basically just
post
gave
plan,
the
with
entire
knowledge
site.
That not all these T's are near sight. You'd think maybe that leads you to the retake, but goddamn, London hates these saves.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Booing a lot. We went through that entire veto, and it was nothing but boos from this crowd every step of the way.
I'm not sure what maps they were looking for. Obviously, Nuke, I think, would have
Maybe
been
not the
pretty
same
I
exciting for them.
think it's
3
the maps
every
that got
fucking
banned
day.
they wanted, and the
Yeah.
ones that got picked, they don't.
You know what I mean?
What about Train?
I mean,
Does
like, I
anybody
like
here want
Anubis, but like,
Train
Jesus
back?
Christ.
Take a hint.
Valve, I hope you're watching.
So 3 rounds up.
Fuck your map pool.
T-side open.
Oh man, like this round's actually real special. Every single player that comes catches a lurker rotating before they even start their action. Like they aren't even
Thoughts
full
on
guard up
Train?
yet, right? They're just trying to
Needs
get
a
to the
rework,
retake.
but
2
I'm
layers
down.
to that lurk.
2 layers to that lurk, and even the camera player.
I've
catching off
enjoyed
the
every
CT
version
rotation
of
in.
Train that was in Go.
Wildly, Mohan. That was with 4 players alive. Remember, Alexi dies as he tries to cross into the A site.
Yeah.
So not only do you only have 2 guys inside sight, but both those anchors who are waiting for flanks, seemingly.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to have that waiting process of is this still going to be worth it? Good thing they were passive. Good thing they were patient because it pays off in dividends.
Clown takes the
And
2-month
all of a
reset,
sudden, they're
thank
up
you.
3-0 and they just sweep away the first rifle like it's nothing.
If there's one thing that's characteristically VP right now,
You used to have insane wall bangs on Train. I did. I liked playing the map, but I also understand that it was really hard for people to play.
At all. Sometimes not even 1.5. But then there's also them forfeiting
Like,
bomb sites
and hard to play
entirely,
maps
and then
shouldn't
coming
be
in for
frowned
retakes,
upon or not in the pool,
also
but
getting punished
there's like
for
a
it. That's
difference
actually
between
been
hard to
something that
play
hasn't
and
worked out
impossible
for
to play unless
The
you're
prior
playing with people and have like a couple
detail to
things.
their game plan has actually
Bye,
made for some
Kemper.
interesting matches. The fast rounds are working sometimes.
So yeah, it's a delicate balance. Train was too
Pistols
one
still
way
sprinkled with
for
what
like
was
just
saved
purely
last
Team
round.
CS.
You'd be a fool to not expect Virtus.pro to try and make something happen with the little that they have. So right now, those rifles escorting one
Do
another.
tournament organizers
Top
have to
pistols
follow
set
the
them
map
up,
pool?
but just
Valve
a lot of
declares.
responsibility here on this 5-7 of
Technically
Norbert.
no, but that would nobody's trying to do that, bro.
Crowd favorite.
It would piss
seemingly.
off the teams.
Gets his headshot in an instant, follows through with a completely
No team
vacant
wants to
bomb
come,
site.
especially when they go to open. Oh my god. Nobody's gonna want to come to your fucking tournament when they're trying to prep for the major if you're running a different map pool.
And that was one of the 2 rifles still in hand. So it doesn't look like VP are going to get anything more in round 4.
All right,
than
well
they did in
Navi's
round
looking.
3.
This hasn't even been close yet.
Sharpness this
Boo!
event has been a welcome sight because at the major, of course, he struggled to have those, to make the most of his star player positions. And instead, it was JL to get the MVP. Even Wonderful was like kind of okay. Bit was amazing in the major final. But Imma, he stayed in his positions, but he's actually playing better in them here at the final.
Still wild to me that this man on screen, 1 trophy, 1 MVP, just happens to be the first ever CS2 major.
Yeah. They didn't get the trophy yet, though.
Talk about setting the bar high.
Yeah.
And still no in-game trophy.
Still no in-game trophy.
One of them that wishes blast. Austin was in a different city. I think the fact that we already have such a built-up Dallas event, it's a bit of a...
Alexi off the executed 2 rounds ago, but even
yeah, it feels a bit saturated, to be honest with you. Yes. But as a North American Counter-Strike fan, I'm just glad we have a major back
at least 4
for an event. You know what I mean? Like, you can't, you know.
Superstitious Alexi B won the major final by keeping his shirt on from the day before.
So like I'm not gonna. Like a newer location would have been cool, but
in the hands of James, still without
also
a kill.
at the same time, are we really gonna complain about it? You know.
And no contact. We're going to be seeing Electronic kind of float out here on his own, I think, to start, unless there continues to be this pressure from NaVi. Remember, it was very little utility on the approach to the A.
Well, there won't be a Seattle major ever because the West Coast time zone is awful.
To me, like they sense that maybe Electronic can get swarmed.
Yes, like Shanghai is going to be bad for the same reasons, but you're trying to support that region. In North America, you do not have to put it on the West Coast. Right, you have options, and putting it on the West Coast time zone-wise is awful.
Sometimes dying with 1 player, but now we've got a rotation in. And a lot of lurks going on.
Love this, though. It's not common. You'll see somebody up
Didn't
here.
they have TI in Seattle? Yeah.
Oh, he sees his shoulder, but JL's cautious on the approach. And not to mention, you've got Alexi going all the way around. So suddenly that deep A control.
Matthias really showing your age, huh? Oh, you were fucked, Jim. You were fucked. Okay, well, goodbye.
Handed Virtus.pro time and time again.
Wow, this is lovely. The speed.
I didn't even think about time zones, not gonna lie. It's why they don't do West Coast events. Like, and they've actually, Valve I don't think said anything, but I think people have discussed it before because you bid for majors.
Good decision here. They're not really overthinking their positions.
So like if you're Blast, you go to Valve and you pitch them like, we want to do the major here. This is the theme. This is when we want to do it. This is the location, all that stuff, and then they pick.
Make the most of that position. They let JL.
But yeah, like they usually don't want stuff on the West Coast because of the viewership. Just is pretty like inaccessible.
It's pretty undeniable.
Even as he tries to save a clean sweep. That's all 5 rifles down. We saw 2 M4s saved in the first gun round. Nothing came of that. This time with nothing at all.
Yeah. It's also a game where Striker put it out there that this is the first big stage semi-final match since Rio 2 years ago for VP.
You know, we talk about NaVi not wanting to be called a fluke after their major win. Well, what do we do when it comes to VP kind of living the very same experience in nightmare mode? Here we are years later.
Yeah.
And with no peak even comparable to that of Rio.
Electronic was supposed to change that. And he did already.
Yes, sir. Here they are. Top 4 at least.
And he's been tip of the spear, right? He has been the battering ram for VP on these T sides. It's 2K entries that weren't possible before. They also.
What's Fom's reaction to the new format tournament? I don't get it, and I'm waiting for my favorite CS personality to explain it.
Front of the in front of smokes, getting ready to
no, it seems good. I mean, there's a
overall.
lot, so
And
it's
James
got
said they have to evolve
there's a
with the new
32
team,
team
and you
event
gotta
with
respect
the
that.
top 30 are taken directly from Valve's
And of course,
rankings.
with growing pains means they've had
And
inconsistent
invited.
results, but they're starting to peak now.
Right, and then you get rewarded for you could pick your opponent, and then they invite 2 teams. So say like a region maybe is underrepresented, they said it themselves. They might extend them an invite.
Slow burn towards the D box.
And then yeah, you can pick like your bounty, so you get like you get more money if you play a higher seeded team and beat them.
This time, it's cover behind the pillar.
So that's one of them. And then the other one is like a 16 team event with online qualifier, studio land, and playoff.
I mean, I can't even see the gap right now.
I remember right.
They're getting 1 kill and getting 2 at the exact
And then
same
they
time.
take like the top, I think just 16 teams, and then they do one with 8 teams. And then the very interesting part is, sorry, we're not talking about the game because this has just been a snooze fest so far. The interesting thing is they're paying teams for attending more Blast events. So previously, right, like there was a partnership thing where you had to pay them to go to Blast events, right?
Perfect sense.
Otherwise, you had to qualify in very poor circumstances to try to make it to a Blast event.
Make it make sense.
Now they're paying all the teams to participate and give you basically an incentive to continue to play more Blast events the longer the season goes on.
VP's best maps as your pick and your
And that goes for any team. You don't have to pay them if you're just, and remember, it's based off the Valve rankings, so it's not like something that you have to do for them. You're getting directly invited just based on your performance of the Valve rankings, and the Valve rankings are based off of performance at tournament, strength of competition at tournament, and total prize pool at the tournament.
But when he says the coach and analyst part, that's undeniable. They're way more stable in that.
There's a lot of shit going on.
And Blade has really made a name for himself in the last 4 years.
And I would, you know, not to get ahead of myself, but love to see what Howley versus Blade could be.
Yeah.
Right, we've been talking about tactics all week because of the coaches, so here's another example of it, perhaps.
Yeah.
But we also can't get too far ahead of ourselves.
Well, I mean, any
T-side of
combination
Anubis.
of matches tomorrow at this point is going to be pretty much.
I have a video on this? No, not really.
The hope for this event were all these teams that couldn't close out their one event this season were going to play well, and they are.
Electronics got a bit more support, but it's not
Is
gonna
Mythic in those rankings? Fuck if I know. Probably not. Damn. This is...
like it's nothing.
They literally came into this
Well, they're
game
going to
with
split
your
where the
pace.
stack is. I know
This
one more
is just
Zim in.
another team now.
Is this even a speed bump? James
Oh my god. And they know he's Zim in.
Yeah, on which player?
I don't even know. Like, with one kill comes two.
They have two. The top frag right now, round 7
0
is
kills
2.
on Norbert, 1 for Electronic, 1 for James, 1 for Flit, 2 for Fame. That's all you've got. We are 7 rounds into this opening map, and I have yet to see VP. London, there's a chance you broke them with those moves.
Yeah. Or you just imbued NaVi with so much energy with that welcome. Oh my gosh.
Alexi knows that was nasty.
Yeah, they're always scariest when they're having fun too.
You know, he's got to give his props to JL, but it can't be understated. Those 2 kills from Alexi B just essentially win the round.
VP looks so great against Astralis too.
Open for the taking. And we were talking about a middle where it has just been Electronic. That was supported last round.
Won't stress, can't stress this enough. Oh yeah, so that's what happened.
We're smoking cloud.
I really do just feel like Astralis in playoffs is scuffed. Like,
must be maniac.
I feel like that's showing this to me. Seeing this shows me more so that Astralis in playoffs is just kind of a fucking.
James trying to float this off around, but even James hasn't really kind of been forcing
We'll see
any
though.
sort
We'll
of an
see.
issue.
It's still early on. VP to me isn't the team to just completely shut down. We'll see.
Outside at B.
Yeah, they're playing all the team advantages so perfectly. It's just that the aim is also making this just
so stifling for Virtus.pro, but even the timings
are not good, right, from Virtus.pro. Doubling up on
comparing device and sound and saying choking problems is literally so fucking disrespectful to device.
Continue to exploit this all half long. He
Bro.
has had his way with mid.
And they
That guy literally was single-handedly the reason they even had rounds yesterday.
They saw the 2-man setup.
You should never compare those two ever again in that way.
So they're going to try to swing for it. Couple bullets around the corner. Bits ready to fight if you are. You want
Like,
some? Come
like,
get it.
dude, yeah, just fuck. Like,
Feel the wrath.
That's a walkover.
James holds the camera angle.
I'm not even trying to be that dramatic. That is just
going for VP, but
fuck.
once again, dude, there's always layers.
Yes, there's a double layer.
So much defense in line for NaVi. There are lurks in place though, right? Norbert's kind of doing his own thing. But with the bomb down, I mean, Norbert would have to get that much closer to the site. They need to kill Emad,
like
who's
calls
trying to
a
just
double
cancel
rush
out
to site and
saves.
screams choke.
They're saving again.
This is,
London, they're saving.
oh my god, they can't even hide.
And this is the #1 thing about this team. at that major, even though they won it.
So Sound literally never performing well in playoffs for like the last 2 years
Playing on a game religion that worked so well at
is on the
Paris,
same level of choking for Device because he called a rush twice.
But now these double layered lurks that we're seeing, it's sort of like a good amount of support for his position. It feels
I
like
just-
it's been effective every time we've
I
seen
just
it
think
so
this
far.
isn't it, man. I'll
It's
be
definitely a
honest.
very strong look at the moment.
It could be one of those things that works when things go well.
It can be,
right?
that's true.
So that
for
could
sure.
be countered out as this game goes on. All we need is, I don't know, maybe a couple kills from VP. Get around close, you'll find out these lurkers. Maybe retakes become easier all the while. But right now, that's not an issue.
Yeah, but even thinking about NaVi's Mirage in this tournament so far, how active they
Slick
were playing
does-
together.
I
City
think,
side and side, trades everywhere.
I think you're a little confused.
So I'm kind of thinking that doesn't change. Emma lighting it up.
You said, can we talk about individual level? I mean, Bit
This is literally VP's map pick. Yeah, it was.
Alexi's getting entries. JL's tapping heads. And we haven't even had to say
Oh,
Wonderful's
he's going
name
for it.
yet.
We're going E-Box.
Maybe now's his round. Close smoke. Do it. Not the only player nearby, though. MP9 over by the pillar. Tough job for Wonderful in here. You're in the middle of the smoke. You can't see Jack. They swing. They don't go all in. A little sketchy with that smoke going down. Bit and Wonderful looking to combine. This could transition into a really fast 4-player split.
They used Ammo as their 6th player here to take over that smoke, take over dark control, and now they have full control for the split. CTs need to respond.
Love the high ground. Norbert's up top. Long player dies first as it's Bit to get first blood. And now you're working with so little. An MP9, a pistol, and as you're stuck behind Autolus,
Oof,
only
well,
one can be put forth by VP.
And they're mollied and smoked off. Jesus Christ, dude.
Rotators down to 17
This
health
isn't
before
even.
he
Am I
even
allowed to stream
takes
this?
a look.
Bro, they're in the trash compactor right now.
Did Simple retire? No, Simple released like a course and like
crowd as well.
is just doing that right now. I think he planned on coming back with
something that you could have not predicted
with Navi,
today.
but then they
There's
won a
no way.
major. You
The
can't deny
speed, the
Astralis is choking.
consistency.
I never once did. I'm saying comparing,
The 5 individual players.
saying
all
that
playing
Device
at their
and
level.
Sound are choking is just, once again, you should not have Device in that sentence whatsoever.
This is Blade and Alexi and all of Navi cooking up a 9-course meal for Wembley.
No, in fact, I started the entire sentence by saying that Astralis was choking in playoffs. So no, I would not be denying it.
Yeah.
That would be where I started. Dude has a sign that just says help.
The help sign. I mean, that says it all.
You mean Device a long time ago or this tournament?
But I mean,
He meant
round
this
is
tournament
also spoiled by the lesser guns.
because he referenced the
You see
rush,
MP9
the
get
2
into a
back-to-back
fight, but
rush
just
calls.
Can't materialize.
And we're coming in with half money. We're coming in with half money on a couple of these rounds.
That's all.
VP
I
are
just
not
think
getting
it's
great
like,
positions for
yeah,
them,
this
but,
just shouldn't
like,
be a
again,
discussion, that's
Navi
all.
are using ammo in a way I really like. You know, they're taking over main control, not with just like flash retakes. They're testing face on, seeing if you're there, scaring you to go back, respecting if you are, but then coming back later. I think this is why they're keeping
This
their
VP lineup should
utility
work
so
in
high,
theory,
and
right?
it just feels
In
like they
theory, a
have
lot of
so
things
much
should
time on the
work.
clock
In
all the
theory,
time.
that Cloud9 roster that was
Consistent
assembled
pressure
should have
coming
been
out
one of the
of
best
E-box to
rosters
boot.
we've ever seen, you know?
A position that has not been held by
In theory,
Virtus.pro.
this Navi
Runs
roster
haven't gotten
should
an opening
be
kill from
weird
here
as fuck
at
and
all.
still
They'll try
building,
to
but
take
they won a
quick
major and
feed
now
behind
they're
smoke with the nade to the corner, but they're not
now they're in the
zoning anybody.
semis
This
of
is
the
like
last tournament of this season and they've completely hit their stride. I don't know.
About time. In this map,
In
we might
theory,
find
who
out
the
why they
fuck
don't.
cares?
We'll see.
Yeah, fair point. They are starting to get a little closer. Bit, he stepped up to the challenge of 2. Well, now 3 members of VP looking for him. Op is included here, and that Op will
There we
find
go.
it. Second kill of the map from James. Peek, though, by Norbert opens the other door, and the numbers were ready. Flit holds off to the E-box once, turns around between 2, guns dry. What more
Okay,
can
they
he
got a
do with that
3v2 here.
A1S? So man advantage maintained, but bomb planted nonetheless.
Yeah.
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame
This is
slips
it. They
up,
gotta win this one,
getting ever
dude.
closer. JL thinking
What a
about
flicker.
going
How
to
you doing,
help as
man?
Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs
Oh! Oh, what the fuck?
to Wonderland.
Shit.
They locked down that post plant like it's
What
nothing.
the
And
fuck?
enjoy the ride.
Holy shit.
Is this not simple?
Dude, what the fuck? And then the no scope, just a fucking.
10-0
Okay,
off the back of that.
That was the best thing since sliced bread.
You mean since beans on toast?
So Wash Devourer, thank you very much for the 57.
10-0 off a gnarly op 3K. The best position Virtus.pro has had across Anubis to get a round on the scoreboard, and they get slammed.
He just smiled and nodded. He knew that it was watching.
Electronic cowering.
Indeed, Wash Devourer, thank you very much for the 57.
At this point, you're not even thinking about CS. You must be. I mean, if you're NaVi, you're full focused. We got to keep crushing as long as this game is live for VP. We know you didn't show up today. We're talking about one molly, no smokes. Not much room for activity, and Wonderful looking for a bit more, and it ends up working, standing right in front of that.
You're not going to get away.
Tagged.
Jesus, dude. The fact that didn't even touch him is crazy.
Instant headshot. No utility. Down by 2. Being flustered out of the bomb site, pressured by the util, killed every step of the way. And this 11th round guaranteed already.
You never see VP get crushed. They're the one team that, even if they're not top ranked, you could beat everyone else and still struggle versus them. That is unfortunately a symptom of their new lineup. We have seen that a couple of times now. Extremely one-sided score lines, not that close, always going to overtime sort of team. But like this, I don't know if I've ever seen them lose like this.
And the scary thing is that when we talk about all those close games, all those comebacks, we're talking about a Virtus.pro that has that extremely systematic approach to Counter-Strike. We've thrown that out the window. They said it themselves. James even saying you've got to just kind of adapt or die. Well, this adaptation has led them to death. They're getting choked out on Anubis. Last player on the reload, no saves allowed in London.
Yeah, no saves in London. And for real, they've never let them. This has been the most painful economy that they've had to deal with. On top of not having any odds in rounds, buying MP9s over and over again, getting one-bulleted.
I'm over here speechless, bro. It's 11-0, bro. Like, what are you supposed to say? What do you want me to say? Like, yo, VP.
I mean, this is a NaVi that's maybe
you
got
should
getting a
play
little
better.
Nervous. This is flawless CS. Off the back of excellent individual levels from all. You can point to every member of NaVi across all 5, and they have put forth a moment, a chance to
little
avoid
active
the
there.
12-0 half. But last time they were down by a man, that's when Wonderful did his best.
NaVi looking for pity points here, round 12.
Emet snaps over, can't win the duel. So
View model diff. View model diff.
One little round for your half.
Oh no.
Or is it just the setup for Bit
Okay.
to embarrass you? He'd need the 1v3,
Bit.
but he's got the
1v3
bomb.
ace
At
clutch.
the moment, he has all of VP split up. He's got a minute to make this happen.
Yeah. Well, have at it. Carte blanche on the round. Everyone's dead for once. Just you in the clutch.
When you're feeling the game like this, when you're up 11-0, that's when you can't write off the possibility. But there it is, the one round, the saving grace.
Nobody gets 12 rounds in a row on T-side Anubis versus VP. Nobody.
Karalius Mindaugas.
Chat.
Su kardu rankoje jis vedė savo žmonės į
I'm running a flom size ad. Heads up. Wait, what is this? I have no idea what just happened, but I ran.
Jis buvo tarsi liūtas, aršus ir ryžtingas.
All right.
Šimtmečiams jo karo šūksnių aidai vis dar atsiliepia, liudydami tikros legendos dvasią.
Hi, my name is Stanislavovich, also known as JL, and this is GG Chronicles. correct?
Yeah, perfect.
We're in Kaunas, the city where I grew up in. It's a mixture of everything. You have a lot of bad boys. Unfortunately, I spent my time with the bad boys when I was growing up, but now I'm a good boy.
All in thanks for the 5-month resub. Thank you.
When I was young, I tried athleticism, but I broke my shoulder and it healed up incorrectly. But during those times, I really enjoyed being better than someone else. And it might be a cruel thing to say, but sports is a cruel business where only the best get all the spotlight. This was one of the main things that got me into CS, is the pure feeling of being better than someone else. The first rank I ever got was gold nowhere 3, so I was never a silver. So I'm really proud of that. I'm in here for only a couple of hours and
bro, this
I'm
audio.
already comparing myself to people who had a few hundred hours in the game. I want to play more. I want to be better, not just my friends, but maybe the best in the school.
JL pressured, and he's got himself the double. 3 kills out of JL!
I think I've reached global elite in like 3 or 4 months of playing the game. Maybe 5 months. Let's give it a 5 months. I remember I used to wake up, grind CS with end practice. I would grind CS again, and just before bed, I would grind smokes, flashes. It was my regular day, just 14 or 15 hours of CS. I knew this is what it takes to become the best.
Dude, the audio, the gun audio, those bits always crack me the fuck up though, I won't lie. I can't.
Well, here we are. Second semifinal on a Saturday night. You had your banger, London. You had that back and forth with Spirit and Vitality, and you didn't know what you wanted with this matchup other than NaVi on victory lane.
Yeah.
11-1, Mohan.
Other than NaVi, or sorry, other than Mezzi, are NaVi British? They need a new one.
They need a new one. Yeah. We're taking applications. Well, VP, what are you gonna do about this?
Yeah, what a slap in the face, man.
I mean, not even a couple pints with the lads would fix this one.
Literally Dallas, but British. What do you mean? We had a North American player in the finals, okay?
I mean, what level of confidence could even be left in your game plan?
Oh, they're gonna get spotted? No, maybe not.
Oh, JL, not like this.
And they're gonna drop.
Yeah, they run. Quick transition. Pistol is necessary. They've been corralled into Ime. And he's kept himself alive, trying to tap away. His bomb's looking to be planted. A bomb plant? All right, let's see what happens now. 2 up. But as they jump through smoke, Alexi executes.
Literally everything is covered.
Man,
Jesus Christ, dude, they look good. They look good. They look good, dude. Holy shit.
1 after Pistol, no doubt in my mind. That 1 round last half, nothing but a pity round.
It's like they have air tags on them. Everywhere they go, they get spotted. The information gets handed over to someone. They get the kill. Rotation comes out. Someone else who got the kill originally gets that info. And there's just no way to frag back, essentially. It's always a new guy.
Majority of the team gets dropped by players that they're not even looking at.
Best way to avoid C2 Anubis is to never play it.
God damn.
And they've damn near done that here by just cleaning up on the T side.
I think this is what makes NaVi so scary is like
you have to force buy. You get
they don't have like a
woo,
you know?
Virtus.pro will not have an AK.
They don't have a donk.
All of this Anubis map unless
but they just have like
now, at least Electronic
very good players across the board where they just have a bit of inconsistency, so they're not those players I said.
all of which more than
But
Norbert.
dude, when they all have the ability to pop off and play well, and when they all do it at the same time, dude, look at the scores. Like, look at the kills.
I mean, structurally, aim-wise, they were just completely outdone in a way that it's hard to zone in on. It's, oh, it's one guy's fault. Oh,
Like,
the star player wasn't. I don't even
crazy
know where
shit.
they could have.
They have a great coach. Oh, I'm well aware of how good Blade is, but
one last chance to stay alive.
it's one of those things where it's still amazing to me how good NaVi is when you consider how hard every international team we've ever seen for him struggle, and the amount of change that NaVi went through to be where they're at right now. You know, really try to think about it, chat, where we thought NaVi would be when they made these roster moves.
Anubis, they're probably wondering.
I don't think there's one person in here that could, if they aren't, you know, just blatantly lying. I don't think there's anybody that says, you know, this was the timeline.
Pack of players through middle into temple, then they split. So
Like,
attacking this B site.
It's crazy to see their growth.
Shoddy on long.
Well, he had to push out knowing that the flank came in. So
Respectfully, Mr. President, do you want to stay in this chat?
That you can do this part of the map when
Let me
you
know.
lose a site on that kill.
Did have temple.
I think they're pretty positive he's just out here. The question
Thought they were
is,
fucked? Yeah, dude. I thought they were fucked. You lost Simple and you're getting...
It really doesn't even feel like it, actually.
Like, dude, Emma and JL did good at the major, but it was kind of like, oh, that's crazy.
The crowd. You got the fire to go for this, surely. Bomb is at the halfway point, and they're just going to go for exit.
Guys, NaVi are saving. You're not going to boo them? Let's be consistent here.
Or are they? No, no kit. No kit. Everybody calm down. Norbert's got the exit.
A bit ambitious, Alexi.
I'll sprinkle another pity round win on the board. Second one here for Virtus.pro. Would we be foolish to write off VP now? If there's one team in the world.
If there's one team in the world.
Shouldn't we be cautious?
I would genuinely say that's not VP these days.
Okay.
But actually at this tournament, we do have that one Dust 2 comeback.
Oh, yeah, the one over Vitality.
That was incredible. Okay.
Arguably their best opposition throughout this event so far.
Fair
that
enough.
Vitality. I'm not saying you're all in for the biggest comeback
That's true.
of London history.
While you're
but
sleeping, they're working.
They
While
played
you're
it
working,
tight.
they're working.
I like the approach. 5 players shoulder to shoulder,
All right.
found a weak point, split up, took a site, no risks.
They have always been the definition of one foot in front of the other. But with the save guns here for NaVi, it still makes this round dangerous and a great grenade.
Love that.
And I mean that on a round like this because we're talking about a couple MP9s here. They're looking for half HP players. And that's on Flit, who is the guy who got the entry last round, the only one positive on the team.
And better weapons on Virtus.pro than NaVi here.
Do you know what I mean? This is at Wembley?
With MP9s and a Tech 9.
Not crazy to suggest VP can make a comeback still. I agree with the sentiment that VP is a hard team to put away. I also agree, though, that with Launders, that...
JL is forced into the open. He still wins. He wins the fight.
Oh my God.
Just on the edge of Flit's vision.
Jesus. But yeah, I feel like this isn't the same level of VP we've had lately, like in terms of that level
You're
of...
just fed into Alexi, and well, with support right behind him, he's going to be confident to take these fights because he feels like even if he doesn't do this, he's got the backup to pull it off. But they've also got this deep line. But no CT steps into Norbert's vision. A Molly, no chance. They're going to gun him down. It's an upgrade. Look at the health. 11 and 2.
Oh, there you go. That was a good transfer from Fame.
But a
A1S from that range can get weird fast.
If it wasn't for the health,
Ooh.
maybe NaVi could still pull this off, but Bit doesn't even have the better weapon. JL's got a good position, but as he gets cut out, his hands come around that corner. Bit's gonna look for the swing, held by James. He flies out, Fame hands busy as the plant goes down. Bit clears, but he gets put out.
Okay, well handled by VP. The double kill from Fame there was really huge.
They can do that.
The Kimbok 6 for the 17-month primer.
They can get to that zone.
Any other primers, chat? Prime
Outside of
forgetters out
time,
there?
in hyperspace in the 4th dimension, slow things down. James can do that.
There's
He
always
has proven
one.
that. That's true. But it's been a while since he's had a crowd like this in a semifinal to do it up against. And even he is human.
I think Wonderful made that face because I'll be honest, it was the same like how I felt internally, which is why are you doing that, Wonderful?
So quickly transition into the B split.
Him moving back flat there was like so unneeded. Like he could have just been a bit more passive there. But he tried to go for a bigger position because of how low he was, I think. Wait. Oh.
74.
Outlier, thanks for the 2-month bomber. Thank you.
Yeah, but didn't that make VP nervous?
They got one flash.
Nice attempt from JL, working with so
one
little.
Banger and a dream here.
Map, 14-5. You know, he said after winning the major, that's all he'd ever wanted. So his motivation plummeted.
Excited for House of Dragons? Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited.
They're going to go for the flash.
They're not releasing it all at once, right? Just one episode at a time? Wait. No, okay.
There's a gun to be picked up. Wonderful
should be good. Should be good.
Norbert's here
Yeah, they're
off
fine.
health, and Wonderful can't get that AK into the action, so he goes away for the save. But at least they didn't save right away. No,
I think they slow drip. I'm actually glad they do that.
Well, nice flashbang into the bomb site.
Very unpopular opinion. I kind of hate. I will binge shows, and I'm so glad I can. Like, or when I can.
You do want to keep the cost high.
As long as the show's actually good.
Matters for VP if they do.
Like, don't slow drip me
Nice shot from
Star
JL.
Wars shows.
And a little extra damage.
Except for like Mando. And maybe like Rogue, but like.
Now we're gonna find out if this is a cosmetic comeback or James showing us something that he's never
That's not an unpopular opinion at all. I just can't help myself, dude. Well, no, I think a lot of people prefer the binge. I don't know. Or at least I thought so.
But Blade comes through. He's bought his time. No need for Blade to get vocal until this moment, right? And we've been singing.
Oh, yeah, did I say? Yeah, I said Andor. Yeah, thank you. OP Tickets thanks to the 5-month recent. Thank you.
Right after attack pause, are you going to tell me that Blade?
Yeah,
can't do it too?
I know a lot of people. I just like when there's a good show, dude. It like protects me from myself, though, and I can enjoy it a bit more. You know what I mean?
Come through the next round, even if they didn't win, they looked so much better. They had got their act together. In this case, there's nothing bad to say. The half just sort of started, so it is just.
I've been watching the Acolyte. I fell asleep like 4 times in the first episode.
Full strength versus full strength, and VP are hearing the match point music. Every
I gave
round.
up.
8 rounds to go.
I gave up.
You gotta look the Grim Reaper.
What, dude? Like, if I can't stay awake 4 different times trying to watch one fucking episode, bro, like.
Chin up, chest out. Step by step. Wonderful wants this angle. And the
I'm sorry, like I'm not even trying to be like that. It might even be good, but I can't get through it. I don't know.
CT smoke dropped from above.
That's just you being old. Hell no, dude. I fuck up my sleep all the time. Slow drip some Shogun episodes, dude. I swear to God, my sleep schedule will be fucked.
They're actually out of smoke.
OP Tickets thanks to the 100 biddies.
It'll just be bit now with the ability to block. Molly over on JL as well joins them.
Keeps creeping out.
That's the moment. Oh, but it's at 50 seconds and he turns around.
And they're wary of a fight from outside of Temple. This A setup, are they going to feel stranded? Not a lot of cover for such a pack of players. And if Alexi goes down, I mean, middle is suddenly exposed. Electronic has slipped into the smoke right next to him, but Alexi's doing a good job of covering. Hey now. Oh God, nobody knows what that could mean. So a little spray comes out, a little spritz of damage for Electronic, who doubles back, and all the while, that distraction served up a great way to get bombed.
I like how no player knows who they're spectating either, though. That's always the part that chat forgets.
For free.
Yeah, this is actually
every player is freaking out right there because literally nobody knows who they're watching.
And yes, they lost one player, and yes, NaVi.
Like everybody's guessing, is it me?
But they still have odds.
It's guns up for VP. There is no.
And information's going both ways, so it's like I think Electronic turned around because he thought they went through the smoke on him. Okay, VP.
Even though it was
VP so
they
back.
had really good positions and time on their side and expected retakes positions as well, right? The fact that Bit wasn't on the full flank earlier meant that
everybody in the arena.
I was assuming something in the smoke. No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I don't even know what's going on the other side of the map. What if there's a smoke in B main, you know? There's a guy B main smoked or E box is smoked, and you're looking at it and you, but it's actually the mid player. Everybody's just on high alert.
And again, there is no timing for the full flank. And they slipped in there like butter. Another full buy both ways. Slightly less utility on Bit. A Famas on Imma.
One slip up.
One slip up. That's
One trip.
thing.
Small glance, but no overcommitment here from other side of long A. Fame starting to move towards it. It's on high alert, and he's got the high ground. Dodges the flash, turns back.
Wow.
Nicely done.
Oh, quick dodge.
Yep. Fame comes in looking to clear the
Is
corner.
playing
Instead,
for
gets
exits technically
blindsided.
saving? Yeah.
Bit blends into the wall. Flit tries to follow suit. He gets ahead of the smoke. Oh, that could have been a huge opening for the B site. But remember, the bomb is still outside of A. Somebody has to.
There's some times where you shouldn't play for exits.
Plenty of time.
They have
But,
time to go
yeah.
grab it, but they also have to stagger the exact.
Pretty much every scenario for NaVi, they should play for exits because they have
their smokes
right.
and nades that are coming up.
They're one
Don't get in
round
without
away,
that
so
bomb,
if they
so
can just get,
instead,
if
it
they
is
can make
retrieved.
VP's money like a bit compromised the rest of the game, it's makes it closing out hypothetically should be easier.
Yeah, they might overthink this, right? Because why didn't they just exact?
I can't anymore with these maps. They've played 4 maps in 12 games. Thank you, Valve.
Wild spray. You got bodies coming at you. Again, just the one. But Electronic finds the entry as he should. Alexi, could he be the one to close this down? The step-by-step comeback continues.
Ooh.
JL trades efficiently, but gets caught in
Wait,
the
wait,
open.
wait, wait.
Yes,
That's
he
it.
can. And
Oh.
another trip to Wonderland. He slips out with the 2-piece that's needed to deny them. VP and their comebacks are no longer in London. It's NaVi with map 1.
Devour, thanks for the gift of sub to Muck, by the way. Thank you. Thank you.
Born to win, more like born like absolutely to destroy. That was
Change
an
YouTube
incredible
title,
first
maybe?
match coming
Good call.
out the side of NaVi. VP, they thought they were going to punish them. Turns out they were the ones getting burned. That was the most decisive map victory, Bubsky, we have seen so far here in the playoffs of Spring Finals.
Hold on, chat, 1
this
second,
Anubis
please.
For the T side is really doing teams great, right? I think the teams who are just starting on the T side right now almost feels like they're just winning on the sake of that. We saw it earlier today on the likes of Vitality, right? You thought, okay, they're winning actually this game. They got 8 rounds. Now we see 11 rounds
Bear
coming
back
in
1 sec,
from
chat.
the likes of NaVi. I mean, this map screws up the CT a little bit, and I think the issue is
One
that you
stream
can't really
today, I
play
already
the racer
lifted.
route, taking the duels.
But listen, you're not wrong. I know that Anubis is definitely T-sided, but let's not take anything away from what NaVi put together.
It ain't that T-sided.
No, it
right,
ain't that
Matthew?
T-sided. Holy hell. This is like a wet dream for Alexi, what happened. That's exactly what this was. Everything was working out. You play the map control, you let time go by. You know that whenever you are going to need to have that entry kill, it's going to come through. You're going to have Bit on the A main finding kills. You're going to have JL making moves, being successful, and then you're being gifted the time to make the decisions. This was so controlled. I didn't see this coming. I thought we would have a much more competitive map. Boy, was I wrong. This is so one-sided.
This is an in-game leader's dream, right? Obviously, major MVP showing exactly why he deserved that accolade back in Copenhagen. And it's the initial few rounds where NaVi start to get going, right? He was responsible in the early stages of that half.
Yeah, he had such a good balance between actually being super aggressive, but also waiting for the right moments to strike, right? I thought we saw him a lot in an active position in the connector, both early and late round scenarios, and I think that's a quality, right? Is that the game plan from the start? They fill out really the game, and all of a sudden they have all the momentum going into this, and I feel like from just looking at the body language of JL, he seems like a guy who's a little bit emotional, and when things start rolling, it really looks good.
No, absolutely. I'm not going to pretend like Pro League didn't happen or Dallas didn't happen. I know this was a bit let down compared to what we saw in Copenhagen. But JL embodies killer instinct. That means whenever he decides to go for an entry, he's not always going to be all in. But if he feels like this is the moment to get stuck in, and I'm going to have to white swing that angle, I'm going to have to cross that smoke, he will do it. And as a result, when the skill is following up, then you see some of the entries he was finding here, a word of hurt for VP. And also some of these were happening at 115, 110. Imagine you LXCB, you have that much time to then decide, okay guys, we're going to take a breather, take it easy. We're going to let them come to us. It was too easy. It wasn't supposed to be that easy.
Yeah, and I also think it's a map who really plays into good IGLs, who's really willing to do those mid-round situations, right? Because it's a map where you can kind of rotate without being caught in the middle of the rotation, right? On Dust 2, we often have the middle area you need to cross and all these sorts of things. But on Anubis, you kind of have the possibility of constantly just going back and forth without the CT interfering.
Well, we were talking a little bit about Wonderful coming into this series and talking about him, you know, versus Shiro. Obviously, you were saying he's quite a passive AWPer. Wonderful takes it a step further. But this moment from Wonderful, Matthew, this was a clutch that we wanted to see happen.
Absolutely embodies what I was referring to as he's a late round player. You can see here, obviously, VP is already suffering, scoring 9-0, so they're having a horrible time. They finally find some sort of solace here with Flitz multi-kill. They were very far and few between when it comes to VP. You find yourself in a 2v3, and this is where Wonderful excels. When the chaos comes to him, when he gets to flicks, this was incredible for Wonderful, and it is not the only time I've seen him. I feel like the more angles are around him in danger, the better he is. The more the risk is coming around him, the better he is. It doesn't matter. Wonderful shines through in the clutch. A strong map once again from him.
Yeah, and this is also what solidifies his position within the team, right? I think he has these moments where...
You are ready to pull Simple in, huh?
No,
I heard what you said in the pre-show.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard you.
He's probably watching that game, Simple, thinking like, okay, please have a blunder, please have a blunder.
No, Simple is coming back as a rifle, not as a sniper in this lineup. I can tell you that. I mean, no, I'm not saying it's happening, but if it's happening, it's not as a sniper.
You haven't heard the news, Bubsky? You're late to the train, really.
It isn't happening. Not in news.
Can we bring up the scoreboard just once again for the individuals and the kills as well? Because it's kind of a tale of two sides. On the one hand, we have NaVi with everybody basically fragging out. Of course, we highlighted Gel because he was the one to kind of get started early, get the vibe going, get the rounds coming his way. On the other side, for VP, I mean, James only having 4 kills when he's a man that we've said so much about in the game yesterday versus Astralis.
And you were absolutely hot on James' tail when it comes to the CT side, weren't you? You had some pretty harsh words over the event, and do you feel vindicated? Do you feel like you've had once again proof to what you were putting forth?
I've been let down and I've been destroyed by Godblade, right? I think the moment where it really fell off is when we see Electronic on the bottom of the scoreboard, right? We spoke about the start of the game. It's going to be this beautiful story between his dad of Blade coming into this game, almost raised him throughout Flipside, got him into NaVi as well, right? Continuing his journey, being one of the best rivals of all time, and then when you finally have to meet your dad on the biggest stage, you just fall flat.
That's way too many dad references in one segment.
Yeah,
I can call
I'm
you
not sure
daddy.
I feel comfortable with this anymore. Anyway.
Please, oh my God.
Let's move on. Ime, it was a topic that we wanted to talk about in the pre-show. Didn't quite get time as the game was coming thick and fast. I know that a lot of us have been on his head saying, hey, where is, you know, the MVP candidate back at the Paris Major? He was looking amazing in Gamer Legion. Of course, you then come onto a team like NaVi, you've got to share the spotlight with other stars. How is he in terms of your satisfaction rating at the moment, Matthew?
After the incredible letdown, I think it's getting slightly better. Like, Copenhagen was really rough. This is getting better for Ime. He wasn't exactly needed in this game as much as every A plan was working. He is supposed to be someone that unlocks a solution when the round hits or shit hits the fan. That's what a lurker like that is supposed to do, right? He has mobility, he has freedom, he has autonomy to make moves, and he can provide Alexibi with solutions like an exit door. Hey, come my way, it's all good. Like, I got the rotation locked down. It wasn't ever really needed in that game, let's not pretend. He did what he had to do, which is to be a turret. He was like a security sort of net, a safety net in the back. Any flanks he was taking care of. But I can tell you, having been a lurker myself, when your offense is doing that well, I mean, you just got to have that mojito, have a good time. Like, life is great. You don't need to be that involved.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the same issues as some other lurkers that we're speaking about currently, right? Rob, Spinks, we're mentioning these guys for being way too passive and not really contributing to the team. But this guy, he always wants to take a bullet for the team, right? He's willing to go first if he needs to. I think it's also what lacks him a little bit of improving at times, but it's a good quality when things are running.
I mean, listen, again, things were going way too good for Ime to have a significant impact. He was going through the motions, and that's fine. We don't need anything more than him. But second map, we'll see if that's... there's no way it's going to go this way again map after.
Surely. Lightning doesn't strike twice. I think that's how the saying goes. But I'm sure you guys watching at home, you want to be in this crowd here in London, and you have the chance to be joining us at the World Finals at the end of the year. Get out your phone, scan that QR code down there to be in with a chance of winning tickets, flights, and accommodation, 2 tickets to be in fact, there in Abu Dhabi. But we do need to be moving on, swiftly on, to NaVi's map pick. That's going to be coming down to Mirage. And I'm sure Blade, he's feeling pretty good right now. We're going to be diving into things after this break.
Mike, thanks for the 83-month resub. Thank you. Delete Mirage, delete Inferno, delete Dust 2. Pretty base for that, Mike. Well, let me turn off my webcam while I get a monster from the bottom shelf chat and run a 90-second ad. I also did squats today, chat, so my ass is looking real nice. That shit is nice. Let me be some motivation for you guys today that are skipping the gym. My fat ass woke up at 6:45 in the morning and did ass to grass squats to lift before the co-stream, before my match tonight. You guys can get in there too. All right. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, channel point predictions are up. Workout at 6 a.m. every day. Nobody asked, Colin, but also good job. Sam, thanks for the 17-month primer. Thank you. And Brother John, please stop gigantifying Hav. It scares me. Thanks for 200 bits. Chat, if that emote scares you, please press 1. That way it further goes up the chat. We don't have to see it anymore. Okay. Shit is actually nightmare fuel. Okay. Better.
Now, you might have assumed that Anubis was NaVi's pick.
Sax thanks to the biddies and Wicked Woodchuck thanks to the biddies.
We're now moving on to their map choice, and that is going to be the grounds of Mirage. Matthew, tell me a little bit about, you know, the history of these teams on this ground, because both of them, you know, they're not afraid to play it, right?
You're asking me to do like a
Sarah, thanks to the 17 and we'll run off another scam trade.
Yeah, maybe give me 10,000 words on how both NaVi and VP will be playing on this map.
Wow, 10,000 was might be. I'll give you 20. That's my best offer. I was just reminiscing the comeback of NaVi against FaZe on Mirage, and that gives me so much trust in what is about to happen here. The fact that even when getting
Devi, thanks to the 1 gifted sub. You're absolutely stunning. In chat, I'm looking for hot girthy wheelers on Twitch and matching all gifted. And if you remember Mommy on YouTube, I'll be matching those as well.
I'm sure they can do it again here. And Bubsky, let's just say my NaVi prediction is looking really good right now.
Yeah, and mine isn't looking too shabby as well, right? I predicted that Virtus.pro was actually going to win this game, and now all of a sudden, before stepping into this
Sarah, thanks to 200 biddies.
Wonderful turning all these pages.
Mike, thanks to 200 biddies.
One more, and he's like 7 or 8 pages down there of like.
My God, Mike.
No, that's really great. That means that at some point Blade sat down with them and went through all of these things, and they had to sit there and listen for what's going to be happening today. Surely Mirage is also
I did Final. I read that as Final Fantasy, not Fantasy Football. Yeah, I could do Fantasy Football this year.
You're saying your pick doesn't look
Can you put the draft time literally not when I'm live and just put it late as fuck in the evening? Thank you.
Where I could actually change mid-series.
Prismatic, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Can we get some nice ones in chat for Prismatic? Exquisite Willy, brother.
He is actually flipping his vote.
Okay, so give me one reason.
This is about you now? Yes. Yes, it quite literally is, yes.
What is it?
I think it's going to be looking at, like, the individual side of things was terrible at the first match, right? But they did recover a little bit on the T side, right? They did start to get rolling a little bit. If they had maybe one or 2 rounds on that CT side, they might have
stream draft? Probably not, no.
Is that how low we
I don't mind talking about it and stuff like that, but I'm not really trying to make it stream content now.
I mean, it gave me a little bit of faith, right? Flit was also performing relatively well, is the best player
Wicked
on this
Woodchuck,
roster, if you ask
thanks
me.
for the 5 gifted. Exquisite Willy as well. Chat out 10 gifted.
With the old lineup, so I'm going to be looking towards
and
that guy.
I mean, don't count them
Icarus
out.
thanks to
This is
200
Spirit.
bits.
They had a slow start earlier, and guess who's in the grand final match?
Okay,
Not your boys
you don't need to go back to this. We know what happened. We were here.
I love
we were all
you
here.
reliving PTSD.
Maybe a not fun stream, maybe. But regardless, I'd still want it later in the evening.
On this map of Mirage, how do you expect them to be tackled?
I mean,
Homie did it at like noon my time last year, and I just auto-drafted because I was in a pug.
Dominate the mid area. We saw Dunk earlier today have so much success in that position. I'm not saying there's any Dunk on the side of VP, but surely there's going to be a little bit of quality coming out in that mid area.
I'm sorry, Matthew. It's enough of our yap, and it's actually time to get into game. Questions will be answered. We're going to
Plus,
see
if you have Eli and Tucker, they're also West Coast, so. Gigantify, thanks to the 200 biddies. Wait, Gigantify. Wicked Woodchuck, thanks to the 200 biddies.
On a Saturday night. Not bad.
Yeah, that's lovely. It was already such an incredible first map. Just hits you in the face. Yeah. Had no idea what was going to happen. Thought maybe VP would win it, but now we're wondering if NaVi are just going to 2-0. So now we've got maybe one more map tonight here on Saturday.
What are these massive
And you're
emotes?
going to let
200
them know,
bits.
London. We're going to find out together just how rowdy this crowd can get.
Why does Londres look like he's greased up? Because he's probably actually using his skincare routine that's pretty decent, and it's just studio lighting.
Bring that Saturday night energy!
They could cake him up with makeup, but probably doesn't want it.
All right. Maybe this time we get a game.
That one's scary too, Brother John. What the
Or
fuck?
another stomp.
Woodchuck, thanks to 200 biddies.
I'm not
Brother
sure
John,
what the
thanks to
people
200
want.
biddies. I-10 gifted as well.
But it's
Okay,
CS on
so
the menu
just a full
nonetheless,
right
and it's
side
an A
spokes.
site that is completely open. Entirely open. Free for the taking. Looks just like Anubis. Nobody here to
How
stop
much are
him.
you caked up with
Jim will
makeup?
try to
Bro, I don't
spam
know if
through
you've seen,
smoke.
but I
That ain't
rock
gonna
my
work.
pimples
Bomb
full-fledged.
plant behind triple. No contest. Don't you dare save. Don't you dare save.
No, it's
No,
going
they're
to
gonna.
CT
It's
retake.
a CT retake.
It's going down right now.
Flash is good. Kills come through.
Damn, they just
So
got
this
absolutely
retake starts
fucking
strong. Two kills
owned.
immediately towards Ticket. Look how stranded they are.
Oh my wonderful, no way.
Nasty.
No, oh my god, dude.
Goes dry. He's looking for more, and he's got Alexi to give him the
Dude,
cover.
Wonderful is looking nice with it right
In
now.
a tough spot. Comes out with 3
Derb takes to the 200
frags, while
bits.
Flick continues
Woodchuck
to
takes
tap
the
him
200
down, which
bits.
he did on Anubis. He is the fire starter, but he doesn't have the kit. Won't be able to do this one. Won't be able
Ads
to
at
take
the fucking wrong time. I have not run ads for the last 5 to 6 minutes. If you're getting any ads, genuinely turn off your ad block, because one, if you saw an ad, clearly it's not working, and two, it's fucking up the timing.
These rounds are decided, and the CTs came out ahead. And then right here.
Respectfully, I can't say one part of what you should do because Twitch will get mad at me, but yeah, you should probably figure out a better solution is what I will say.
You know what he just pulled off. Yeah. Grin to begin. And a force out of Virtus.pro. We get the scout for James, who amidst the others also
Mobile
had
gets
an
goofy.
incredibly
Now
slow
that
start back on
I
Anubis.
totally
We were
agree
sitting
with.
on 0 kills for far too many players. It doesn't look like NaVi are going to let off this gas pedal. The tempo from Anubis has boiled over into Mirage. Norbert flushed off backside, cleared by Alexi. To take the map of Mirage to VP.
Less than a minute remaining, chat, and save time. All right, well,
What do you have up your sleeve, Alexi?
do we have the same
What is
scripts?
Blade prepared?
And you know, I mean, they even like Anubis is one thing, but they have this amazing win versus FaZe on Mirage already behind them. This is a map that they start 7-0 down and make a comeback, and the story is the comeback itself. But in terms of the details, the meta, and the way that they won the round, it was all about their mid control. And the same trade fragging that we saw in Anubis, where they were covering each other, or one was taking contact, another was taking the frag, the same thing happened on Mirage. They were all about it.
I will say these rounds saving like is fine. I think but you're gambling on these, trying to make sure you hit.
NaVi have been the opposite here at this event.
I'm not saying this is fun to watch, but at least these rounds, like,
That's the really scary part for VP.
I hope it doesn't end up like Anubis. I do want
in their
Navi to
comfort
win
zone.
though.
This one is going to go beyond the statistics, it feels like. VP after Anubis, I'm sure they have no idea what they're in for.
Chat A10 gifted at halftime. Don't let me forget.
These maps. You know, who steps up?
Yeah, like how do you
starts
say
that
that
conversation?
as Shame or Electronic who weren't there?
Yeah.
You know, if it was
You don't have Doston.
It was only Flit, and yeah, they're in between permanent coaches.
How the fuck did VP make it to the main stage?
Server voice.
Because VP played Astralis.
Overview.
Astralis in playoffs, aware.
Someone to just kind of reset the tone and hopefully the tempo for Virtus.pro's sake. But tempo's name of the game out of NaVi. Another quick glance towards ramp, but no follow through. So the pistol pops off, and he's not alone.
Me when I want my riflers to shoot back in playoffs.
I don't want anything to do with
Also
this
me when
A-site.
I'm Astralis.
Positioning of that bomb right now. Seems like they're going to get away from it. Electronic tries to take something down towards middle, gets a close fight, right? It's the right range to try and force pistols to Imez's face, but with the util that comes with it, he's going to take over mid control, and already this split to B is starting to poise itself nicely. VP are
Thrice, you're
figuring it
making
out.
me make
Fast
more
enough to
fucking
get into
accounts? God
marketplace,
damn
but
it,
they're not
dude.
gonna be in sight.
Happy to anti-eco on a split to B. Once you turn the corner on Cat, that's when lights out, and now it's, oh man, are they just locked in?
Ooh, quiet. Ime, he's just gonna mow him down.
Everyone jumps on him.
It's crazy, he doesn't even get his chance. He's queuing up a 3K spray down.
Alexi Britt, there you go, you found your Brit. You found your Brit. Oh man, you know, NaVi have always been an org. Before 2021, which is a lot of people came in to see Simple win his major. That was one of the best moments in Counter-Strike Global Offensive history. Before that, it was always the joke that NaVi were always a top 4 team. One of the most consistent orgs since the beginning, but never got their major and were never sort of like a tournament favorite. All these different eras happening around them. Nip, Fnatic, you know, NV, like SK Luminosity and everything like that. But after 2021, they've kind of gone back to that. You know, we don't know which NaVi you're going to get. They're very strong, but not all the time.
Yeah, but Launders, they literally already won the first major.
It's a NaVi that's not coming to every single event, right? We've been talking about how Spirit didn't attend everything they got invited to, and how that was their tactic, and that maybe the lack of officials has cost them. With NaVi, I think kind of spamming events is what took a little bit of the gleam off of that major trophy lift. They prepare well for London, and they hit the server in a sprint. Smoke to the window. First real guns here for Virtus.pro, and nobody gets an early test. We hit the minute mark with no real fights thrown out just yet. James got to do better. I hate to be blunt. There's no sugarcoating it.
100%.
The op is a powerful thing, and he has his chance, so he strikes down Bit. Simultaneous with the cat hold, so all that's left of NaVi is just this.
They have time. They might let Emma try to cook on this lurk.
Posted up on another angle. Actually, no, excuse me.
Is this a moment?
Oh. There is a lurk.
Yeah.
Nah, but the lurk.
Guy that we talk about.
He just missed it.
Yeah.
No spoilers, folks.
So yeah, rearrange here for NaVi as they look to do something
Oh, I like
new.
this. You're going to try to walk up con with the rotation
Are
held.
also going to be aware that there's a timing created.
It's enough of open
gets
space
the information
to have Ime call for
He
the
might
assistance.
overcommit
He
to
likes
this.
that there's all this open space, and if he'd gotten his kill, that would have been a sprint into the bomb site with only one more to find. Instead, now at 10 seconds,
He's gonna run
man,
through
they
that.
feel this threat. With Ime not getting his opening.
Oh, flip.
Shut down
Ew.
one. A swift reminder to the
Ew.
mechanical levels we had back on Anubis.
Ew.
VP off of Jame, Fame, and a solid hold towards A.
Yeah.
They walk away with 4.
Yeah, those opening kills is just what they couldn't stop over on Anubis. Glad that's changed now.
And it didn't take 12 rounds to get there first this time.
Again, you know, I've already monologued a little bit about Jamin in some of the moments where he's not the top fragger consistently for this team when he has been the most consistent over the longest period of time. Always at the top, op IGL, star player, major MVP at Rio. He's the guy they look for everything, you know? And for him to bring on a star like Electronic and then have to take a different performance, it hurts to see because you just know how much James puts into this game, how much effort he puts into this game, you know? How much other people revere him. Device even citing him as the reason that he wanted to try IGL.
No saving allowed.
No saving allowed here in London. Let's make that a thing.
Well, VP trying to save the day. That's for damn sure.
I'm doing good, man.
Nice to see
Doing
a round
good.
early from them. You want to talk about all the effort that Jame puts into the game because he so clearly loves, but he's never had to reinvent himself. That has never been something we talked about with Jame.
Yeah, it's kind of like he gave equity to Electronic, and then they're trying to rebuild this system anew.
And props to him as a teammate for signing up to it. Right? Some people get stuck in their ways, but Jame getting stuck into map 2 because that's a fast move. Posting on catwalk, catching Ime, and taking down one of the jackknifes of NaVi. Remember, they signed up for this. They gave VP a comfortable map.
And it.
Get a silent JL for the time being. Hasn't found his chance to strike just yet. It's the slow crawl, and nobody shoots off the flash. Wonderful could have given away his spot.
Ooh, you gotta watch for that bomb. How much space do you give up, VP?
They've been doing so good at crawling forward.
Oh man, yes. It's the exact same timing.
JL now takes that glance, and that timing is exactly where Bit slips into, but Fame knows he still has support. Unless the hands are busy, Electronic's got grenades, and I don't think he knows Alexi's this close. Electronic, he's got to pick it up.
Oh.
Fame goes down with nothing. Clipped after the plant. Jame will
That
find
seems
his,
so
but
weird
it's
from
another
Electronic.
clutch.
Wonderful. Can he do it?
For Wonderful to shine. He turns away, back, given over. It's a jiggle across. What is that?
Yeah, and he does keep the information.
No
Turns
shot.
it 180 into window.
Oh my God. Oh, nice shot from Electronic.
Crosses to the box with no gun in hand.
Yeah. Said if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it fast.
Howdy everyone. What's up, dude?
He wanted to compromise his position out there at the top of connector and get visual on him.
Yeah,
so
fellas, that's how it works for Turbo too.
Still nearly finds a gap to come back and fight into the window.
On
Of course,
Twitch.
we see James at the beginning of last round and the beginning of this round be the key. 2 easy op shots.
When do we see James take these kind of hyper-aggressive early angles?
No, but he has been on CT side, and he has been in general more these days. So that's something that's evolved even on a personal level for him on his approach. There have been a lot more pick plays.
Fantix with a 25-month primer. Thank you.
It's a welcome sight to try and turn the tide here on Mirage. Looks like we may have a game.
Thank goodness. It would only validate the win more, what NaVi showed on Anubis, you know, if VP come back stronger on Mirage. But of course, this is now the map pick of NaVi. But in this series, there are no punishes.
I mean, it's got to start with an individual level uptick. We've already seen it, right?
Oh, wait a second. That's
James not missing early shots.
He spotted that.
Window player is going to keep him locked in. Alexi doesn't know that this player is this close.
Yeah.
Not this close. Electronic rounds the corner, blindsides him.
Oh.
Just goes hunting. Takes man advantage yet again.
Is that a bad smoke? Is that going to work out?
Space over towards ramp, offered over. Now Flit's going to come out, catch one. JL and Ema with the answer. They somehow regain control of middle, killing Khan and jungle. James not able to get an early fight this time around. They just crawled up from Khan, plant the bomb, and put themselves to the man advantage post plan.
And that was genuinely a really cool find from Ima. He jumped up onto the bench through a missed window smoke that landed on the ground to get that angle.
Boo.
And that's right, London. It looks like another save.
How's Emma and Bit doing this tournament? Good. Good. I could go without seeing him as view model, but good.
Moments of ingenuity, and it's a moment of improvisation where
Wonderful really seems to have found his form again, which is a big part of it.
There are multiple lurks at play, but
Emma,
they're still working
JL, and
together very
Bit,
well.
I would say, have had like their
And, I
own
think there's one
maps
thing that
at
they've
different times, but the
definitely
big
had to
piece
fix
that's been a lot more consistent this event is Wonderful is getting his form
They're
back.
a team with this international lineup that have done these multi-pronged lurks across T sides, and it's just when it looks bad, it's 3 players dying with no trade, and then you wondering why they were lurking. When it looks good, it looks like this.
It gets all the way out ramp past Sandwich. And the timing on that one, oh, brutal for Electronic. But happy about it, NaVi.
You think Simple might start worrying about his roster spot, bro? I think
Another bit of success
I think that
early
ship
for
has
the
sailed. What do you
Ts. It's
mean?
gonna put the
That
money
ship
in
sailed when
question
they
for
won the
VP,
major.
But it's still the full-fledged buy, barring Norbert's MP9.
They win the major and getting the semis here. Yeah, that ship has been sailed.
Comes up cap pretty quick.
I swear, I'm trying to figure out if they missed that window smoke on purpose or something.
Oh, yeah.
But it's just used perfectly.
Nice. Norbert doing the damage, which, considering his disadvantage, that grenade could be worth its weight
Ship came
in
back
gold.
out. Yeah, I just think Scrawny said
Assuming
it
he doesn't
best.
get
I just
gunned
think
down
that they're a
when he's just trying
little.
to throw out that
Most
smoke.
teams struggle
And maybe
after
trying to
winning the
plug
major,
the gap
guys.
that Bit slipped through. We've got James down towards ramp.
I always like to
Doesn't matter
mention
right
it. You know,
now.
there
It's
is.
mid,
I
again,
think
under question.
there's like
Norbert on the
2
full
teams
back.
ever that have
I mean, he's
actually
so
won an
desperate to
event
hold
after
sight
winning the
that Alexi
major
comes gunning up the catwalk.
Yeah, he let it
without
by.
it taking
Got a
some
defender
time.
locked in.
Now, surely.
No, oh my God, he is. Oh, Alexi, 3 kills deep. Thought Norbert's MP9 would be enough. We're talking about 1 HP
No,
on
Astralis
Alexi.
I'm not counting because Astralis actually skipped an entire event after the major. They won the next one, but they actually did skip an event to kind of like get themselves back into it.
As he tries to come back between windows, nothing. They don't find anything, nothing to pull on here. VPT's doing a great job of just staying inside cover. When Wonderful finally comes out for a fight, he's got James scoped in, looking the wrong way.
Wow. It's a bit of Anubis right now. It's a.
No, the other one is an LGSK. It was
starting to get
the other team. The
into a
team that
dominant
actually won an
side.
event after winning the major was NaVi in Go.
The trades look excellent. Alexi B's also having a fantastic series.
Oh yeah, man. That's not just a dominant T side. We're talking now about a dominant series.
Yeah.
Let's not
But
forget
yeah,
about
in
Anubis.
general, there's like usually, you know, like a major slump type
And I
vibe.
really want to give Emma so much credit because he's somebody that just a few months ago, you know,
VP kind of getting owned? Yes, they are.
This is the problem. And then now I'm seeing he's not just not running from the
Bruh. That's fuck.
Maybe just some flowers. Try that first.
Yeah. Have you tried communication? Practicing Counter-Strike. 1 health here. That was 1 health. That's why I was so certain Norbert gets the kill.
But my point is that it's still Emma in the same role, which is nice. They improved the role. They didn't run from that. Because the thing that was always perplexing about it was that it worked on his previous team. So it's just finding a new groove, just like VP have been trying to do with Electronic.
Bit's got a bunch of bodies to collect here. Ooh, only gets the 1. This is a
Wait,
chance.
wait.
It's
That's
a
hella
chance, damn it.
guns.
It's the pistols flying down.
That's about as good as it gets. That's the op on
And they
Jane right
needed
away.
them in con.
That's exactly
Oh,
what you want.
dead.
And Fane
That
could
should
put
be it.
forth another.
That should be the
Now
round.
we're talking about 3 pistol kills. You know, there hasn't been a moment like this throughout the series where Virtus.pro robbed 1 away. And I'm not saying that because I think it's over. Ima JL, the Stars of Paris, look to come back at this one, but you got to clear every corner, and that's another player looking the wrong way. It happened over in jungle. It happens here towards Ticket. JL 1v4, huh?
Wait a second. He's above him.
Yep, and he's got him. Dead to rights. The 5-7s prevail.
Wait a second.
The first of the series where NaVi don't jump over the hurdle, but rather
Paris?
get caught up in
Wow,
it.
JL was the MVP of last one, but I think he was trying to say JL and Emma had breakout performances at Paris, and that's why they're on NaVi, I think was what he was going with there.
1-for-1 trade on Bit. And who doesn't love Norbert? Because unfortunately we can't talk about it yet, but Norbert is somebody who has developed. I think the other day you called him most.
Was that 5-7 buff? Nope.
Last year, in some sense.
They've just been broken for a while.
I mean, genuinely, go back to the Rio conversation,
From
right?
literally getting cut.
People laughed that Norbert was a major champion. That was turning into a meme. And he gets cut right after, comes back, has these like 3-month period as well that has just recently come to a close where he was looking like one of the best on this team at the time. Huge moments at the tail end of 23.
Yeah, before he got cut back in 23, it was, you know,
5-7 is genuinely better than Deagle. Hot take. Not really. I don't know. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I don't know.
Norbert, somebody who, after
I think most people should literally never buy a Deagle.
Specific instructions. If you improve on these things, we'll give you another chance.
Most people buy Deagles, then run in and die and just fucking waste their lives away on ecos when they could have a P250 or a 5-7 and Tech 9 actually like use some movement to get kills because they can't aim for shit anyway.
And he's losing support as Electronic goes down on Palace.
But they hit the 1 dig that one time after they shot 3 mags at Mirage windows, so
all the pressure continues to fall on him, and as Bit comes through, he'll see the site is clear. Jane tagged. I mean, that would have been such a wonderful chance to get the retake in, but oh, dare I say it, cue it up. I think they're about to turn away. Or are they? Norbert sticks around a little, bombs at the halfway point. Have we jumped the gun? Norbert, only the 1. So give him another one.
Yeah, this one he's got no choice.
0 chance he gets into the site with such little time, so it slips by. Sure, you win with 5-7s.
God forbid people have fun.
No, you just get swarmed.
You
right?
do, man, and that's key kills. That's so nice from JL.
Honestly, I just you know you could be right, but I just don't think most people that just buy a Deagle every time and just die with it aren't. I don't know. I feel like they're not having fun either though.
Reverse firebox was just perfect. He was half in the wall, barely into his body was showing. It would have been a great kill.
Usually those same people literally don't calm, get really salty, and type to their teammates, in my experience.
It always is, though, isn't it? It's a real mess. It always is, but they have good intuitions for like when they need to spoke spam, when they need to like pre-fire. They are masters of this madness. That's what NaVi have been doing on their T side since forever.
We've got Alexi and Wonderful queuing up for the mid-fight. Early success.
Ooh, nice
again,
pick
right?
from
James
James. There you go.
Yes, he has.
If Electronic can get it going,
Ooh.
then we got 2 pieces connecting for VP. So here we go. Early aggression in underpass and top middle. NaVi, who have been kind of exploiting Connector at times with their A splits, try to just inch their way into position, and it gets taken out. This half is not too far gone for VP. At a strong 5v3 start.
It is, yeah.
Looks good.
This round is definitely still alive, though. NaVi have been playing it down to low numbers, low time, and they are about to get organized for their next idea.
Yeah, triple molly execute is looking like what they've got in store, and when we look at the utility for VP, there's not much to kind of stave off an exec.
It's one of those situations where two openings means they might not be able to retake.
I'm calling out Truck like that. Nah, Truck is one of the few people that are allowed to use Deegs.
40
Same with Hate.
Delicate timing.
Me, Ryan, and Cooper, 5.7 Tech 9 P250s only.
They reapproach where things had already gone poorly. James. Yeah,
again.
Not gonna miss. Nice to see an uptick in his performance. Felt like it was much needed for all of the members of VP. Flit tried his absolute damnedest in that little bit of a comeback.
Oh,
on
Drellum, I just
Anubis,
think he thinks he
now
does.
everybody's found a moment.
Now we're set to find out, if this...
Unfortunately, Drellum, that's just been proven to be less and less the case every
Good for
time.
him. From MP9 to AK, and a good shutdown of a NaVi approach.
Oh yeah, no, Malbs is definitely a type of player you maybe always let him
so
deagle.
many 5v3s on map 1, starting out because NaVi got the first 2 kills. On this map, we've seen so many opening duels won for James. He has been gifting them to his team. But still, they're not getting NaVi on an eco. They're winning every round as a hard one. Slow crawl back for VP, and they finally do get that save.
So like, this round, I feel like they're B popping. How many deals they got?
It's their chance to make
Just
some
one.
momentum,
See, that's valid.
capitalize
Yeah,
off
one
of
flash.
those
Maybe let the
good
deagle
starts
walk
that
up
they've
for a
had so far
second,
this half.
shoot your shot.
James in the right spot. Hasn't really missed shots, barring that really, really tough one back on A. So this should be the sitter. NaVi shouldn't even get in a bomb plant. Gonna wait for that repeak. Just an early sight of NaVi on the approach. It elicits the Molotov. We'll get a util out of VP at the very least. Watch the reroute.
Yeah, I think like the sweet spot though is you never like, if you're buying pistols like on a force or a save, at most 2 deagles, at very most, usually just one. Because you need that, you need the swarm, you know.
We are into underpass.
Yeah, no chance.
For my StarCraft players, you need the swarm, you need the Zergling like surround, you know.
The natal catch, Emet. And that's all that happens. One deagle frag, all good VP. Great chance to close out this with a 6-round half.
Yes, they will go out of this half now with their hands held high no matter what happens, but they have a chance to make a great comeback.
If you have like a pretty decent, if you have like an actual half buy with like full nades, Tech 9 armor, shit like that, having 2 digs ain't bad and let them shoot their shot for a second is good, but everybody else has to have like Tech 9 and util to make sure you get in there.
Story, unfortunately, for VP is just struggling on pistols. That's just been this weird thing that they have not been winning them. And
yeah, boys, Zerg mid this round with low eco. I'm just saying, that is, it's kind of the same energy, you know.
1-0 here, they lost 5 out of 6. It's nice that they have the grit and determination, but it also lowers your odds. So VP will have to do it the hard way. One last rifle round for them to try to tie this game up.
Yeah, but the hard way is the VP way. So let's see if they can indeed get this last
Apollo,
one.
thanks for 2-month primer. Thank you.
Okay.
Shame G2 aren't in the finals.
Yeah, well,
Wonderful is not ideal, but all things considered, the money hasn't been too much of a burden
they
for
needed the
NaVi.
Stewie magic, you know.
Despite round losses sprinkled in. Alexi changes up position, not looking like he's going to get that early fight that's been coming his way a couple rounds. Same for Emet down in underpass. Feels like a little conditioning though. NaVi a little more wary of the potential for those hits because they have come out from VP so many times. And with that caution, it frees up Virtus.pro to go elsewhere.
This is where they've made jungle weak, when they've let this connector guy sort of stew in his own misery, looking for fights, and then he ends up going to window, and we see them follow him up connector, and they don't know if it's going to happen again. Got an extra pair of eyes here in Fame. NaVi are starting to guess, but you know what's coming next. Can already see it.
Fame keeps looking both ways. CT smoke perfectly timed. Now, one player could fight over. If Alexi takes that fight while somebody comes through, Flit's job all the harder, but he could also line him up. A little more damage on the second.
I'm really surprised they were so confident with that.
Start to trickle out from Palace. Electronics freed out to go down ramp though. So even by losing your sight player, you still got a deep anchor in Electronic. He's got to go big. Wow.
God damn, how did this go so in their favor?
Left to do it all. He gets the quick scope.
Ooh, nice shot.
And he's still between two.
Oh, wait. He knows where Alexi is. He knows where he's at.
You give him time. He'll figure it out every time.
He is the wizard of the fourth dimension, in control
but he
of
did
hyperspace.
Yeah, and he scoped it.
Oh, he knows, he knows, he knows.
Oh, he missed! Alexi doesn't have the time.
No time.
It's over.
No time. No bomb.
Master of space, master of time.
Damn, nice shots from Jam there. I can't believe he actually missed it at Sandwich, to be honest. Chat, smaller ad, 90 seconds this time. Apollo, thanks for your 2-month primer, by the way.
Just when we felt like maybe the second semifinal was gonna come to a flat end, we get the response from VP we seemingly always get. So not done just yet, trying to make this run to grand finals for the first time since their major trophy lift. London, can I get a mezzy?
Oi, oi, oi.
Get him back in it. Get him back in it. If only we had a show match.
Man, the biggest indictment here for the half that we just witnessed was that VP actually relied heavily on their CT side.
Well,
yeah, they normally score 60%. They're down to 45 here as we switch over. But again, this one's gone beyond the stats a little bit. NaVi, however, right down the middle, just as good on defense as they are on offense. For them, it could be the 2-0 finish.
Sorry, chat, I was making a factor meal real quick.
Could be the last map of the event. And for Alexi, key information could win the round.
Feels like Wonderful wants to get the party going. You know, I didn't look back and see anything on that T side that made me understand why NaVi were so gung-ho to take Mirage against VP. Maybe their offense has something figured out. Such a good game plan.
Jail's been such a threat so far.
Ad? Nah, not Nad right now, Chiz.
Will spot bodies going up towards A, which is indeed VP's intended
Favorite monsters
target.
right,
Peek
right?
out from Alexi, nothing yet. But Bit has that
And Sunrise.
lockdown, and
The orange one.
Rockies even
CGHX for the
needed
63 month reset. Thank you.
Alexi comes out with another, so now James on the chase is the last man left. No bomb, not much to chew on. They've got him surrounded, and it's NaVi.
How many meals do you have left? What do you mean, Glory? I get them every week. That's how it works.
The total lockout of a CT side.
Yeah, once again, another struggle here on a pistol round for VP.
Yeah, have they won? Did they win one of the pistols?
Who we got the turn on the stairs. Alexi,
did they win
solo play?
T-side
And
Anubis?
part of this was because Bit was late to the cover on the Palace Lurk, but again, they are all covering each other's positions that we have seen consistently from NaVi in this series.
Opting to go with nothing.
In the pit of your stomach right now.
T-side won 11-1.
To another Eco.
Right,
another
I know.
Eco, another
Never
slow
mind.
start and a half.
Bro, did you
So
even
much
hear what I
work to
said?
do. We're getting calluses on their hands. We're getting mentally worn down. And we know that's what they're all about, but
you know, what kind of mental is there left to be worn down after that first map too? So
the fact is they still lose. You know, the
You
fact
said
is they
something?
don't end
Bruh.
up in semifinals in front of crowds that often.
Be a real shame as far as they're concerned to fall flat when they do. But this map hasn't been flat. They won it with just 5-7s. There's been that little bit of X factor from VP. Strong start out of James. Forward movement from Electronic.
I mean, Electronic he's a stage player with the major. He should have absolutely no problem in these circumstances. Sort of playoffs, he's been here a million times. But Anubis wasn't too friendly to him. Here's a 4-player split towards mid. VP not in the power position, but they'll come out anyways.
Ooh, no chance.
Oh, there it goes.
Just unarmored pistols. We can't criticize this one too harshly. VP never really having the chance. No bomb either to come out from Flit.
But you can, you know, because it's MP9s getting the kills. That's more money made. It's more players that don't die. The scary
I got
part is
lemon
they go to the
pepper
next round,
chicken,
and
chat. That's what we're going with right now.
NaVi who have a bonus to play with. They can literally do, they have extra things that they can try to do
Some
against
broccoli
you.
and
Plus
some
you lose your
carrots.
lead. It's important to get 1 or 2 kills even when you've got nothing. And in a game like this, they need every little bit. And so they'll buy now, and they have better guns, but they have less grenades. NaVi have less to lose because they saved on everyone. You know they're
Steamed
going to try
veggies?
some kind of sneaky tactic to make it take advantage of their MP9. And actually, oh, there's a spot from Flit. He's a little early, right? Because they don't come to top of middle, so they're not ready for it.
No chance. Bit you can try. Dancing with the devil as he
What's
jumps
crazy
back
is
and
I feel
forth
like if
in
he
the
actually just like
underground.
walked
You're not
away
gonna
or
escape
like
that
ran
one.
away the top side, I think he probably just
Jamie used
lives.
that chance to actually get out
Maybe.
top middle, so
Hard to know what the other guy was shooting, I guess.
MP9's last round, but now you're
Manny,
also
thanks for the
stuck on
primer.
That was a weird use of the gun when they didn't have anybody holding off the top mid-cross. Didn't get that kill back either.
How long? I'm
Even his
streaming the whole
fallback
day,
would've
guys.
felt nigh
I have a match
impossible.
in 3
Get
hours.
the reposition out of the mid players of
So
NaVi.
whenever this ends, I'm just gonna pug.
Molotov to prevent any kind of a window jump up. There
And then
are
I have a
indeed
match.
players down here, but uh-oh. It looks like NaVi are reaching for the forbidden fruit.
Yeah, just hoping
That's why I'm eating right now and having my monster right now because I like to like have a I like to have it ahead of time. You know what I mean?
We're about to see. This is going to be about a low resistance plant.
In the very little bit of a T side we did get out of Virtus.pro back on Anubis. 4-player pack out middle. Everybody
I'm not
crawling
trying to be-
together slowly until you saw an opening and then swarm. And we're going to get that
Being
here.
hungry during a
VP,
match is the worst.
Find that path easily up into the A site. No resistance offered by these SMGs. And it's a save mode, but now you're stuck with them again.
Yeah, it's actually kind of awkward because it's nice to keep your guns into the next round. I mean, the big benefit is keeping armor and whatever little bits of utility, the one piece of utility they have. But, you know, you're not exactly looking forward to buying up and then keeping 3 MP9, though they get the upgrade here for JL. What we just saw right there in the underpass crawl, you know, normally if you have a setup inside the window, the inside of middle, you have one guy
I hate when you get like this.
The lurk out through underpass and one guy holding top mid cross. And in this case, they put their best gun in underpass and just spotted top mid.
Am I Viking?
And the whole point is that
no,
normally the underpass
burger.
guys won't come out unless top mid gets taken first. So he felt safe, but they went and checked it.
But some of my ancestors are Norwegian, yeah.
He could have got the kill right away. So you have to wonder why they wanted to take that kind of risk with no way.
What do you think your veto would be tonight? That's for me to know and you to find out.
Look how awkward this ends up being.
He actually,
the M4.
He's actually fine, as you can see, if he just stayed up there.
Well, fine until maybe he has to fall back into Jame.
But that's the thing. Why is he going for that play and no one's holding his top mid-cross? Or if it's just the MP9 in the window.
Yeah, maybe because they have MP9s. Wrong tool for the job. So Blade comes through. Second timeout called from him on this map. Definitely not the easy affair we had back on Anubis. This is more of what you get from VP. Never, ever, ever going down without a fight.
Who are we playing today? We play Wildcard.
So uncommon, which is what made Anubis feel like such a spectacle. Such an
and basically, as somebody said earlier, or when somebody asked me earlier, you know, when we play Wildcard, sometimes good, sometimes maybe shit.
They get their 1 kill. They know that's a similar buy coming out from NaVi this round.
Still a couple MP9s in the middle, but wonderful. Oh, it's going to cost him half his health. He did not want to stick around in middle. Better to get out on 40.
As always, I just think it depends on the version of Mythic we get today.
VP, did they sense an opening, a chance to crack this?
Oh, man, but it depends if Wonderful
better get Chait real horny today. True.
Because you've got a ticket player with a nade out.
They'll forget about Emma if they're not careful. The lurks are also very far away. No one to put pressure on the bottom of connector at the moment.
Oh, it felt like they could have pulled the trigger, but they don't.
The CTs are thinking. And so is Jame.
But as they think, they also shuffle these positions. JL has come over to throw himself inside of A. In terms of the numbers game of round 16, pieces in the right position. This is going to boil
Tractor,
down
don't talk about my family, thank you.
We've got enough utility for the execute. That could very well.
Emma's the key guy to watch. You know?
What if a Molly lands on him? What if he gets flushed out of here?
Chuck gonna have one of them. Yeah, true. I'm gonna definitely have to work with Truck to create some incentives for Chait.
Drop their smokes. There are none left for them to throw.
This is crazy for how little information they have, because at this point in the round, VP could be doing anything. They don't have top mid. They're not pushed B. There's no one on cat right now, and yet still, how do they know this?
Such a stalemate, man. It's the battle of the minds.
Oh, he got that! Holy
shit. The timing has to move forward at this point, and there you go. Tetris player dead, Pal is held on to. I mean, NaVi positioned to perfection.
From beginning to end.
But we don't know why.
That was an inconspicuous Virtus.pro, the way they crawled around the map. And when JL talked about preparation coming into the series, you have to wonder if this is one of those rounds.
You chose Mirage.
You chose Mirage.
VP, a questionable choice. But that round, the first piece of evidence, I would say, out of the rounds we've had on Mirage that says, NaVi know what you're doing.
And we also start with a very light piece of mid control with Wonderful jumping out with his op, then getting away into connector, and they leave mid the entire time. Like, that is scorched earth as far as they're concerned. They sit back and
what a prime splitter. How you doing, man?
All the choke points around it, but they don't even go back in. There is a hard read in the situation, and it pays off big time. Crazy how few players have died from the winning team in these last few rounds.
DP have the wrong info there, or just bad timing? I think that round was pre-called.
This will keep NaVi at a 2-round lead.
Similar to what Swanee and Launders were saying, I think NaVi just understood what they were probably going to do on that first round.
So nervous, you know. If I was dreaming, I just saw
if that makes sense. I think that round was pretty much predetermined all the way through.
And what do I have to do differently?
Right. What else has been figured out? What else do they know? Alexi, like a worm, just burrowed in James' mind. Scary place to be.
And you see this setup a lot. This setup right here has been very successful lately. You just take the op, you just put them at B, you make sure they don't get up cat on them for free. You keep one guy in ladder, and then you put like 3 rifles on A.
And Flit, oh, he's been good. but he doesn't get himself that second. At least he stays alive, creates space for the wide swing, even nothing to offer.
JL with 2.
JL got 2 of them in mid.
And guess what? He comes over top of the stairs.
Oh my god, he could have killed the planner. That's crazy.
Electronics right there with him. Everybody's inside of the smoke. It's getting weird.
If Electronic takes 2.
JL's doing everything on his own. Everything he has to.
Bro.
14 frags deep on Mirage. 2 players to get off of this bomb site. And you know Fame doesn't feel comfortable. Feels like that retake could come out from CT, but that is not the case. It's Norbert to drop Alexi. JL's going to take a bit more damage. Nade goes over. Wonderful wall bang. Fantastic.
I think JL, I know people are going to say the crowd, and I'm sure the crowd did help maybe a little bit, but I think JL walked in him. Oh, they got it. They got it. Wow, what a kill from Fame.
Wow.
I think JL saw it just for a second, and dude, but the snap was crazy, bro.
It was a first bullet to the dome. Whoa, man. JL. Wow, what a spray transfer inside of Con. And then he got a little nervous. Went to look back, seeing he couldn't get back up against the wall. And Electronic, man, he has spent a little too much time in smokes in a few rounds so far at the spring final. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Wonderful got banned, no?
Immediately back in with another pause.
Yeah, 3rd.
Yeah.
As we get to the closing hours.
No, that was literally some random guy that just had the alias that was Wonderful with a bunch of different shit after his name. That is not the Wonderful that was banned, no.
Work. And again, taking this map as your challenge. You always had to show work. You don't enter this realm without preparation, but
yeah,
time to put pen to paper.
And Blade has been lauded recently for the amount of information you can get across clearly in these pauses. And, you know, going back to when he was a player, this is something that he kind of struggled with. His teams would lose to time sometimes, but this new
lemon pepper chicken with broccoli and carrots. Oh my, Emma got that?
Felt like Ema was
View model diff? Question mark? I'm using Emma's view model today, chat.
He just
for my match.
Changed those bullets over top mid box, and James dead so fast. That's the fight bit never got.
No way I could do that.
Has had to do with a B for Virtus.pro.
Ain't no way I could ever do that, bro. I think I get like motion sick like 3 rounds in. Like not motion sickness, actually just sickness. I think it'd make me sick.
Walking into your death, Bomb's in a weird spot as well.
He has not been dropping those kinds of moments.
For 5 gifted though,
being good for 1. Is the risk of going further.
They see the cross back, and that's information as well. We crossed the minute mark. Decisions will be made at some point, and who has the liberty to move around the map? It's NaVi. They have 5.
Launders, I really like that out of you.
Oh my goodness.
1 minute has passed. Somebody will make a choice.
You could tell every bone in their body doesn't want to even try this, and I swear it looks like they're going to go the pacifist route. This is Virtus.pro, maybe one last reorganization. One last chance to hit a site. Will they do it?
They'll run to Palace for a sanctuary at the least. Critical kill coming out of Ema, who otherwise is having a relatively quieter game, right? There's this wonderful JL combo that's kind of keeping NaVi elevated at the moment.
That's why he's the analyst.
Stars. In this moment, this second map, it's them.
I just like to tease every once in a while.
I could not criticize about Copenhagen. JL was so impactful.
Let me be absolutely clear here.
You know, stats are one thing.
Launders is the GOAT.
Like, obviously,
that being said,
his rating was great, but
that was kind of funny.
Like as an entry for the player that he was, obviously not a likely MVP for a major.
Cypher in the house.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, he's unconfirmed yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a good lad, that one.
He knows his way around a major. Wonderful.
They saved with 3.
Sitter versus Norbert, who's getting
I mean, bro, I'll be honest. That was the right call.
Not to let them know they were coming up.
It's not a sexy call. It's not fun. I don't want to watch them save. I'll be real with you, but that was the right call, especially having all the information. They don't even have all the information that we have. My God, that was definitely the right call.
Oh man, they're getting drilled down.
NaVi tries to stand up to the fight.
It's just the op and these two pistols.
Ime able to catch Norbert on the jump. It is again him down with nothing. And so you try to change the tempo, you try to change the timing, and everybody falls at the test. NaVi content to sign
And there you go, chat. You got what you wanted. That's karma. Wow. They took their save and they got absolutely fucking pummeled.
Can get nothing going. And now it is NaVi starting to kick it up a notch.
Yeah. They saved all those guns, just get absolutely clapped.
Clearly a little more desperate. Trying to change the game plan, trying to change the pace. This CT side, this to me has been the reason that NaVi took it to Mirage.
We're sitting on 2K for everybody here on VP, defending against map points. They come in with just a couple of guns.
So do they try to change the pace again?
The sun's going beyond the horizon.
They don't have the guns.
How romantic is the Alexi B storyline as an IGL, though?
To concede 12. We're looking at NaVi with 4 map match and grand finals.
I'm just sitting here thinking about like how drilled NaVi looks right now.
Down towards underpass, so try to catch him this time just with pistols.
But like, think about how Alexi is as a caller, as a person. At least from the outside, I feel like we see him as, or I see him anyway. And then eventually he makes his way all the way to quite literally oh yeah, you know, to a coach that is probably dead on with the way Alexi thinks about the game. Maybe not every scenario the same, but like their approach to the game.
Got a little sketchy in the first half of Mirage. Things were looking
like
a little more timid.
That's actually so fucking cool to think, like, how many teams Alexi got, like, bounced around on.
You know, they weren't going to do what they did on Anubis 2 maps in a row.
That's just like, bro, that's a...
And now that they have this distance
I don't know, man. I feel like they're match made in heaven.
And the pistols, you know, things are going
And he always got flamed? Oh, I'm well aware. Anybody that's watched me do co-streams for a while had to listen to me defend Alexi B for a long time.
They're going to try it fast. try again.
Like a long time.
Looking to get this one done with a little electricity. Bit blind and done. No support. Being able
the amount of people, like when he got kicked off G2 and then he was part of the NIP clown car, I had to defend him. Like,
at least to put down that bomb. This continuous utility that keeps flying forward.
Nah, dude, but he definitely got the short end of the stick everywhere he went.
But it is enough to deter NaVi. So VP know what they wanted. They try it twice.
It's wild. It's wild how adamant they are about just taking the site. Like they haven't.
I would say Alexi after Alexi left OG, he never really got like his fair shake on the rosters that he was on with G2 and NIP.
It's looking a little bit like ENCE.
And also remember, he was removed from ENCE. So
simulator, different timings, similar tempos.
What I like though, in
like he was kicked from every team that he was on. So yeah, no, he was getting, you know, he was playing with some better teams at different points. But like that man literally just kept bouncing around.
Anchored down right away, and they have the right.
His whole career arc started because Alu of all fucking people thought he was going to out IGL him because he made some calls during the major.
NaVi still, I think they've got enough.
What up, Chronic? How you doing?
Or maybe not. No, we're talking about.
Like that's literally how he got kicked off events.
An amazing amount of money on Ema, and wonderful with 5,900, but not enough for. Oh, they already got the investment. Okay, no, it's like.
Yeah, easy for ENCE is fucking Alexi, dude. You know.
So much left over.
Spread back out, VP.
And I think OG gave him a fair shot, but I think the pieces around him, it was just like
something a little different.
It's pretty tough. And then I think G2 was a great spot for him, and I think they went to what, 2 grand finals and just lost them?
You can tell the intended target's still
the same. Shit, one of those grand finals, they didn't win a single map, but they went to OT in every single game. Or it was like 16-14 or OT. And then he was removed.
Just as VP are starting.
And then he went to NIP, and well, NIP's that one's kind of self-explanatory.
This is not CT sat behind smoke. This is NaVi in the thick of it, on the brink of a grand finals. Ime, he's got blind.
Oh, there you go. And this is the shit I'm talking about, dude. Do you see these CT side setups? Holy fuck! It's so sick. It's disgusting, dude. Bro, no, like it's just like. Oh my god.
In this semifinals, Anubis, no question. Virtus.pro drowned.
You'll never see Mythic do that setup. You're absolutely right.
VP to the curb and their first grand final since that all-important major back in Copenhagen. And we
Wandex, we talked about your baiting, right?
There. Sure.
We talked
VP
about
made
this.
This map a little bit more competitive, but NaVi through and through Matthew, well-deserved spot in the grand finals tomorrow versus none other than Team Spirit.
You're absolutely right. And the fact that
About
the
to
second
change
half was
the caught
competitive
trolling fucking
only makes that victory
emote
that
code
much
to
more deserved for
Wandex.
NaVi. Because you might be looking at map 1 and say this was a flow state opportunity. It was just a one-time. Don't worry about it. VP's going to come back into this. No, 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 no. Even when things got a little bit more close, NaVi displayed such good decision-making on Mirage. That CT side, full of good gamble, full stacks. Look at JL. How many times is he on the A side as a catwalk player ready to help out? This last round, a good example. Ime is committed to the sandwich position. He's got Bid helping him. Why? Because they know they have wonderful up top mid. They have read the book. They have forecasted the execute, and NaVi is deserved the winner today.
Yeah, and
speaking of Ents, isn't that the sports psychologist that was working with Ents, chat? The woman that just high-fived them?
I think he's a
Not her. She's like the manager for the team. The other woman that's with them.
You could argue he had
She was at Ents too, right? I think she was.
The same. And also, we are speaking a little bit about Wonderful before the
That's
game,
cool.
right? That he needs to take initiative.
I didn't know she was their sports psychologist.
For me, he was the MVP today. He had so many crucial moments, and you also just see the last round. He is the one gathering that information to do the A stack. He is the one daring to actually make the play happening in such a crucial moment. 12-9, it's not an easy one. And JL, loving it.
I love that you touch upon Wonderful there, because he was a player, you know, we were talking about sometimes he has the tendency to turtle up in certain situations, not necessarily for the bad or the good, but he's just a more passive player by nature, but he becomes a little bit more proactive in those situations, and that's what we want to see in his development as a player.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think even the NaVi camp are aware of their situation, the term of win by committee, right? You know you don't exactly have a player that is head and shoulders above everybody else. But what you're hoping is that over time, you're going to get a little bit more from everybody. You're going to get Wonderful a bit more proactive, taking more
My
risks.
game starts in
He's
2.5 hours.
Aim, call his own numbers in some of these situations, as he's done in the first map and again here. Same out of jail, get that consistency, email with the voice. You're trying to get more out of everybody, and that happened today.
NaVi moving on towards that grand final. So let's get a few thoughts from the in-game leader, courtesy of James Banks.
NaVi have made it to the grand final, and that was one hell of an impressive victory. Alexi, what the hell happened in that first half of Mirage? You guys were absolutely untouchable.
You mean Anubis, right?
Anubis, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Just we had a perfect game plan, and I felt like everybody was super calm. Our last stage game was the final of the major. I'm not sure if that affected anything, but I felt like we were super ice cold, which is something we need very much. And it's been a long while since we had such a dominating game, or a map rather. And it felt really good.
And in terms of that, right, let's talk about that. You haven't had maps like this. You've had struggles,
time.
you've had fights, you've had to come back from behind. What did you feel like was the biggest difference? Why were you able to do this? Because you've been talking about it for a long time, and you haven't been able to make this success.
We were nailing everything, and I felt like everybody was doing their own job, hitting shots individually as well. And I think Valera did a good job telling us not to hunt them, because we didn't want them to get back into the game, not getting any exit kills, even if it might have meant that we get guns out of them. But Valera felt like if we just don't let them kill us, they will not feel any confidence, and I think it worked out.
So you were holding back a bit more?
Yeah, you could say that, but we still ended up opening the sides pretty easily, so that was good.
And then coming into Mirage, right, looking at that, we see this go down, and there's a bit of back and forth in there. But was your confidence, was your momentum that high off the back of the first map?
Yeah, I think the confidence was high. I think I made a pretty poor call, or we didn't understand the call at, I think it was, we had 6 rounds or 5 rounds, and we ended up losing without killing anyone from them, and that was kind of like we let them come back to the half. We could have run away with it even sooner, but I feel like our CT is super good, so felt super confident.
Now, I remember there was a tournament not too long ago that didn't go the way you wanted, and you guys were telling me you're back. But does it actually feel like you're back now? Does this feel like the NaVi you were supposed to be?
I mean, for sure, after having played 1 game on the stage now, it feels like we're playing like we used to play, and it feels good.
And in terms of that, you got to face a Spirit. Now, you haven't faced them on a stage, you haven't faced them in this way, and we know how deadly they can be. But how confident do you feel after this game?
I feel confident, and I told Valera that if there's somewhere we can beat them, it's on the stage. And I feel like no matter what, it's going to be a best of 5. They look super strong right now. My best of 5 record is not the best, but it's CS2 now, so a different game. But the thing is that we feel super confident, and we
that would
brought
be
it
his
back.
G2 record,
The
chat.
last 2 tournaments were really bad by us, and everybody in the camp is feeling super proud of the hard work we're still pulling off.
So chewing gum and time for you to cook?
Yeah.
Guys, NaVi have made it to the grand final. Let's hear it for them one time.
Yeah, Alexi B, chat. I don't think Alexi's ever won a map in a best of 5. Because I think the only best of 5s he played were with G2.
I love that fight
And,
talk
yeah.
coming out from Alexi. Spirit
So I'm
on
pretty
stage,
sure
that's
he
where they
doesn't
feel
have
like
a
they
single
could
map
have the
won in
option
best of
to beat
5s.
them. But aside from that, how eloquent
Which
is
is
Alexi
kinda funny.
in these interviews? I feel like he's already
Also,
had a chance
though,
to analyze the
I will
game,
say
do the
in those
maths,
best of
say,
5s,
okay,
like
you
I
know what,
said,
we won.
he
Here are
lost
some mistakes.
16-14
Here are the
or in
mistakes.
overtime in all of
How
them.
can you be so lucid about a game you've just played on stage? You take a few steps towards.
Oh,
the
yeah, the
game's
right.
back,
That
and it
last
feels like
Pro
you've already
League with
taken
NaVi,
5
you're right.
hours to just reflect on what happened in this map. He's talking about how the stage dials them in, and we have the proof. We have the receipt right here. It's in the pudding. He's
Okay.
talking about a couple of bad calls.
So,
he
chat,
made,
here's the
but
plan.
People were able to bounce back.
I have
into
a
this.
match.
It feels like a healthy environment.
I have a match in 2.5 hours. Plan. Okay. Yeah, this one. This was. Here's the game plan. Yeah, look at this game. 15-19, 27-31, and 16-14. This series was so insane. This is a best of 5 that didn't, phase 3-0'd, but it was like insane. So plan is, chat, I'm going to restart my stream with 15-second delays because I don't want to be salty while I'm pugging and just being able to like focus on actually like playing the game. So that's step 1, okay? Step 2, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm not going to turn it back on until match time, but there will be match time for that, okay? I will stream the match on there. And then, yeah, so basically I'll be right back here in a moment, and then we're going to go down, and then we'll come back live again in a second. All right, so hold on. Smitty sent me? I'm so sorry. So let me do Mythic or CCT match versus CCT match Mythic versus Wildcard tonight. All right. So I'll change my title and shit, and then basically my stream should go down here for 15 seconds. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we're going to pug it up. All right. I'll be right back in 15 seconds, and I'll be AFK for